of this Gideon straight away. Make so your advocate can, which is interesting. He's actually going to go ahead and.
I quite like this actually because it gives him protection against the Sorin emblem. Because now he's got a token every time he can start sacrificing.
But if he plays the Colligan, there's no Sorin. There's no Sorin to worry about at that point. He's going to give it
haste.
Vigilance. It already has haste. It's already in place. So you could give it Vigilance.
Yeah, sorry, Vigilance, yeah.
The problem is that Sylvan Advocate can now be killed.
Yes.
And if you just I think Nick just goes, I will trade.
Yeah, I think you just have to trade here.
I gain
5.
Yeah, trade off. I have another Colligan in hand.
Exactly.
We shall see. I think this is probably a more favourable trade for Nick right now.
It is, because it allows him to actually kill the Gideon next turn and still ultimate Sorin. And
Sorin still be alive, but he's gonna. It forces.
Oh, he's giving it first strike.
It's Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink. It doesn't give it first strike.
Does it not give first strike?
It is. It gives it Vigilance. It has Flying. You can give it Vigilance, Haste, and Lifelink. So he's giving it Lifelink. So
okay,
which is now this makes it a very. I think Nick just might have found a way back into this game.
Certainly, yeah. I think
because his opponent has no boarding on it.
Exactly.
And I think Nick just has to go, right, ultimate this Sorin, kill this Gideon. I now have a Sorin which is still in play. And
yeah.
Nick took a slightly greedier line, I think, that's paid off with the way his opponent attacked and sacrificed. I think James might have misstepped by doing that, by sacrificing that token, because that token's his insurance policy.
Yeah, I think he probably forgot that the Sorin was gonna get there.
Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, so we're going to see a dash call. That's 4 mana. Please. So we see a Thunderbolt hit the battlefield. Sorin's going to ultimate anyway. The thing is, the Gideon can now kill the Thunderbolt region. Or can still now kill the Gideon. Although, it's maybe a difficult line because I don't even think this is a conservative line though.
No, I think ultimating Sorin here was probably the ultimating Sorin and dashing in dashing in the Colligan, taking out the Gideon. Because the problem now is
so the ultimate is you get an emblem with at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, that player sacrifices a creature.
And I think the problem now is this allows James to play his Siege Rhino and get Gideon out and still have things that he can sacrifice. Oh, he's drawn a Colligan's Command.
We're going to see
a
5
dashed
mana. So he's going to dash in now. The impulse just has to kill this token now. But
yeah.
The Gideon's still in play, has done some work now, and interesting. So he's going to attack in. I assume you have to take the Sorin.
I think you just I think he's attacking for face.
Can you race a Sorin though?
Never.
Not when your opponent's gaining the same amount of life as you're dealing with.
And he's going to be gaining more because he's got the. If this attack was to face, I think you just take it and you've got Sorin plus.
So it's a very interesting line. I think Nick now has to just kill this Gideon.
Yes.
You cannot allow that Gideon to survive on this battlefield any much longer because he's just going to keep churning out things to sacrifice to keep Siege Rhino alive, and Siege Rhino is going to probably win the game. Oh well, that's easy line. It's a bit easier now. Let's just dash in this. And you don't mind dashing it because your opponent has nothing next turn. Your Sorin survives. You get to gain 6 life as well with this and the Sorin. So that's 3 mana. So 4 and 5. That's so we're going to see Colligan, the Storms through. Colligan's all over the place this game. one for one player, back the other way. Here we go. So we've just heard we've got 5 minutes left on the round now. The feature match area's got a few more minutes because they had a time extension for the deck registration issue at the beginning. But we're going to see an attacking for 6. There goes Gideon. And we're eventually getting to the stage where James has nothing in play now. And it's and without the manland as well. Like maybe if he has a manland now, it might be able to pull himself back into this game because the Shambling Vent would be able to take out the Sorin. But we're now going to see him untap. He's going to trigger the Sorin. He's going to goodbye token. And James, unfortunately, started to I think it was a Siege Rhino and a Sylvan Advocate.
Yeah, so he can play both this turn.
Sorry, just does
But
the same
I
job
think,
again next turn.
yeah.
It's the life gain as well, put in Nick's going to go up to 32 life.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a Sylvan Advocate. There's a 4/5. It's not relevant. And then just, double Sylvan Advocate now.
Interesting.
Is it better than just casting the Rhino? We shall soon find out. Impulse to draw. Now it has Spell Mastery, but it doesn't matter.
Does it irrelevant now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, does he have a Jamarcus command in hand, James?
He might do. If he does, then this is
No,
very
I think he just has the Rhino.
But if he does have the Jamarcus command, it means that this Colligan does at least kill one of the Advocates.
It depends on how he sequences it.
Yeah. So here's Colligan. He's going to uptake the Sorin. Now he knows he's losing the Sorin next turn. This is Siege Rhino.
It's just a Siege Rhino.
So this is 6. Gain 6. Go to 32. This is going to be a tight race because this is 8 damage next turn coming back the other way.
No, it's not. It's 4. Because one of them's getting sacrificed in upkeep.
Sure. So it's 4 damage going back. He's going to win. Yeah, that doesn't work how you want it to, unfortunately, Nick. I think Nick's just realised that impulse does not do what he wanted it to. Those Sylvan Advocates. the relevant rules text of 6 lands in play, get +2/+2. They're both 4/5s.
Yeah.
They ain't not going anywhere in this game.
I think he's cool to judge over him because he has realised that he's done wrong.
I don't think you can take these back
No,
this one because it's a valid
unfortunately.
target. Is a legal target?
It is
to
a
make?
legal target.
If it was an illegal target, then sure.
Yep.
Then you get a warning and you take it back. But it's not a legal target.
No.
Now James needs to draw pretty well to get himself out of this one. Yeah, basically that Sorin needs to die.
Yes.
Needs to get the Sorin off the table and try and move forward. But that
The
ultimately
Sorin is gonna die this turn.
And the problem is this has come back to the turn where he didn't kill the Sorin.
Yes.
And this Sorin's gonna it looks like he might get nicked there, and we see he knows it's a land off the top, so I think you should go land, Siege Rhino, give yourself the most number of outs. That doesn't tap. He does have vigilance, but he's going to attack for 4 anyway. I'm really hoping it's a Sorin. Yep, he is going to attack the Sorin. Yeah, and say you can attack. Nick can't say, oh okay, well it came at me. No, you can attack, and then he can say he should do it properly and say it's a very weird one.
You have to, when you attack, you have to declare if you're attacking Nick or Sorin. I think when James pushed the guy forward, I think Nick's called a judge over. I think he's going to say that he thought the opponent was attacking him. That's why he didn't do anything in response.
However, the judge does have a very nice thing of intent. So, what the judge can do is say what the judge can rule on the intent as well. As much as some may disagree with that, if the judge believes that James's intent was to attack Sorin, then he can say, well, then you can attack Sorin. But it seems that actually no, the judge has ruled that he was attacking because he hadn't declared it. We're going to see a follow-up Siege Rhino, so that's Sorin going to run away with this one. So this Sorin looks like he might run away with this one. We've got Colligan. It doesn't really matter what the other spell in his hand is right now. It's Colligan plus Sorin, and we're going to see Sorin go to 5. It's just a
Sorin to 4.
Sorin to 4, which means that the Siege Rhino can get in. We see Draconic Roar. Doesn't matter at this point.
No.
It's a nice card though. It's a very good early on game. That's what he wanted rather than the Impulse early on, because it does kill the Advocate before 6 lands.
It would have killed the Advocate. It would have also killed the 3/3 knight that was floating about.
rather than looking at my fiery Impulse and going, this doesn't do anything.
No.
Anyways,
But I think we're just going to see a
dash Colligan.
I don't think he needs to dash it at this point. I think just casting it is probably enough.
So we have time on the round being called in the room, not for the feature match area, because obviously we're playing more times the other time extension. But we shall have to see what happens. I think players will just check their life totals. I just think you just attack. You're winning with the Sorin emblem at the moment, and I think that's the very crucial part of this board state right now, is that the Sorin is winning the race by himself. Nick could have no Colligan Storm Fury and just go, I've now got on, I'll make a 2-2. Can't mind so much anymore. problem for James is because he didn't get rid of the Sorin, he's now being punished. And this is the problem with the Abzan decks. It's because they're one creature. This is when Secure the Waste would look incredible.
Yes.
If he has brought it in, which I'm pretty sure he has, this is the way they can try and get out of this game, because it allows him to sacrifice things to keep his Siege Runners and Sylvan Advocates alive. I guess I just like Secure the Waste too much.
It's a very powerful card.
He's a very powerful card. It's a very, very good card indeed. Nyx. He is dashing it by the looks of it. He's going to uptick.
No, he's
passing the turn. So probably a good line. Like you say, his opponent hasn't had a removal spell so far. That's a Dramo's command, so that's a removal spell of sorts. And interestingly enough, Nick has left up mana for the Draconic Roar, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade. I think
2-for-2 trade.
2-for-2 trade, sorry, but this Sorin's going to... So he's going to put +1/+1 counter on and fight the Colligan Storm Fury. With this on the stack, he's going to... Well, it doesn't really matter if it's on the stack or not, it's cast it. He's going to Draconic Roar, target the Siege Rhino. You take 3. Because he's got a dragon in play, obviously it's when it casts or you control a dragon.
Yep.
When you cast, if you reveal or control. And one of the probably the one currently that's seeing the most amount of play of the dragon reveal cards. Silumgar's Scorn was obviously the big one.
Yes.
It made the dragon, but obviously with the amount of crackling dooms running around at the moment, it's very hard. And especially these sort of mid-range grind decks with Colligan's Command and all those things, it's very difficult to justify playing the dragon deck at the moment. So obviously Faulting Invocation was obviously a big player as well. The Silumgar's Scorn's gone away, and Draconic Roar's just gone. Still here, guys. Still kill Advocate on turn 2. And that's a big thing, especially with these dragon decks. If you can go on the play, land, and you kill the Advocate on the draw, and then maybe play Thopter Engineer or something, you're great, you're golden. Then you play a Thunderbrave Regent, then you play Colligan, and it obviously proceeds from there. Obviously the ones that you've seen are sort of the green and the white ones so much. I don't even know what they do.
Orator.
Oh yeah, that's it. Orator. So it's a bad Wall of Omens. Bad Wall of Omens because you need the dragons.
Yes.
Still flies and is a not fly. It does fly, so it has a small advantage. You offset the automatic card draw for automatic fly.
Yes.
What does the green one do? Challenge our memories. Oh no, it's the Gale Guard Sentinels. It's the green 2/3 with the dragon reveal. Brian Kibler's favourite card. It's a 2/3 that becomes a 3/4 if you have a dragon for green. Brian Kibler's favourite card. Well, not his favourite card, but he played alongside his team of white dragons. Very interesting deck actually, but let's see past the turn.
What does James have in hand?
He played the Cinderglade, so it's definitely a card. That's what it is. We've got a Crackling Doom join the party, but I think we just do the same as always. Beat for 6. Now, if it is an Abzan Charm, he's still really far behind.
Yeah.
The Sorin needs to start doing something. Now, at this point, do you start minusing the Sorin?
Yeah, I think that's what Nick's plan is.
Yeah, so he's going to attack for 5. Oh, it does have the Abzan Charm as well. So, Nick rightly playing around the Abzan Charm there. Able to make a 2/2 vampire as well. Now, the best card he can probably draw is Crackling Doom himself. See what happens. So he's just going to make a 2/2 vampire. Look at his very nice Crackling Doom in hand. And James, your go. You have no cards in hand. That's a Dramo's Command. That
probably isn't going to
doesn't do anything at this point. So you go. Pass the turn back now.
And it's going to be an attack for 6 still.
Yeah. Now you have to manning up the Shambling then. Your opponent's shown. Okay. Just another card to add to the fireworks.
It's good if James ever draws this.
Secure the Waste. Good offset card, right? Maybe Nick knew something was happening, but he's going to see 3 mana being tapped. He's man up the Shambling, then attack for 6, gain 6. The important lifelink text from Sorin coming into action here as well. We're going to send in a team.
I think he's probably far enough ahead that the gain 6 is probably irrelevant.
He's at 36 life, and his opponent's now at -1 game. It's not a -1 game, I promise you. They just hit the wrong button. They've reset the life tap. Give them a second, ladies and gentlemen. They managed to reset the life pad.
Yeah, but we know that James is at 7.
There we go. Nick is up to 36 life, but
35 or 36.
35 36. It depends on if he took a pain unintentionally from his Battlefield Forge. He obviously didn't need to take a pain, but 30. We're back down again to 30. But it's reasonable chunks of damage still being done. That's the thing to bear in mind. He's still doing reasonable amounts of damage each time, and 6 damage is not irrelevant to it. He's going to gain a life. Work it out from there. So, Nick attacks in for 6. Proceed forwards accordingly. So, bit of discussion backwards and forwards. Bearing in mind he still has up Crackling Doom. Oh, he doesn't actually have up Crackling Doom. He only has 2 Black Mana sources. He can't Crackling Doom something, but bearing in mind that's the land and a Dromoka's command. James,
Yeah, I don't think he
pass back.
needs to.
He could kill himself with the Wooded Foothills, but Sorin Ultimate doing wonders against the 1-for-1 removal deck.
Yeah.
So you see Shambling then do the same again. Sure, Abzan Charm kills it, but the opponent's not drawing cards at that point. And Abzan Charm's now not an out, so drawing cards, he's gone up to 1-for-1. And Sorin's Ultimate, very rarely seen. But Nick took a greedy line.
It'll be interesting to see how Nick plays this, because obviously James has the Abzan command in hand.
If he had Dromoka's command.
Dromoka's command, sorry. So, what Nick should have done, although unfortunately he
He's
doesn't
going to
have the double
Crackling
black.
Doom now.
So he doesn't have the double black, so he can't Crackling Doom.
No.
anymore.
That's a Colligan. That's a Colligan Stormfury, and he's going to extend the hand, realising he can't quite get there. And we see Nick War pick up a game, match 1 to go for 1-0. And unfortunately to James, I think maybe he could have taken a different line in the game to not get destroyed by the Sorin emblem, unfortunately. And we see a very interesting matchup, and I actually think that Abzan Red deck has a lot of legs in it. Just needs to deal with the Sorin as soon as physically possible.
Yeah.
Is possibly the best way to deal with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much Planeswalker removal in the format at the moment. You do have the Ruinous Path, but it's not played very much. Very rarely in any deck that isn't control.
It's interesting, you give Heroes Downfall sorcery rules text, and it's not really see much play. But we're going to bring it back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. John Patry, Shea Holland, Darksphere PPTQ, and a very interesting match actually. The Mardu deck flexing its muscles, showing what it can do.
Yes.
It's probably the post. It's going to sound very bad. It's probably the poster child mid-range deck right now.
Yes.
In terms of grinding your opponents out, card advantage. Maybe not so much that one compared to say the Mardu Green deck. That's actually quite an aggressive deck. Colligan, Storm's Fury, and Thunderray Region obviously making it quite aggressive. The Mardu Green deck, as I would describe it, with Siege Rhinos, Goblin Dark Dwellers, much more of a grindy deck.
The Mardu Siege deck, the Mardu Green deck reminds me of the Abzan control deck Revolt.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a lot grindier. It's a lot more. You do still have this 1-for-1 removal, but it's not in the aggro shell like the Mardu deck or in the Abzan decks, the current Abzan deck. It's a lot slower. A lot more remove, and then win like that. It's a lot slower, and I quite like that. I quite like that kind of that type of deck. It's
It's my poster child deck.
it. That's a surprise.
Grindy mid-range deck, sign me up please. So what we're going to do, we probably won't have much time to turn around, so what we're going to do, we're going to do a deck tech, and we're going to do on what we just spoke about. You're one of your preferred decks and something I quite enjoy.
The Mardu Green.
Yeah.
Not my preferred deck.
Oh, I did. Well,
if I had to play Abzan, I would play the Mardu Green Abzan.
Yeah.
But if I wouldn't choose to play Abzan.
I'd love.
Or
No, not Abzan. No, I wouldn't play Abzan. I'd play Mardu Green. But
sure.
Because you're only running Siege Riders, I wouldn't run the Abzan Charms because personally I can't stand the mana, the mana base with that in it. But that's by the by. We're going to go do a quick deck tech. You'll have us too. Again, I don't like sharing. It's quite nice. I quite like doing it in here as a pair of us. We're going to send it down to the deck tech area. You'll see our lovely faces, and hopefully, I really don't think this is going to work because.
I think it will.
Well, we'll soon find out because this should be a different card at this point. So we're still on a new system here. So
No. You have to click it. Don't forget.
Is that how you spell Golden
Yeah.
Dark Dwellers though?
It is.
Oh.
Pretty sure it is.
Well, we're going to do a quick Google search.
I'm apparently
Apparently it is how you spell it.
I'm apparently the magic dictionary. Oh, there's a dash.
I forgot the dash. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, apparently on the magic dictionary.
Well, you're doing alright today, so... Well, we'll soon find out if it works. So, we're going to do a deck tech, and hopefully it works. So, yes, it works. We found it. So, Mardu Green. Probably the card that has transformed the deck the most from how it was pre-Oath of the Gatewatch. Because pre-Oath of the Gatewatch, it was 4 Painful Truths, Monastery Mentor, Duress, Fiery Impulse, any cheap spell you can think of with some Painful Truths and Siege Rhino at the top end. Now, it's changed quite a lot with the introduction of Goblin Dark Dwellers. The rare from Oath of the Gatewatch I mean, on its own, 5 mana 4/4 menace. It's pretty bad by standard terms.
Yeah.
But when you attach on the rules text of when Goblin Dark Dwellers enters the battlefield, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that card would put into your graveyard this turn, exile instead. Now, draw some parallels to Snapcaster Mage and Bloodbride Elf.
Yes.
To an extent. Obviously, this is not those cards. Please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But anything that you play something that has a benefit back end is always going to be powerful. The 2-for-1s are always good, especially if you have something like a Crackling Doom that you can target, or heaven forbid a Colligan's Command.
Yes.
That you can then rebuy back a Goblin Dark Dwellers with.
I've actually seen someone play Goblin Dark Dwellers and go, I'm gonna target my Colligan's Command. And goes, okay, in response I'm gonna murderous cut your Goblin Dark Dwellers. And he went, sure, kill your two power guy and get back my Goblin Dark Dweller. Go. And it's
it draws parallels with the Grixis control deck in Modern of Snapcaster. Sorry. Let me get this. I'm going to word this from right. Colligan's Command, get back my Snapcaster Mage. Cast my Snapcaster Mage, harness Colligan's Command, and this does the same thing.
Yes.
You can Colligan's Command, get back a Dark Dwellers if it's died, and then just recast it. And one of the reasons that this card has started to look quite good in the Mardu deck is because you're trying to play a deck with Enter the Battlefield triggers. You're trying to minimise the effects of Reflector Mage, because when you cast a Dark Dwellers, it's not a 4/4 that doesn't do anything. It's a 4/4 that has an ability straight away. If it gets Reflector Mage, sure, you can't cast it next turn. You play something else instead, and then you just cast it again and get that instant value back again, especially if it's something like, okay, I'll play this Dark Dwellers trigger. Alright, now I'll cast a Siege Rhino.
Yeah.
And then I'll recast my Dark Dwellers and just make Reflector Mage look a bit bad. And because Reflector Mage has warped the format quite significantly in the way you play, cards like Goblin Dark Dwellers much better. But as we say, one does not come without the other. It's been around for ages. It's still good, and even when it's bad, it's still good.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just me, but you write off Abzan all the time, and suddenly it'll put up results. You'll put 4 Siege Runners into two decks in a top 8 of an event, even if it's not necessarily Abzan. 4 mana, 4/5 trample is pretty good on the front end, and then it has an ability of draining game, and especially in the Dark Dwellers deck where you're already playing Read the Bones, Painful Truths, trying to do that. A reason about fetch lands.
Exactly.
The life gain is really important.
Yeah, and that's what this Siege Rhino deck is very good at. It's very good at both. Siege Rhino is very good. It's very good both aggressively because 4 mana 4/5 on curve, almost unbeatable. If you've gone 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, and your 4-drop is Siege Rhino, you're so far ahead. At which point you can just kill their guy, and then just keep smashing. And also the Drain 3 is incredibly relevant because you're pushing the life totals that much more. It's a 6-point life swing.
Yeah, it is. It's huge. It was the same with Obsidat in the previous format.
Exactly.
The Drain and Brain every turn for 2 was really important. And obviously one of the Siege Rhino on that 2/3/4 or 1/3/4, especially in the old Abzan aggro decks right at the beginning of the format, when you were like either Warden then Pump or 2-drop and then Fenza and then Siege Rhino. The most decks can't beat that draw.
No.
You've put so much power into play so quickly, and Siege Rhino the ability to 7-point life swing, and even against the aggro decks, especially when you're trying to beat a mono red deck, dropping the draining for 3, hitting for 4, 7 damage, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It ends the game very quickly. But obviously to go alongside Siege Rhino, it's a very powerful card, it always will be. Crackling Doom is probably, and I'm going to use Poster Child again, it's the removal spell of the deck. It's what fits into the deck, it's what gives the deck so much reach. It means you can play some pretty substandard cards. Fiery Impulse, Colligan's Command's fine, doesn't really kill that much in standard. The interesting comparison to modern Colligan's Command much better than Crackling Doom because there's a lot more powerful X2s, and also what you're getting back.
Artifacts as well.
And artifacts, and also what you're getting back is so much more powerful. I imagine it's Affinity, you're going to kill your guy with the 3 mana, especially if it's a plating, you could go this, kill your plating. Whereas in standard, where the cards are much more powerful, much more toughness, much bigger creatures, Crackling Doom, able to deal with what you care about. And in that game we saw there, big spells being cast, Siege Rhinos, Colligan the Storm's Fury, gets around Thunderbreak Regent without the rules text being added to the back of it, and very important part obviously it doesn't target. So your opponent has, and still, your opponent doesn't have a choice. It's not a sacrifice effect where your opponent can choose what to do. Those secure the waste tokens aren't protecting you against the Crackling Doom.
No, and they're not, and that's what's really powerful. It's always killing the biggest creature, and that's what you want to be killing in Magic. You've got 4 2/2s, your opponent has 4 1/1s and a 5/5, you want to get that 5/5 off the table as quickly as you can. And when it's backed up with cards like Fiery Impulse and Polygon's Command, you know, you still have also the removal to kill those little guys. Also, you know, we saw Nick there bringing in the Radiant Flames. You can Radiant Flames for one. I mean, obviously he's not playing Mardu Green, but you know, the comparison's still there. You can still play Radiant Flames in your Mardu Green decks. And you can Radiant Flames for one, you can Radiant Flames for two, or even three. And that's what's really important, is that you can kill their big guy, kill their little guys, and still have your average guys.
And one of the things also with Crackling Doom is it allows you to play those slightly smaller removal spells, like your value Colligan's commands, like your Fiery Impulses and your Wild Slash, because this just gets rid of the big thing.
And also, it flashes back with
I didn't line this one up properly, did I?
No.
Speaking of value, Colligan's Command. Dragons of Tarkir set of commands. Probably this one's seen the most amount of overall play. Maybe not in standard because obviously Dramoka's command, but in terms of the physical card, Colligan's Command, it's probably seen the most amount of things in standard, in modern play. Obviously, being able to discard artifacts. The discard also quite good in getting things back.
Yeah.
This is the new card though as well. This is another new card. It's started to make its way into the decks a little bit. Kalitas,
really like
Traitor of
Kalitas.
Get, 2 black, 3/4 lifelink with a relevant ability against Rally being so big in this format. And you don't really ever sacrifice it, but it's just a 3/4 lifelink. A lifelink very important when you have to play cards like Read the Bones and Painful Truths.
Yep.
It's just the way the deck keeps up. It's why we refer to it slightly as what we refer to as the standard Jund deck, the good card deck, good cards deck. It plays the most powerful cards it can across multiple colours, and this is one of the cards that holds it together. Or Painful Truths in the slightly older decks as well. And you can't go to war without Soulfire Grandmaster in this deck. It's a very powerful card. It allows you to keep going. It's something you can play on turn 2 without worrying about it. You don't really care if it dies. You've got Colligan's Command.
Exactly.
And this is one of the things also about Colligan's Command. It gets back some very effective. Imagine getting back Siege Rhino, Dark Dwellers, or Soulfire Grandmaster. You're not too concerned about it at that point.
It also gives you the late game certainty of being able to, you know, if you get to like 7 mana and you have Crackling Doom in hand, you're probably never losing that game with a Soulfire up, because every turn you'll just shock you, sack your biggest guy, next, like with lifelink.
Buying back Crackling Doom. I mean, even buying... Okay, so one of the other things is in the Mardu deck is it plays multiple colours of Roast. Imagine a buy back Roast with Soulfire Grandmaster. It's like buy back game 5, do that again next turn.
And it's also, it's not just game 5, it's remove your guy game 5. Remove your guy game 5.
Also, one of the things is as well, because Roast does us so much damage, it's your other way of dealing with these big threats.
Exactly.
Crackling Doom more referred to as dealing with flyers, but Roast in itself just goes by Siege Rhino removed.
Yep.
Kalitas removed, Goblin Dark Dwellers removed, anything in the rally deck, anything in the aggro deck. It's also a 2 mana spell that you can, if your opponent doesn't kill your Soulfire Grandmaster, you just go Soul Roast, deal game 5. That is a massive life swing. 5 damage is so much life, especially with a lot of decks not able to deal it as quickly. And then the Planeswalker that's moved its way into the deck. Chandra the Flamecrawler, 4 red. Originally, everyone looks when it's a bit expensive, isn't it? But it has a lovely -X ability of the Wrath effect, and a deck like this does struggle against some of the tokens decks. This allows you to catch up quite well, and especially against collector company decks, they do that. You're like, okay, I'll do this minus some counters. Your board's gone, Chandra's still alive, and if you're not careful, put 2/3/1 red elemental creature tokens with haste onto battlefield. That ends the game quickly.
And also, the 0 is incredibly relevant. You know, there are times where you have a Chandra out and you've just drawn land, and you've got 2 or 3 lands in hand. All of a sudden, you discard those and you draw 2 or 3 more cards. And at that point, you're probably so far ahead that you're probably winning the game. So,
and the final card of the deck that's sort of in between main and sideboard is Omnixilus Reignited. Probably my favourite Planeswalker from the set. Move over, Gideon. This is probably my favourite card.
I like Omnixilus.
Card advantage, removal spells. And if you have an ultimate in, you probably never lose.
Exactly.
But it's one of those things. But anyways, we're going to bring it back to the booth because we're just seeing players are starting to sit down for the next things. That's Mardu Green. In essence, what I refer to as the typical mid-range deck right now. Your Jund deck.
Yeah.
As for those of you who maybe are slightly newer to the game, when we say Jund deck, Jund obviously is, from the original shards of Alara block, is green, black and red. It's a tricolour combination, but basically what it does is it plays the most powerful spells
in those colours.
There is no synergy in Jund, or when you go
there is no
Tarmogoyf, Liliana of the Veil, they don't really synergise well together. They just one's a massive beat stick. This is the modern version.
Yep.
And even when we look back to when it was in standard, you had Huntmaster of the Fells, Thragtusk, Olivia Voldaren. there's no real synergy in those. They just play massively powerful creatures.
The thing with these sorts of decks is they play the 1/1 removal. So you've got your Abrupt Decays, your Lightning Bolts. You've got your hand discards in the forms of Thoughtseize and Inquisition. You've got your Liliana, which is kind of 1/1 hand discard because you're discarding the card, but so are they. Usually you're playing it at a point where either they have less cards in hand than you, or they're only drawing one card whereas you're drawing two, or but you're playing it at a point where it's good. Also, it has a -2 to make them sack a creature, still good. But this is what these Jund decks do. They play efficient removal that's 1/1, very cheap, and then they just play a big creature.
And if you look up the curve of the deck, Siege Rhino is probably the best 4-drop creature in the format. Goblin Dark Dwellers is probably, at the moment, Ojutai is probably pound for pound better. Probably the best card in the format, 1/1 as a 5-mana spell because it gets the value. But we're going to send it on down to the feature match area. Our players are just looking at their openers and, well, having a quick scry. But we seem to have, on one side we seem to have a Jeskai deck, and on the other we seem to have a Jeskai deck. I'm not quite sure, but one's got Polluted Deltas and the other one's got a Prairie Stream. So we're going to get the deck list very soon. We'll update the things, but that is... that looks like a Jeskai mirror, but we shall see what happens. So we start off, Michael Gunner on your left, Enrico Russell on your right. We have Prairie Stream on one side, Polluted Delta on the other one. We can see a hand already with double Crackling Doom, and we see a Soulfire Grandmaster as turn 2 play for Michael. He's going to crack his fetch land away, so I reckon this is probably most likely a Jeskai mirror. You don't normally see Polluted Delta in any deck that isn't within these colour combinations of a Mardu deck. You won't see that one. Should probably mainly see it in this one. So, can we have the next one? So, Soulfire Grandmaster, the turn 2 play for Michael, off of a Prairie Stream into a Fledge down for the island, and the mana base is in this format. That is, that's a Bloodstain Mire. I don't think that one works as well as one, but we're going to see a quick flick through his deck. No, it actually seems that we are playing. It's actually quite difficult to see because a lot of these decks share a lot of cards. But with the Polluted Deltas, it feels that he's probably on a Jeskai deck, but we shall soon find out in a moment, depending on what he draws. Crackling Doom universally played with 2 decks right now, with between 2 or 3 decks right now, so we can't really say. So we see a Prairie Stream off the top. So I imagine that he's either in 5 colours and Bring to Light, or he's playing a Jeskai Mirror. And I'm fairly sure now we're going to see the attack for 2 and a Painful Truths if he has the Swamp. Painful Truths for 3. Now Shay's bringing the deck list. Do we have a Jeskai Mirror?
We do not.
Oh.
We have.
I'm really confused then.
We have a Jeskai Splashing Blue. Sorry, Mardu Splashing Blue.
Okay, so Mardu Blue.
And what looks to be a Mardu Control, but it's running Eternal Pilgrim.
These aren't the right deck lists. This isn't the right one. Oh no, hang on. No, it is. Sorry, I was reading the wrong name. So, this is really confusing. We have a Secure the Waste, some Hangerback Walkers, some some. Wow, there's a lot of. Wow, there is Goblin Dark Dwellers. So, yeah, it looks like we've got Mardu Blue and Jeskai Black. Right. Yes.
Which is
those cards. Yeah. So interestingly enough, Michael wasn't able to cast a turn 3 Painful Truths because he was attacked for 2, but he's going to make 3 colours now. This card is so powerful in these decks.
Oh, yes.
Especially, bearing in mind, Michael himself is not, because he's playing Jeskai Black, he's playing 4 Jace Vryn's Prodigy, 4 Soulfire Grandmaster, and 3 Kalita Straighter of Get. Now, the interesting thing is, because he's not playing Dark Dwellers, he can afford to play the Painful Truths, rather than
Read the Bones.
Enrico, which is probably should be on Read the Bones, because he's playing 4 Goblin Dark Dwellers, because Goblin Dark Dwellers getting back he's on 3 Read the Bones, getting back, Enrico trying to play Goblin Dark Dwellers, getting back a Converge spell. It doesn't do anything. Whereas Read the Bones is always going to be the value. But now it'd be interesting because both of these players play a lot of removal spells. Now, the reason that Enrico might have a small advantage is because he plays one Secure the Waste and 2 Hangerback Walkers and a small modicum amount of Planeswalkers. He's on 1 Gideon, 1 Obnixilis, 1 Chandra, and 2 Sorin.
Yes.
It's certainly a very interesting collection of Planeswalkers.
Michael does run 2 Chandra Flamethrower as well. Oh. So the Planeswalker that we were talking about,
and 2 Radiant Flames.
2 Radiant Flames main. In the
main Radiant Flames.
But I really like that with Kalatas.
Yeah.
So against the company decks, where you play Kalatas and they play like a board and they're like, oh, I'm just going to go around you instead. You can go, okay, game 1, Radiant Flames, exile all of these, I'm going to make a load of 2/2s.
Yeah.
Which is just brutal.
Yeah, that's quite good actually. It's these matchups all come down, I think, to who draws the most number of relevant painful truths.
Yeah.
But we're going to see Kalitas for the first time. Now we know there's another Crackling Doom ready in hand, but Michael's played a painful truths already, and he's just going to start trying to bury his opponents under his card advantage. We see a Goblin Dark Dwellers as well, but it could be interesting. He could say, no, I'm going to hold this Crackling Doom in hand, and I'm the Dark Dwellers, your Kalitas.
I think you have to. I think you're Crackling Doom here because Michael's obviously on Jeskai. Jeskai usually on Dispel Mail.
Okay.
And he's got 2 basics out, and he's played this fetch that can fetch a blue-black land. So I think you
make him do it now and then Dark Dwellers.
You see if he's got the Dispel by casting your Crackling Doom now. If he doesn't, then you can next turn Dark Dweller, get back the Crackling Doom. You're still ahead. I mean, you're still, quite far ahead. I don't think he is running any Dispels.
We're... No, he's got Duress though, which is another reason for doing it now. Now, you're going to have to excuse us a little bit because some of this is in a different language. So I'm going to assume this is I can't read some of these. My foreign language skills are... My foreign language. It might be Spanish. Oh, we have a translator who might be able to read it for us. We've got Nomad Outpost, Battlefield Forge, Wooded Foothills, Canopy Vista. It's probably Canopy Vista because he's on a Mardu deck, but it's interesting because, or it could be the confusing thing is, especially when people start writing them in foreign language, for us poor commentators who don't speak particularly foreign language. I'm trying to learn Spanish at the moment, but it's quite hard and it's very basic at the moment. But we see the Goblin Dark Dwellers here, which is interesting that he's decided to go for it.
Yeah.
Do I like that? I suppose he's got to get something going.
I like the Dark Dwellers.
I suppose he's got Colligan's commands in his deck as well, and we're going to see, of course,
Crackling Doom.
But he already had one in hand, and he's got Soulfire Grandmaster in this.
No, he drew the Crackling Doom. There's a Soulfire.
There's another one midway through his hand, but the Soulfire Grandmaster into he doesn't have the white. But if he has a Painful Truce, he could certainly find that. He's got a Treasure Cruise.
He's got Kalitas.
He's got a Dig Through Time
and a Kalitas back of his hand as well.
Yeah, so I think the line here is Dig Through Time is Crackling Doom Dig Through Time.
Yeah.
Because I'd be wary of this Prairie Stream. So we're going to see a Crackling Doom here, and he's going to leave up the double blue. Wow, his opponent has 2 Crackling Dooms in hand as well. Jeez.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rico doesn't really have much pressure, but he's got a lot of removal, and that's what is interesting about these Sunken Hollow.
Okay, so we're just trying to find... So where's Prairie Stream? So that must be... Yeah, I'm really confused with this deck list.
So we're just gonna go to get a judge to have a look at the what the deck list is. Not uncommon to have a deck list that's not fully English, but unfortunately for us it can be quite difficult.
We have Spanish people who don't speak magic.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately we do have people who do not actually who write their deck lists in Spanish and not English. So we see a Duress there. The Duress, I believe, was taken off of the Dig Through Time, so he was trying to clear the way for his Jace, but I think it looks like the Jace is still going to... Oh no, he didn't take the Jace. Interesting. I think he took a... Can't see what the second card is, but we'll see a Soulfire out. And I read the bonus from Rico. That's going to be really good for him. so hopefully he'll be able to draw into some gas. He's not really got anything at the moment. Michael has just restocked his hand a little with the dig through times, so ooh, and there's a Pier and a Colleague's Command. Wow, I think you just draw both of those. Those are incredible draws for Enrico there. So we'll probably see the Pier coming out, although Michael does have this Radiant Flames that Enrico does not know about, which is... oh, he didn't. Interesting. So I guess he's just trying to clear the way for the... get rid of the Soulfire with the Crackling Doom, and then go from there. And Michael doesn't have anything to follow it up. So I think we're going to see, yep, a Calatus, and
Challenge the judge.
so we've got the Maul now. We know what's in the deck.
Well, no, we're gonna guess though. We're gonna have a guess.
Okay.
But it's when your opponent's playing cards in Italian, it's a bit more interesting trying to work out what to do. So we'll have another go in a minute. But
I think Rossello della
is the pro stream. Yeah, so we're trying to work our way through it, which is why it's really confusing. Why there's a pro stream in Mardu, and I suppose it's Mardu Blue, isn't it? So you need the mana. But we can see Kalitas in play, obviously trying to stabilise up the board and do what they can.
Yeah, I think the blue is just so he can actually fetch it off the Lucid Deltas. It allows him to fetch both white and the black spells, the black manas.
He gets both colours, and obviously Polluted Delta are a very efficient spell, especially in a blue-black deck. Sort of a deck that's trying to play multiple blue and black spells as well, trying to get multiple cards in play. But Kalitas into play, and well, he doesn't have an answer for it. Oh, so he's got no. So he has 0. So he's playing them. No, we're just trying to work our way through this because he's playing. He's actually playing no blue spells at all. He's just simply using it as a way of getting the white mana, which is interesting. I like that a lot, getting it off the Polluted Delta. It seems like a very good way to be.
Wow, so we're going to see a Colligan's Command.
Oh, there's a crackling. Oh.
So I think we're seeing Colligan's Command getting back Goblin Dark Dwellers being played to flash back this Crackling Doom.
That's a lot of spells to get rid of.
Wow. But I mean, he's still left with a 4/4, right?
Yeah, he's going to
there's a Murderous Cut.
So it seems like it pairs off quite well. So he's going to Murderous Cut, obviously put it back in the graveyard. And the Colligan's Command's resolved.
So he's doing this in response to the Crackling Doom. So he gets a 2/2 vampire.
Yeah.
A 2/2 zombie.
Yeah. So
and also exiles the Goblin Dark Dwellers.
So Enrico trying to rush through it all a little bit. So yeah. So there we go. The zombie. We're going to see it. We just need to get the Goblin Dark Dwellers exiled. We'll
Goblin Dark Dwellers needs to be an exile. So we're just going to let them know.
Just to make sure, because obviously Kalitas, Traitor of Get, has the rules text that whenever a creature enters about enters the graveyard from play, exile it instead, put a 2/2 zombie into play. But Kalitas is going to fall to the Crackling Doom. And we're going to see untap from Michael. Michael is down to 6 life. He's not on much life at the moment. He's starting to maybe get burnt out, but we see Pier and Kirnalar in hand, but we see a Challenger Flamecaller. And I think we just see this Windmill Slam into play. Put you to 2, sir. Yeah, put you to 2, sir. Is the best way to describe this one. Uptick to 5, smash.
Yeah, and that's a really big turn for this really big you know, they were both quite similar to. They were both. Neither of them were massively ahead, but this Chandra obviously is going to really swing it into Michael's favour, and I don't think Enrico can really pull it back from here. He does, however. Now this is where this main deck Radiant Flames comes into play, because even though.
So we're going to see Pier and Kir and the Lara into play. We'll get all this stuff moved along, and Enrico just needs to move lands back. We have told the players where they should be playing their spells, but I mean we'll do that for the next game. But I mean this is where this one is. Radiant Flames being in the main, a very interesting line, and we actually see the second Chandra Flame Caller in hand. But Radiant Flames for 3, uptick, sending my guys, and here we go. Flames for 3, or 2, or some number above 1.
Yeah.
And Enrico's going to pick up all of his permanents, and we're on to game number 2. We'll have a look at the sideboards in a moment. She's just going to go and let our players know where their cards should be sitting right now on the field, so we can get the most amount seen to you, and obviously then you can see the most amount. And Chandra Flame Caller doing her best impression of, I don't know, it's the same tape. So So, on to the sideboards. Now, both of them are playing similar decks, so I'm having Dark Jeskai this time around. So, on the side of the Dark Jeskai player, we have 2 Transgress the Mind, 2 Colligan's Commands, a Disdainful Stroke, 2 Negates, 1 Roast, 2 Radiant Flames, another Painful Truths, and 4 copies of Mantis Rider. Now, there's about, I think, probably 4 cards, 5 cards that stand out really much to me. There's the 1 Painful Truths. That card is incredible.
Certainly.
It's the way you get ahead. The 2 copies of Colligan's Command, it's a grindy matchup. He needs to be able to recur his threats. He's seen the blue mana, not green, so he knows he's not against a Siege Rhino deck.
Yes. Which
means that Colligan's Command's much better against the slightly smaller ones. Obviously, we see Hangerback Walker, Secure the Waste, and all of that from there. And then possibly the Disdainful Stroke as well. Maybe not the Negates, it seems a little bit risky. The Mantis Rider, I don't think is very good in this matchup. There's too many spells that kill it, Crackling Doom, Fiery Impulse, and you have to keep your impulses in. You're playing against. He knows he's playing against the Jeskai one, so.
So in sideboard we have 1 Utter End, 3 Transgress the Mind, 3 Radiant Flames, 4 Irishing Cleric, 2 Hallowed Moonlight, and 2 Infinite Obliteration. So I like the Transgress coming in here. A lot of Michael's spells are going to be 3 or more mana, and he's going to want to exile them because they can't be brought back then with. So the non-creature, non-permanent spells, we're looking at the instants and sorceries are could be brought back with Jaces. The creatures obviously could be potentially brought back with things like Colligan's Command, and also he's running Dig, so you want to get rid of the card, not to the graveyard, completely gone.
Yeah.
So
because obviously trying to beat your opponent down in the card fighting is probably harder for you because you're not on the Painful Truths. I mean, in the sideboard you've got Infinite Obliterations, Hallowed Moonlights, Radiant Flames, Irishing Cleric, Transgress the Mind and stuff. It's a lot more interesting the way to play the deck for sure. So we're going to see the players shuffle up for game number 2 in a moment, and I think both decks board into more of a grindy mid-range strategy, trying to just keep up with cards on their opponent, because card advantage is king in this matchup. If you fall behind and your opponent has more cards, they probably just have the answers to everything you're trying to do.
Yeah.
And especially when you're 1-for-1, having multiple copies of draw spells is the best thing.
The matchup is Mardu on the Enrico
Mardu
Rosso.
Blue, so it's just straight Mardu.
It's just Mardu and Jeskai Black for Michael Gunner.
Yeah, so we'll just get that set up. And we'll just flip it back onto the stream. So we just need to quickly do a bit of jiggery magic pokery, and it will be on. There we go. So we're into game 2. You see Rico with the his Battleland start, and he has to transgress the mind on 10-2. Obviously, a very powerful place to start. Get rid of some pieces. We already see Chandra in hand. We see a transgress the mind as well from Michael. So he's brought in his transgress the mind as well. But we
I
also
really
see
like that.
Jace Vryn's prodigy, or Jace Vryn's overpowered monstrosity, depending on which way you want to really call him, depending on what game you're playing. But the card's very powerful, but transgress the mind not able to take it.
No, unfortunately not.
But Enrico has an impulse to deal with it, so
Yeah.
we'll have to see how it goes from here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is Enrico's going to be able to deal with it before it becomes a problem. You know, before it gets Michael any card advantage.
So we can see the Chandra exiled.
Yep.
Players putting it in the line, and the passing back off the turn now. Be interested to see how he goes this one. It's interesting, he's going for transgress the mind as well. So obviously wanting to see what's happening. We see a Mardu Charm. Wow, that's pretty
like
good.
that.
I like that a lot.
It's really good with the...
Sorin Solemn Visitor and an Impulse.
I think you take the Sorin here. And that's just because, yeah, Sorin's very hard for Jeskai decks to deal with, and also it's a Planeswalker. And we saw the impact of Sorin last game, where it was just able to just, you know, do so much work in that matchup. So... And we see here Enrico's just drawn Soulfire, so he's going to be able to play the Soulfire out.
But he won't be able to hold up the Impulse now.
He unfortunately won't, but I think you're still okay. You know, even if you have to like, he hasn't got anything at the 4-drop
We
slot.
see a negate as well. We see a negate off the top for Michael. It's a pretty good spell in this matchup.
Interesting. Michael doesn't actually have any. I mean, he's got a couple fetches, but he didn't actually have any blue mana, so he's going to have to probably fetch 2 blue sources.
And he knows about his opponent's spell, so he's going to choose not to do anything. But he's got the negate. And he knows about the Mardu Charms. That's probably a safe play actually right now to do that. See what his opponent plans on doing. He can negate in his turn. We know he's got a Jace. It looks like he's got another spell at the back of his hand. So not able to see. He's holding his cards quite close to his chest today, not wanting to show us too much of what he has going on.
So we'll see how. I think we're probably going to see a draw step Mardu Charm from Enrico here, which I really like. Now, this is a careful consideration. Would you Mardu Charm for the duress ability in response to a fetch?
Yes, I would.
100%.
Yeah, but the main reason being is that at the end of the day,
We do apologise for any mics. Unfortunately, we're using a on-the-desk mic today, and it's a bit quieter than our normal
the
headset
headsets
mics.
just wouldn't work. We just couldn't get it to fix it.
Unfortunately, no.
Which is frustrating because obviously the headset means we can talk louder, and
Yes.
we're not having to use a bubble mic right in front of us.
We've had the headsets always worked before as well, so we're
Just
not 100% sure why it's
this
stopped
morning.
working
This
today.
morning, just everything just seemed to crash.
Yeah.
Cameras wouldn't work. Couldn't get the glare off the camera, which we have done now. We can obviously get that sorted. And the mics just refused to work. Everything else we could get sorted, but so we apologise for that, and we are doing our best to speak as loud as we can into the microphone as well. Shay just needs to buckle up and speak up a little bit. He can't beat my loudness, unfortunately. But we see 4 lands and, well, not a else, but there's a Wandering Fumarole in hand as well, so it's quite good. We see again just land, and some Mardu Charms, and I think I would have Mardu Charmed in response to the fetch. You're playing against a Jeskai deck, you have to assume they have some form of counterspell. So it's one of those things. Yep, so we're just going to go pick something up. Thank you for pointing that out on the stream. Doing our best. We've got a judge actually in the room. So Shay's just passing that on. We'll get the game paused and make sure we fetch the right land. Obviously, we haven't gone too far yet, but we shall see what happens. So See a Smouldering Marsh into play from. We're just going to see if he did it. We can't remember exactly which land it was, so let's just sorting it out. So he's just going to fetch up. He'll probably end up. I mean, he could get the Sunken Hollow if he wanted to.
He's going to get another Smouldering Marsh.
I actually don't mind getting the Sunken Hollow. Sure. It will be untapped, obviously, because it came into play on the end step, so he will have access to that mana. But we're going to see a Crackling Doom in response to the attack. Now, it's very interesting. I'm not sure I like that. It's 2 damage.
Yeah.
I'd take the 2, see if your opponent does anything. You have your negate is up till the end step, because now we could just choose to Mardu Charm you and put 2 1/1s into play, or Mardu Charm you and do something. And yes, Crackling Doom in the end step probably has the same result, but it means you can hold it and negate if he does something else, like he has a Dark Dwellers, and you can negate the spell, and then obviously Crackling Doom the Dark Dwellers. But we're going to see a buyback impulse targeting the Soulfire Grandma.
He's
realised he's taking it back, so players just working their way around with things. There we go. So
I believe he thought that if he kills the Soulfire in response, does he still take the damage? And obviously you do.
Yeah.
So we're going to see him actually choosing to do nothing here. So here we see the Jace that's going to
eat the impulse, but at least it's not on buyback this time.
But it's not because of the negate.
Yeah. So interesting. Well, so interesting. Michael's gone late enough in the game where he can do it, but it's also the fact that because he's now locked out the second white unless he has a Canopy Vista in his deck as well, so he can't get that. He's actually looking to see what lands he can actually get off of this. He can't get Sunken Hollow, and this is where playing the one of Canopy Vista in these decks is another way of fetching up your white mana. He actually doesn't have a land he can fetch by the looks of it.
Oh no, he can still fetch the Sunken Hollow. Oh no, he can't.
No, he can't. No. So it may be that he can't actually fetch another land, and he should have.
Oh no, he's got a basic mountain.
That's fine. he was about to go down the line of can't do anything. So he has another mountain, but obviously he's got Gideons and stuff in his deck which he can't cast right now. But you never know. Gideon's probably one of the best spells actually. The interesting thing is he can do both spells if he really wanted to, but he's going to win Pulse the Jace, and we're going to see the negate. That Wandering Fumarole could do quite a lot of work, but right now he's got his shield's down. I think you might just do the old use my Mardu Charm to put some 1/1s into play, and no, he's just going to kill it.
Just kill Jace.
Just get rid of that. His opponent has 2 lands in hand, so let's see who draws best. So that is
it's the Gideon.
It's the Gideon.
He did have the Shambling then. So.
Now it's down to Michael. What
interesting
can he
that he didn't decide to just attack with the event here.
He can't.
Oh no, he can't.
There's no white mana. We're doing well today, ladies and gentlemen. It's going well so far. We'll see a Fumarole into play from Michael and pass the turn back, and now we see Gideon, ally of Zendikar, enter the battlefield.
And looks like there isn't a counter spell for this one, so.
However, if there is a removal spell, then it's the same job. It does the same thing. It's a 1-for-1 trade. No, there does not. We see Eiley in hand as well. So we see another Wandering Fumarole fired up. Now, you could fire up the Fumarole and attack, but he seems to have a Painful Truth in hand possibly as well.
I think you just draw here. I mean,
if he has the Painful Truth.
If he has a Painful Truth, you have to. I think you just have to take it. The Wandering Fumarole is really bad because you attack and you block, and if you change his power on top of this, sure, I'll take that trade a million years. And if you don't change its power on top of this, then nothing happens. So, I mean, let's see if Enrico blocks. So he's attacking, and then he's going to murderous cut the token before damage, before blocks. Murderous cut the token, and this way he gets Jace off the table.
Gideon.
Gideon off the table. Planeswalkers are confusing, okay guys? They all look the same. They all do similar things. So, Wandering Fumarole going to take care of that Gideon in combination with the Murderous Cut.
So, interesting for sure.
Goblin Doctor is off the top.
Whew. But it depends on what he has. He has an Eiley as well, and which does he want to go with? Now, to me, the Eiley might be the best play right now, because it depends on what he has in his graveyard. And his opponent doesn't really have anything to do. He's got so many. He's got removal spell, transgress the mind is a good option as well. Yeah, so we're going to see Dark Dwellers. I imagine they'll probably pick up the transgress the mind. He's going to go with the Mod. Oh, so it's more efficient.
I quite like the Mod Charm here. It gets.
Oh, he's getting some 1/1s.
Oh, it's going to be some pop. Interesting.
But he has Eiley as well, which is obviously able to do some work. And let's see what Michael can find here. He needs a little bit of help. Oh, he's just another land. But the fumerals
can't attack, unfortunately.
And we see another land, but it's, again, like
it's
this.
A white source, though.
If this fumeral's actually doing quite a bit of work right now, it can trade with the Dark Dwellers or just eat a token.
Yeah, but I mean, now it's probably not going to actually eat a token because a token just gets sacked in response.
Yeah, but
so an attack here.
You snap block off this.
Yeah.
Dark Dwellers, I think.
No, he can't. It's menace. Requires
oh yeah, sorry. So he's that doesn't
do
work.
That.
So menace again, a rule that means that you have to cannot be blocked unless by two or more creatures. So Wandering Fumarole on its own, not able to do that. So we're just going to get that pass back onto them, but he has to fire it up, so he has to block with it. He can't now take back that block. So. So the Fumarole's he's gonna gain a life sacrifice stuff. Michael's gonna take 5. Obviously an easy to fix. No reason to call the judge, just get blockers put in the right place. It's a rule state you can't really avoid at the end of the day. So we're gonna see Eiley.
We were able to catch it before the game state changed in any way.
But now we can start firing up the Shambling Vents as well.
Yes.
And Fumarole trades with them. And Michael, he needs to find something.
What would you rather have, the Shambling Vent or the Fumarole?
Probably the Shambling Vent.
Yeah. Interesting. I think.
I'd rather have a Shambling Vent because it has the lifelink and the ability to. It's cheaper to activate. If you're forcing your opponents to tap out a lot of mana for the Fumarole. So we see him fetch up a Sunken Hollow. He's got a lot of lands in play.
He spent 1, and then the Nomad Outpost came into play tapped.
So I think obviously we're not at the 30 life yet.
Yeah, I think he's
overpaying for it, thinking he has to use it. And we got another land, and unfortunately Michael's starting to flood out a little bit. Oh, that's a good draw. Read the bones off the top. Just what Enrico was looking for. So we're going to see 1, 2, and 3 mana tapped. Sorcery from Theros. Scry 2, draw 2, lose 2.
Yes.
Nice and easy. 2's all round, apart from it costs 3 mana.
Yes.
So this games certainly do grind.
And I think you just put both of those. Interesting. I would have not taken the hanger back here. I don't massively like it, but
I think you just play a massive hanger back walker.
Yeah, I mean.
Jesto really struggles to deal with that card.
True, I think you wait a turn though.
Yeah, oh for sure. You want to get the most out of it. You play the Shambling. You probably attack with the Shambling then.
Yeah.
Because you've got another land. You've got another one in hand now. So just fire up everything. Yes, you can't sacrifice anything with Eiley, but Eiley has Death Touch. So you're quite happy to trade any of these. You're quite happy to trade any of these with it. And there we see. Probably eat the 1/1. So this is for 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. 9 points of damage. So unfortunately it might have to be the eyelid that is being blocked. So Enrico's far enough ahead right now that I don't think it particularly matters how this works out, but he's going to trade. He's going to take 7 points of damage. Yep. That Polluted Delta now does not do anything. That Polluted Delta has irrelevant rules text on it. It's just a card. It can't block
irrelevant.
Well, it can't. it can kill him. He can kill himself off. But obviously he hasn't got many cards in hand, which you see. So we're going to see as backup Shambling Vent again. Best card. He could untap now, draw for the turn, and with only 2 cards in hand, of things. And for those
Is
of
it
you
what
who
he
are,
needed?
for those of you who are asking, the heartbeats, not heartbeats. We are unfortunately due to being in Darksphere, London, under a railway line.
Yes.
And what you hear there is the sound of the railway. And
Yes.
we're doing our best. Obviously, as we said, the speakers are not. We're having to use a bubble speaker rather than our headsets properly, and our headsets are only half working, and it's a little bit difficult. We're doing our best, but as we see there, Michael picking up his cards, realising that the end is nigh for his Jeskai deck, and we are moving on to game number 3. So back to sideboards. I really don't see them changing an awful lot right now. It's
No, I think maybe I think it looks like Michael is bringing in some disdainful strokes,
I think it's a good one.
which I think should have been in there in the first place.
Yes, as I say, it was the ones we picked up.
Yeah.
Is one of the best cards to be playing in the matchup. It answers Goblin Dark Dwellers. It answers a lot of the big spells as well. He only does have one disdainful stroke though.
Yeah, he's got 2 in the main as well, which I think he actually took out, and he's decided that he wants them back in.
Yeah, the good old Southwest main line.
Yes.
So, players quickly pile shuffling up, the bane of any commentator's life, the pile shuffle. But back onto the next round, and we shall be on to round the game number 3, round 2 of Darksphere's PPTQ. It was an interesting game. It swings and roundabouts a little bit, but then that's what this matchup does. One person gets slightly ahead, then the other person catches up and pulls ahead, and then the other way around. It's just like you sometimes just can't keep up with the card advantage, and neither of them really drew one until late. So I think you've got to bring in all your card advantage, literally bring in as much card advantage as possible. So, quick reshuffle for Michael. Wants to make sure all his cards are in there. The benefit of the so, players are going to look at their open hands. So we see a good looking hand there for Michael. Yeah, I can't count the ring. He's got Enrico has his Omnixilus already in hand, but we see Wandering Fumarole, and we're going to see a turn 2 Jace. Now, it doesn't actually look like there's a quick answer either to the Jace, but we have a negate, which is good backup. We also have a Painful Truth as well.
And I think Enrico's actually only got 2 lands, and he's only got 1 spell that costs 2.
Yeah. But we're going to see a Swamp fetched up from the Bloodstone Mire, and well, turn 2 Jace is pretty good. He has a very expensive hand, but if he draws his lands, he's got Goblin Dark Dwellers, Obnixilus Reignited. He's got
very
another
very
Crackling Doom. Now he doesn't have another hand in a land in play, so this Jace is good to go for the moment. And I think if you're Michael, you just hold up the negate and just use the Jace, because right now your opponent casts 2 spells each turn. If he did, your guy would be removed. So draw for the turn. That's another Kalitas. However, the problem is he might just have to. Well, it depends if he draws. If he finds a land now, yeah, he does. So he doesn't have the double black.
He's got 3 lands.
But he doesn't have double black.
I think you just discard.
Yeah.
Kalitas is actually really weak in this matchup.
If I'm going to go for the Painful Truths.
Yeah. And I like this. You know, he probably wants to flip Jace quite soon, and this is getting him faster to flip a Jace. I would have also liked. I mean, he obviously Enrico hasn't given any away that he's behind on lands yet. But next turn, if I see that Enrico doesn't play the 3rd land, if I'm Michael, I think I just sit there with negate and just don't actually cast anything.
And beat you with the Jace.
And just, get to the point where Jace is so far ahead that you're.
And drawing 3, and you're 3 cards up again.
Exactly.
More lands and stuff. And the thing, I'm not a fan of Enrico's fetch here. He's taking a land out of his deck. He needs to draw lands. And I know he needs the red mana. But right now we'll have to see. If he can find the land off the top, obviously he has Crackling Doom available, but there's a Kalitas to follow. When he finds a Battlefield Forge, just gets there off the top. Now, I think, unfortunately... Well, no, because unfortunately I think there's a Gideon in hand ready to go next turn if there's another land.
Yes.
So Enrico drawing to the exact card he needed. It's a good draw, actually, Battlefield Forge. Yes, it takes the damage, but it's coming to play untapped land. Right colours. And we shall see what happens. So, draw for the turn. And that's a fetch land off the top. We have a Transgress Mine. Now, I like going Transgress with Negator, because you can take the Odd Nixilis and counter the Gideon. But he seems to have quite a few lands in hand, so... Let's go. So, Transgress the Mind.
Let's see what you're working with.
A lot of spells.
A lot of spells.
Because there's no lands in that hand. There's a Soulfire Ground, there's a Sorin, jeez, Goblin Dark Dwellers, another Crackling Doom, and I think you just start ripping apart these Planeswalkers.
Yeah. I think you take the Gideon first, and then the Sorin is the one that you counter.
I think the one you need to get rid of is Ob Nixilis. I know he's 2 lands away, but that's the card that catches you, that buries you. Sorin I don't think does too much on this board state.
I think it would depend. I mean, we haven't completely seen Michael's hand.
Oh, he's taking the Crackling Doom.
Interesting.
So he's obviously setting up for a Kalitas over the next few turns, because if he's quite land heavy, he seems to have a dig through time as well, so it seems to be a good line as well. And Jeskai Black moving away from Manchester Rider to the sideboard. He has 4 copies in the sideboard.
Yeah.
If you're going to run 4, it's best way to have it. And we find another land, and well, I think you might be slamming this Gideon, sir, and getting this one.
If I'm Enrico, I think I like leading with the Sorin, because you're probably guessing you should probably be expecting your opponent to have a counter spell.
Now this is interesting. He's actually gone for the white land, but he's got another. I'm sure he's got another black land in hand. Otherwise, it's quite bad. So he can't cast this Kalitas. But he's going to untap and draw. And there's a Soulfire Grandmaster now. He has a lot of lands.
I think he's got a Flooded Strand that he can use to fetch a something on it.
So let's see what he has. And we'll have to see. No, he's playing the mountain, which means he's got.
Oh, he's got another Prairie Stream in hand.
You can't cast that one, sir. So, slight misstep on the side there. So we're going to see Soulfire Grandmaster, and well, dig through time is a good. Dig through time is well, it's quite a good spell to follow up with, and but this Sorin is going to cause quite a few problems right now. And this is why I don't like taking the Crackling Doom, because he has multiple Planeswalkers still in hand. He needs to draw 1 land before our Nixilis comes down.
Yeah, I think if you're Enrico here, you're just Colligan's commanding. You're not playing the Gideon, because Gideon is... sorry. Sorin's so weak right now.
Yeah.
I think you just Colligan's command, kill off the Soulfire.
Looks like he's going to pass the turn.
Make him discard.
Yeah, so he's gonna dig through time. Just pay as much as you can.
Yeah.
Dig through time. Get some value. Find some pieces. Find your black mana. Play your Kalitas. Hope your opponent. Well, the best thing he can find now is. Well, that's the question. What is the best thing he can find right now?
A threat. A bigger threat.
I'm not a fan of not using all your mana and leaving a mana open.
No, me neither. I think you. It depends what he's left in the grave. I think you leave painful.
He's left transgress.
He's left the painful truths as well.
For Jace. He's now going to Colligan's command, which is fair enough. And we've got 2 lands and Kalitas in hand, which makes this fetch really punishing now, because he has to find a black mana rather than being able to take what he wants. 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I think I like Treasure Cruise a little bit more at times. Like right now, it's just a hard card advantage.
I think it depends on the. Ooh, wow, that's a horrible.
That's Soulfire Grandmaster.
Soulfire Grandmaster, Fiery Impulse, 5 lands.
That looks like. Is that a Reflector Mage?
No, it's a Prairie Stream.
That's
Flooded Strand, sorry.
Yeah, so he's gonna take the black mana and Soulfire Grandmaster, so we can play 2 spells next turn, which is pretty good. And the Fumarole still does a lot of damage. We've got to Transgress the Mind off the top. That is a good draw.
It'll be interesting to see if he decides to play the Transgress or if
he's gone for it. Yeah, so he goes for Transgress. So he's going to show him a hand of Planeswalkers. So you take Odd Mixilus now?
Yes,
And
100%.
protect the trait of Get. The problem is the Goblin Dark Dwellers is still a problem. Because if he ever finds his 5th land, he has Crackling Dooms a go-go. So we're going to see the land. That one doesn't fetch white mana. He does have 2 basics in place, so we could have played the Prairie Stream and played the Soulfire Grandmaster. We're going to see a Read the Bones.
Off the top, yep.
It's a good draw.
Very good draw.
Find a land, play my Soulfire Grandmaster. So he's going to fetch in response. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of that. I think Soulfire Grandmaster should be in play. He's going to see land transgress. Yeah, I'll take those 2.
Do you take those 2?
Yep.
Yeah.
Your opponent isn't playing things, so either they're full of lands or spells they don't want to cast.
Yeah. You're 100% correct.
So he's going to have a quick... I like taking Transgress here, because you're either playing that or a Soulfire Grandmaster, and I like playing this more.
Yes, I think the Transgress is the best. Take. Playing a Transgress in mind here is just so strong.
Definitely. So, yeah, we're going to see him take the Swamp and the Transgress, and that's a pretty good hit. That is a very
before
good
it was relevant as well.
And now look at his hand. Soulfire Grandmaster could have been in play and hitting him for 2 now. Enrico's not a huge amount of life, and he can't now man up the Fumarole either. Well, he can, and I think you should have played the Soulfire last turn, manned up the Fumarole this turn, and as we see, it looks like a Nomad Outpost is the draw from the top. So let's play that Prairie Stream, man up that Fumarole, and start beat down. Here comes the Fumarole. And attack. Take 4. Play my Soulfire Grandmaster. Hopefully don't get destroyed by this Goblin Dark Dwellers. He's going for the Nomad Outpost instead. So, I think let's go with this line of Colligan's Command. Make you discard a card. Play my Goblin Dark Dwellers.
Yeah.
I think you just get the Colligan's Command, kill and discard. You just need to... There's nothing in your graveyard you can get back with the Colligan's Command.
As well. So Transgress is really bad because he knows his opponent's hand.
Yeah. Because of the way he plays.
Unless he
could get Read the Bones. Yeah.
Just bury him in card advantage.
The card advantage line is interesting at this point because I think I'd just push the advantage. But oh wow, that's quite a pair. You take one, you ditch the other one. Yeah, there we go. Try and find another land. And Enrico's starting to pull ahead through the card advantage brought through. That's
still pretty good.
Yeah, no land admittedly, but he's now got 4/4 in play, and his opponent is drawing Radiant Flames. Don't pair up quite as well. So Michael Gurner doing his best, trying to fight his way back in. He's going to fight the Fumarole. He's going to attack.
I think you just take it.
Trade. You've got another Dark Dwellers in hand.
Oh yeah, of course.
If your opponent plays
anything,
this Soulfire, now you can use the Colligan's Command. You can buy back your Dark Dwellers. And yeah, let's. Well, I like just Dark Dweller in here and Colligan's commanding and getting back with Dark. Oh, he's just going to hardcast the Dark, because which is interesting because he should have played the
Soulfire first.
Well, we'll see. So he's getting back the Dark Dwellers. Maybe a slight mistake there from Enrico.
Yeah.
Probably should have played his spells the other way around to get the most amount of value out of both of them.
Yeah, gain the 3 life. The 2 life, sorry.
It's
back.
really important.
Yeah.
Because you are at 9, so we're going to see Radiant Flames, deal with the Soulfire Grandmaster. Okay. And there's a Jace as well in hand.
Although we're going to see the Dark Dwellers get back
Colligan's Command,
to
get back
the
the
Soulfire, kill the Jace.
Yeah, let's play this really good card advantage game, gentlemen. Yeah, so we're here at the 2-minute call for the round. The feature match is pretty much on the same timing as the floor in this round. can see. So again, I would say some missteps in this game so far. I'm not going to lie. It depends on how much Enrico gets punished for them. At the moment, he hasn't because his hand is just. So when I say it's just gas, it's so many spells.
Yeah.
And with a Hangabout Walker. So let's get going. So we're going to see Goblin Dark Dwellers into play. Colligan's command's going to get flashback in inverted commas, obviously the flashback meaning. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that someone has pulled out the leads to the camera. Well, we're back on, it's fine. So, Colligan's command, buy back the Soulfire Grandmaster, get my Goblin Dark Dwellers into play, proceed accordingly for the next turn. So, Michael Gunner, what can you draw to get yourself out of this situation you're in? Because that Goblin Dark Dwellers is not going to take long to deal with you. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're having a few problems with the camera right now. We'll be back in a moment. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen watching. We lost the camera. It's yeah, not sure why we lost that camera, but Sorin into play, Soulfire Grandmaster into play, make up a 2-2. Few technical problems with the camera right now. It doesn't seem to want to work.
Okay, so we appear to be having some camera issue there. Oh, we're back.
It seems to go on.
Right. Someone might have tripped over the cable and unplugged it.
It's been doing that 3-4 times. It's also true.
So hopefully it will work.
I think someone might have just tripped over the plug.
4 times within 3 minutes.
Or if they've tripped it and jiggled the plug,
So
it might have.
hopefully that's now got it working again. It's the fruits of our morning labours being ruined by everyone around the room trying to get too close to feature my chair and breaking my cables. But it doesn't feel like it's going to make too much difference. I think Enrico's just starting to pull
Get
too
so
far
far
ahead.
ahead now,
He's so
yeah.
far ahead right now. Another Colligan's command, make you discard your last card. Buy back my Goblin Dark Dwellers, and we see the extension of the hand.
Yeah.
The Colligan's command off the Dark Dwellers to get back the Dark Dwellers. More than enough for Michael Gunner. And that brings us to the end of round number 2 from the feature match area. So, I'm going to bring it back to the booth. John Parker, Shea Holland. Round number 2, all done and dusted. Very interesting match, actually, that one.
Yes.
It felt like the Jeskai deck was far enough ahead
Yeah.
in game 1, just because it drew the painful truths, but then game 2 and 3 just seemed to, unfortunately, maybe miss boards slightly. in that maybe he had a few of the wrong cards in that he needed for the matchup, and I'm not sure. It just felt like he fell behind a little bit too much early on and was able to catch back up. But it's one of those things that you never really know what was going through the players' minds at the times they were playing the cards they were. But it's one of those days. We're nice people. We're going to do another deck tech. So let me just put these things into the information. Hopefully spelt things properly. But it's one of those things. I love this computer system so much. It's really nice. Since we had the update of the system to be able to do all these things, it's really nice because we can just talk and we can fill in the gaps and stuff. But we're going to send it down to the feature match area. Sorry, not the feature match, deck tech area. I'll get my wording right at some point today. We're going to send it down and we're going to talk about one of the decks that, probably one of the more recent decks that has exploded in popularity. Everyone was playing Rally, and then we saw Mr. Ferguson from in one of the Star City Games events play an Abzan Coco list.
Yes.
And he made top 8 with it. However, top 8 was not enough. Number one top 8 was not enough. He had to go and make a second one. This time on the back of a banned Coco list. So when we refer to banned, it's blue, white, green.
Yep.
We're on a collected company, but with the influx of Reflector Mage. And the deck has exploded in popularity. Everyone wants to play it. It's the new deck. I know one of the guys that I came down with this morning's playing it. There's loads of people in the room playing it. And that, of course, is banned collected company. And it revolves around one very powerful 4-mana instant from Dragons of Tarkir, Collected Company.
Yes. Incredibly powerful card. Being able to effectively get up to 2 creatures that cost 3 or less, especially when the creatures that you have are incredibly powerful. It's like, you're looking at cards like Reflector Mage, cards like Bounding Krasis, cards that by themselves, when they come in, they do so much tempo-based strategies. And, when you can go, obviously, Bounding Krasis already has Flash, but irrelevant to that,
it has an ability.
It has an ability of tapping creatures when it comes into play. So, you can tap down your opponent's big creature. In response to blocking, you can, get in the Bounding Krasis, tap down their guy. With Collected Company, being able to, end of turn, flash in 2 creatures, essentially flash in 2 creatures. You don't know what the creatures are yet. Sometimes it's not always 2 creatures. Sometimes it's 1. Sometimes it's none.
Sometimes it's 1.5 creatures.
You try and limit that as much as possible. But still, flashing in up to 2 creatures in your opponent's end step for 4 mana, so strong.
Yeah,
and we'll look at some of the cards that we're going to be flashing in.
The main thing about this Collected Company deck is it revolves around, I would say, 2 cards that are really powerful.
Yes.
Hold the deck together. One of them is Den Protector. I mean, what can you say about this card? Since it got released, it took a little bit of time to come in. More its friend took some time to come in. This did not take long to catch on.
The only creature that you don't really want to be Collected Companying in, because Den Protector is much better when it's Megamorphing. Yes. Obviously, we saw about a season or so ago, we saw this this Abzan Megamorph list. We saw all of these green Megamorph lists that were all running Den Protector, Deathless Raptor combo. Regardless of the Sato Wayfinder, it was still just running this combo of, flipping your Den Protector, getting back your removal spell, getting back your Siege Rhino, getting back your spell from your graveyard, but also bringing in Deathless Raptor,
which is
this one.
Jazz Hands Raptor is referred to. This card, I think this pairing of combination of cards is what made me enjoy the standard format most last season. And to be fair, I can't find a deck that I like. I'm messing around with things, but Deathless Raptor, Den Protector, 2 incredibly powerful cards. Deathless Raptor, I mean, in itself, it's a 1 green 3/3.
Yep.
That has Death Touch. You can't stop this thing trading.
No, and it's going to trade with everything that doesn't have First Strike or Indestructible in the format.
Yeah.
Both.
Andy Ferguson was his name. Thank you for the best name.
Yes, Andy Ferguson. Attacking is, so strong. And blocking is so strong.
And one of the things also with Deathless Raptor is because it has Death Touch, it trades with all the hate cards like Anafendra and stuff.
Yes.
And also when you have things like Dromocus
But
Command.
it does die.
It does exile. But Sometimes. One of the really obviously one of the best things with Death Raptor is the second line of text. Whenever a permanent, and it's a permanent you control. Don't ask me how you can do it without this, but it's very difficult. When a permanent you control is turned face up, you may return Death Raptor from your graveyard to the battlefield face up or face down, so it can just do it itself. And then it megamorphs for 5 mana as well. It's only into a 4/4, but this with with Den Protector is like best buddies, and it's what forms the basis of this deck, especially because Death Raptor is such a good offensive and defensive threat. But where can you go in standard 3 drops without talking about Reflector Mage? The uncommon from Over the Gatewatch, probably the one card that has changed the face of the format or brought in more archetypes than it did before. This Bant Coco list wouldn't exist. Remember, this was Abzan Collected Company very early on in the season, and now it's Banco Collected Company, and no one wants to play anything else. It's just Reflector Mage in this deck.
And this card is incredibly powerful. You know, it's effectively almost like a time walk because you're bouncing your opponent's creature and they're not allowed to play it again next turn. But, and this is what's really good, it's a 2/3.
Yeah.
Do you know how many 3 power creatures there are? Relevant 3 power creatures there are.
They're all in the same deck.
Exactly, but there's a surprising lack of them.
Yeah.
A lot of the creatures in the format at the moment are 2 power or 2 toughness, so they're not really getting through Reflector Mage, or they're trading with Reflector Mage, or they're just so much bigger that it's irrelevant anyway.
Also, because it's got 3 toughness, Flame Tendrils doesn't get hold of it anyway.
Exactly.
Which is -2/-2 exile.
Flame Tendrils, Radiant Flames sometimes doesn't kill it. Fiery Impulse doesn't kill it.
Sometimes
all the time.
doesn't kill it. Wild Slash definitely doesn't kill
Holland's
it.
Command doesn't kill it. You know, all of these 2 damage or 2 -2 or whatever spells that just aren't really dealing with the 3 toughness.
And the main thing is, obviously, I think Wizards admitted that this was originally a 2/2, and they made it a 2/3 for limited purposes. This is now a standard constructed all-star. But again, the deck revolves around a few other things, and this is another new card.
My favourite card.
Okay.
I think this is probably my favourite card from Over the Gatewatch.
Okay, I can appreciate that.
Like, I've called it Mini Tarmogoyf, and, you know, that doesn't really do it justice. It's incredibly powerful, both attacking and defending, and it has Vigilance, so it can do both very well. Early game, it's usually quite good. Again, we're talking about 3 toughness being incredibly good. But late game, it becomes a 4/5 by itself. And, you know, paying 2 mana for a 4/5 on turn 6.
And it mans up your Lumbering falls to a 5/5 as well, because it has relevant rules text.
Yeah, if you're running those, it's going to man those up. And, you know, it's just one of those cards that's really strong, both early and late game, and that's really where you want to be. And you want to be able to play it in the early game to be able to do something, or play it in the late game to be able to do something, and that's where this card is really, really good.
We're just going to run through obviously the last few cards of the deck. The deck's very powerful, but this
Wingmate Rock.
Right, okay. Before anyone says this, I understand you cannot collect company into this, but it doesn't matter. This card is so powerful, especially in the mirror match.
Yes.
This is the mirror breaker because it puts 2, 3, 4 flyers into play, and one of the things that is with the problem with the Coco list is it really struggles to deal with flyers. Because Reflector Mage, you bounce a Wingmate Rock. No problem, sir. I've now got a 3/4 and I'll do it again. And this is the way I think when we were testing the Bank Collector Cup, this one of the guys came with, we wanted to go to war with 3 of these things. Unfortunately, it slightly messes up the Coco. This Collector Cup a little bit, but it's a very powerful card. And it's one of the things with the deck that makes it so powerful. And it's one of the interesting ones as well with this deck is that you can build it in so many ways and so many sideboard options. Mastery of the Unseen is a new card that's starting to come in, and it's a really weird deck because it's very aggressive, but also very defensive, very tempo orientated, and you can never really get punished for drawing it. But we're going to quickly go to a quick break. We need a toilet break anyway. We'll hold the feature match area. Pairings have been called, so they're going to be spending about 5 or 10 minutes getting ready for that. We'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to disappear off quickly. We're going to go see what's happening on the floor, find out who's in the next round, jump out with Shea Holland. We will see you in a moment.
No, they're fine. I'm fine for a pasta. No, I'm fine, thanks. Yes, thank you. Just
You've seen this Texas come up there, so you have to tell me what you want before they disappear. I love it when you two do this. Absolutely love it.
was the first game to
Everything you need is basically, if you want to hear the case, speak, because there's lots of people. Just make like your own small. It's pastries. There's also those are really nice. Tell me when you're ready to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again. John Partridge, Shay Holland joining me here in the commentary booth. Round number 3 of action here from the Darksphere preliminary Pro Tour qualifier from Darksphere in London. Round number 3, and we have our first appearance of the infamous Rally the Ancestor list, facing off against Jeskai Black. Be very interesting to see how this is managed, but we're going to go straight down to the feature match area. Pete Ward on your right, Marco Orsini Jones, the Orsini Jones brother, on the left, and we see Pete obviously on the play. We'll find out in a minute. We'll just put in the deck lists into our wonderful computer system, and we shall be off to the races. Now, I know that Pete has been playing this rally deck quite a lot of late, so he should be pretty familiar with what he is doing, but and with by the powers of magic we shall transfer into the correct deck. So we see a turn 2 Elvish Visionary, the lowly 1/1 that draws a card as well, and that's the thing in this rally deck, it just needs to draw cards. If you don't have a Jace on turn 2, this is the next best thing, I think.
Yeah, and what I really like about this rally deck is, you know, you're playing all of these value creatures that are essentially just there to either slow your opponent down or chump block. And you're using that to get to a point where you can cast your Rally the Ancestors and win the game, or get so far ahead that you win the game in a couple turns. That's what I really like about this 4-card rally deck.
So you can see Battlelands a go-go as well. Both of these decks are built up of the fetch land, battle land, basic land mana bases. I mean, the Jeskai deck runs a few of the Mystic Monasteries to try and smooth out its 3 colour requirements, but most of them, oh wow. Marco Orsini Jones, are you really playing the spell I just saw in your hand?
He is.
He is playing one main deck, Hallowed Moonlight.
And I really like that. This rally deck is really popular, you know. But if not rally, you have the 4-colour ban. You have the ban Coco list. You have these. There's the token decks. So you've got, you know, the green-white, which we were talking about earlier. We've
anything
got
to secure the waste.
Yeah,
in.
pretty much secure the waste. Any of these cards that, you know, the Hallowed Moonlight just counters all of those, and
it's
really good.
And look at the Marco Orsini Jones list. It's a very interesting list. He's got 4 Jace, Finch Prodigy, quite an obvious one. 2 Kalitos, Trader of Get. We're starting to see that appear in those numbers. We also then have, that's very I like this. So we also see 4 copies of Monastery Mentor. Now, this does pair very well with the 4 Fiery Impulses, the 3 Duresses, and the Murderous Cut being able to do it. But Monastery Mentor could be an interesting one this match. It's allowed very much to go off.
Yes.
Against a rally deck. They have very few ways of interacting with it per se. And if you can start putting some 1/1s into play, you get really far ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see Pete just trying to stack over his graveyard. We see the Sidisi's Faithful played after the Cutthroat. So we get to the trigger. Marco down to 16. Pete recouping some of the life he's lost from his fetch lands. Obviously, I mean, when we look at the other side of it, we've got a very standard deck from Pete. It's 4/4, 4/4, 4/4, 4/4, 4. It's 4 Husks, 4 Sidisi's Faithful, Cutthroat Visionary, Jace Finch Prodigy, Catacomb Sifter, Reflect Mage, Collect Company, and Rally the Ancestors. Now, interestingly enough, no copies of Ailey, Eternal Pilgrim, not even in the sideboard either. So, Infinite Obliteration, much better card against this deck, but it's a personal thing I think I've found with a lot of the Rally players is that some of them really like the versions with Ailey. Some of them hate them.
Yeah.
Some of them just prefer to play the very pure version, all fours, play the best cards, and don't try messing around trying to do anything clever.
Yeah. So, interestingly, Marco here has 2 copies of Kalitas in his hand. So, he is quite prepared for any shenanigans. Any Rally the Ancestors shenanigans, any Husk and the like. So we'll see what Marco decides to do on his turn.
It's interesting that it's always interesting to see why people choose to play the decks they do. So Marco's decided, no, I'm not going to play Rally, which is seen by most people as the best deck in the format right now, and I can understand why. It is so powerful, but Jeskai Black has its own inbuilt abilities. I think it's much better against, say, your pure aggro list, because you have much more interaction, and Soulfire Grandmaster is really powerful. Rally on the other side, very good against the mid-range fair strategies, where you're trying to just do more things unfair than them. It'd be interesting how these two pair up, and Hallowed Moonlight sitting in hand already is could be a real hurdle for Pete to try and overcome, and he isn't going to see it coming either.
No.
And that's the really important thing. He is not going to see that coming.
No. And we're going to see, I believe, a Kalitas here.
Get it on the table now, and this is the thing the Rally players have started to have to learn, is that people are now main decking these Kalitas. It's a very main deckable card. Wizards printed a hate card for Rally in a single colour.
Yes. It's a lot more... a lot... not necessarily splashable, but a lot easier to play, especially in decks like Jeskai, which, you know, didn't really have the main deck hate. That was also a creature, you know... having to play Hallowed Moonlight in your main is a bit awkward. But Marco's deciding to. Very, very interesting decision. Can't fault him. He expecting it to be good.
We can see Pete flicking around his hand. He already has a copy of Rally the Ancestor in hand, but that Kalitas could cause real problems.
Interesting as well, he doesn't actually have double white.
Yeah. And it's actually... The Rally deck only runs 4 white sources.
Yeah.
The Rally game... And one of the reasons that at one point the Rally decks started to lose to, say, the ramp decks is because the ramp decks just went round the 4 World Breaker route, break all your white lands, you can no longer rally the Ancestors.
Yeah, and that was the thing, is that's how the ramp deck actually lost that matchup, because it's actually quite effective to be able to exile most of their guys. To rally in response to like an Ugin, Husk, sack everything in response to an Ugin minus, and then rally into like doing whatever you need to. So
so Pete's going to pass the turn over. Marco's going to let him have another go. And we see a Catacomb Sifter off the top. But that Kalitas is a real problem for this deck, and the life gain not as important as just the ability to kill everything. And obviously at the moment Marco has a Painful Trees in hand, which I can see him firing up next turn. But he has time. Time is certainly on Marco's hand right now, especially if Pete can't. And if Pete can't remove that Kalitas this turn, then he definitely has a slight advantage in the time he has available for him to play. There's a Polluted Delta in hand, which is the second white source, so for Prairie Stream. We shall see how Pete proceeds accordingly.
So what I quite like here is probably just playing out the Sifters. At least one of the Sifters. He could potentially play both if he wants to, but I'm not sure if he does.
He only has 1 black mana as well.
Yeah.
In the Polluted Delta, I think he's going to want to go fetch up a second white source. But he's going to play the Delta. He is going to pass the turn. Now, the Scion at least gives him the ability to block Kalitas and not have any life happen in 1-1, because obviously the token doesn't trigger the Kalitas. It's the
Correct.
other things he has in hand, and Marco could just go, right, sure, I'll fire at my Painful Truths, and that is a Monster Mentor. So I think we could see
I guess-
Painful Truths here.
I'm not sure if he just plays the Mentor and
Well,
just sits there with the
Yeah.
Rally, the
the Hallowed Moonlight.
Hallowed Moonlight.
Well, he doesn't have the second white at the moment, but he has a Delta.
He does have a Delta,
So
and he
he
does
can
have
use that.
2 basics, so he can fetch a Prairie Stream that will come in untapped.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to see the Painful Truths here.
Cool.
No, Mental.
Like, the other thing he can go with is that Pete didn't remove the Kalitas. So he can't have a removal spell for a
Exactly.
Mentor, and he now gets to untap and Hallowed Moonlight. And Painful Truths.
Next turn, Marco is going to be able to give his Hallowed Moonlight buyback.
Oh,
So he's every turn going to be able to keep up his Hallowed Moonlight, keep up his Mentor. Mentor's going to be making creatures, and yeah, so
see another Sifter coming in here, which now means he has access to collected. It now means he has access to collected company mana. So it'll be interesting to see how Pete moves forward accordingly. He's now very well played there by Marco. He untapped, realising he doesn't want to crack his land, because if his opponent does have a collected company, he can cast it straight away. Fetch shoves up for a Prairie Stream in, draws for the tap. So Pete's just going to quickly cut the deck. Right, main deck, Hallowed Moonlight. What is this nonsense? So, a very interesting draw there. Gideon, ally of Zendikar, was the draw step there for Marco. This is an interesting turn here for Marco. If he goes for the Gideon, he taps himself out of white mana, and Pete has collected company ready in hand. Although the way Pete's tapped his mana, Marco might think, let's just tap down, but those 2 Scions make mana.
yeah.
And if he goes for the Gideon here, it could end in disaster. But again, the Mentor's just clogging up the ground so well. It'll be a real struggle for Pete to get through, I reckon. Monster Mentor, sometimes really good, sometimes not so good. But in this matchup right now, it looks very, very impressive on the field of battle. And there's quite a high density of creatures in Marco's deck, and the one of Gideon is also an interesting one. But I think he's just going to Painful Truths and try and get some value and get ahead there.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever really tap out of Hallowed Moonlight at this stage.
You can't run the risk. Your opponent's at 5 lands now, and he has a Nantuko Husk in play.
Exactly. He's at 7 mana as well with the 2 Catacomb Sifters.
So we have the Dice Monk. Everyone forgot their tokens today, apparently.
Wow, I think he drew double Mentor.
Yeah.
And
That's
another
pretty
land.
nice.
So I think he's probably going to look at just playing out another Mentor next turn, just keeping it back. And
He just needs to find another white source.
yeah. And then this Gideon's going to really start doing some work.
So I don't think you can attack with that Mentor.
No, never.
Just say go.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're going to have double Monster Mentor in play, and that is bad times for your opponent when you have spells in hand as well. Especially that Hallowed Moonlight.
Interesting. So Pete's forgetting the scry triggers from his Catacomb Sifter.
Yeah. So he's going for the Collected Company.
Unfortunately, our tokens were
Stolen.
no. Our normal token producer is playing
Oh,
today, so
yeah, Yuri's
he
playing,
forgot to
isn't he?
brought them. So unfortunately, we don't have the tokens.
We'll go and try and collect some up
Yeah.
and see what we can do. I think I might have some with me, but again, I want to make sure I get them back. And without a table judge, it's a bit harder to do. So I think, do you fire off? You could just let it resolve.
Yeah, I think. I guess if there's a Reflector Mage, then he just loses to Rally next turn, or potentially could lose to a Rally.
No, because he still has a Hallowed Moonlight.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't think he has to go for this. I'd be really tempted to hold it. Yeah, or Pete could be stacking the scry triggers like that's true.
It's true, yeah. So stack them for after the Coco's resolve.
So you get the best draw afterwards because you don't want to really scry beforehand. You hit so many, you've got so many hits in the deck anyway. But it looks like he's going to go for the Hallowed Moonlight. It does free up his mana, which is interesting as well. Pete's going to look at the top cards of his library and put them all on the bottom. But he does get to look at them because he can put them back in any order. But let's make sure we're not doing anything we shouldn't be doing in this match. So, that would have been quite a good hit as well. That would have been Jace and Grim Haruspex.
Is there a Grim Haruspex?
Yeah, it looks like it's the card just behind the... it looks like there's a Collector Company, a Jace, an Elfish Visionary, an Nantuko Husk, a Rally of the Ancestors, and a Grim Haruspex. All the cards there for Pete, but they're all going to the bottom. That doesn't work how you want it to. Oh. That was really interesting. He gets the 2/2 zombie as well. Oh no, sorry, it just gets exiled straight away. So he doesn't get the zombie, he just gets exiled.
Yeah, I'm very interested why he did that. Maybe just to clear it out.
Maybe.
So that was an interesting decision to put the
Husk into exile.
Husk into exile.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he missed that one.
No, because he
then
only
you
put
put
one
both
creature in.
into play,
Because he would have tried to go for two. So yeah, Pete saying, "Oh yeah, there was an Nantuko Husk on top of my library that I could have put in," and then forgetting and having to exile it.
It's a reflect
Or-
page.
He's still missing. Doesn't have triple white though. But he can still reflect a mage this turn, bounce the Kalitas, and then he's in quite a good position.
And one of the crucial things to remember as well is we all know about that second Kalita stranded in Marco's hand. He can't
Yes.
cast that
No.
because it's card name, not card.
Yeah.
So the Reflector Mage is going to make him pick that up. Now, this could be very interesting. Pete has the... Marco's at 7, and there is a Zulaport Cutthroat in the graveyard. The Painful Truths and Fetch Lines. Pete might have a kill next turn.
He does have a kill next turn.
Yeah.
He has 2 Catacomb Sifters plus the 2 tokens. The Sidisi's Faithful, Reflector Mage, Elvish Visionary,
And all the stuff in
And
play.
the-
Some Scions.
the Nantuko Husk.
And the Scions.
I counted those.
sure.
So
Now, we all remember Marco is going up to 9 life here. There are 3 draws, so he has some draws to get out of this.
so
one.
Marco can still draw a duress off the top to get rid of that rally, but
He's going to need it now.
he's going to need it now.
Yeah, and unfortunately none of those cards currently in Marco's hand does anything right now.
No. Although Marco going up to 9.
There is only 1 Moonlight in Marco's list as well.
Yeah.
I just don't think it matters that much. He's actually going to let the Nantuko Husk die. Because it doesn't matter, he's going to get the... He doesn't have any triggers on board.
No.
He's going to rally back anyway, there's no benefit to sacking it all. And that is a island, so no luck there, unfortunately. And Marco, despite that Hallowed Moonlight, not quite able to get there. I think we're going to see Gideon, ally of Zendikar, on the battlefield in a moment.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he probably also doesn't have the.
He's also at 5 life in that attack.
Oh wow, yeah.
Because he took 4 from the...
Yeah.
He is now,
He is dead.
unfortunately, removed from the game. in
Unless
purposes of
Pete decides to play around any counter magic.
Yeah, I think if you've seen the Hallowed Moonlight, I don't know. I think if you, because you've seen your opponent has a Hallowed Moonlight, like Gideon's going. We will get everything brought back on screen in between the games. I think if you have the counter spell, you do the counter spell and hold the Hallowed Moonlight for when you actually goes for the rally.
Yeah.
Gets a monk. Nice. Gets a monk. Gets a monk to add to his 3, and he may probably make a 2/2 as well. So he currently has 3 monks on the battlefield and a knight, 3/3 knight ally.
2/2 knight ally.
2/2 knight ally. Sorry, because Gideon didn't minus. So. I take it someone didn't do very well with your ramp deck then.
Unfortunately, not. No.
Who was borrowing it today?
Roy.
Oh, so Roy did not have a very good tournament. So he's going to minus the Gideon straight away. And he's going to attack him with everything. Well, Pete gets to block one of these for free. What does Pete have available for him to do? Can he get himself out of this situation? It seems unlikely, but we shall wait and see what happens. So, Pete's just going to take it all. Pete goes to a significantly less life total. We see the island into play. Yeah, we see Jace follow up, and now Pete might as well just show him the Rally the Ancestors. He's going to untap and cast a Rally, so untap. Draw for the turn. Draws Sidisi's Faithful. One of those things that doesn't matter too much. We've got a 5 mana. We're going to rally, and Marco is going to very, very quickly pick up all of his cards. And we shall be on to sideboarding for game number 2. I'm just going to quickly zip off and go and get our players to know when they need to line up all their cards.
Yeah, we've got some tape on the table to ask the players to keep within, but unfortunately they're not always doing so. So we do have to keep reminding them to play within the lines. So John is just going to go do that now. And looking at their sideboard, so Marco has 3 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Transgress the Mind, 1 Gideon, 1 Objectize Command, 1 Surge of Righteousness, 2 Arishan Cleric, 2 Radiant Flames, 1 Chandra Flamecaller, 1 Negate, 1 Roast, and 1 Dispel. So the premium cards here that I'm seeing are things like the Disdainful Strokes, which counter both the Rally and the Collected Company. We've got the Negate and the Dispel, which also both counter them. And maybe something like Radiant Flames. Not great, but it's pretty good with Kalitas. Cards I see probably coming out, things like the Roast.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, the Gideon's probably a bit weak.
It's probably a bit slow. Like, he's just wanting to bring in counter spells, and well, Transgress the Mind. The Transgress the Mind's good. The Dispel, the Negate, the Disdainful Strokes. They're all very good spells. That's where I'd look to go with this deck into game number 2, and we can see him having a look at Transgress the Mind, this Disdainful Strokes, Dispel comes in. The Radiant Flames could also come in, depending on who wants to go with.
Yeah, I can see the Radiant Flames coming in with Kalitas being quite good.
He's also bringing in Ojutai's Command
That's
as well.
interesting.
And some other things as well. So, looking at what cards he's taken out, obviously the Roasts have come out, it looks like some of the Dooms have come out as well, which seems right. The Dooms don't feel particularly great in this match. So, where does Pete go with his one then?
So Pete's sideboard is 4 Dispel, 3 Murderous Cut, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 4 Arishan Cleric, and 2 Duress. So I see coming in are the 4 Dispels and the 3 Murderous Cuts.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, the Murderous Cut's fine, the Dispel's what you want. You need to be able to protect your combo. And because of the main deck Kalitas, it also seems that yeah, so it seems that the Chandra Flame Core is coming in as well. Interesting. So Marco's going on full Wrath plan. He's also bringing in his. So there's Oja Tuscar's not coming in. The spells coming in. So it's like the Flame Core and the Monastery Mentors are coming out as well. Disdainful Troops coming in, and some number of his Crackling Dooms are coming out as well. It actually looks like all 4 Crackling Dooms are coming out the deck into this matchup, which I like a lot. Don't think is very good. So. I obviously didn't bring his spare sleeves with him.
No. He, I think he probably did what a few people have done. Just bought 60 and hope they're non-split.
Yeah, because that gets quite embarrassing. It's also very interesting that he seems to have brought in his Gideon as well, which is interesting.
Interesting, yeah, that he's decided to bring in Gideon. I think it seems a bit weak in this matchup.
Just seems like you're tapping out to do not a lot.
Yeah.
As a 4-drop, so we'll have to wait and see. So quick shuffle up, we'll be on to game number 2. Pete, 1 game to the good off the back of I think, fortunate. I don't know, maybe a bit of a fortunate draw that Marco was able to do a huge amount of damage to himself, but meant that the rally from Pete just worked and got the game done really quickly. And as with a lot of things, sometimes one rally is all you need. So, quick shuffle up, cut your opponent's deck. Game number 2 on its way. Pete, 1 game to the good. Rally, 4 colour rally, making its first appearance into the top 8. Into the feature match area on its way to moving towards the top 8. So, players can look at opening hands. We see Gideon, we see Kalitas, we see Soulfire Grandmaster, we see no way of getting white mana, but we do see a turn to Jace Vryn's Prodigy ready and waiting for Marco. He'll need to find the white mana though, because right now he can't cast 2 of the spells in his hand without finding the coloured mana. Marco taking a long time looking over this one. He's going to keep, Pete's going to keep as well, and we'll be off. So he's not even going to be able to cast turn 2 Jace right now, because it's going to be a Sunken Hollow into play tapped, into Smouldering Marsh into play tapped, and Battleland sometimes coming back to hurt people a little bit. So, quick search up. Sunken Hollow seems to be the card of choice it is. See the one in the deck, into play, tapped, ready to go. And there'll be a pass the turn. Evolving Wilds from Pete. One of the ways to rally the Ancestor deck gets all its basics into play. And see, well, that's a good draw. Mountain off the top, so we are going to see the turn 2 Jace Vryn. Marco flipping it out of his hand straight on. So we're going to see Forest as the first drop of the game by Pete Ward. So, a couple of nice ones on turn 2. Could be his own Jace, could be a Zulaport Cutthroat, could be Elvish Visionary. The thing with this rally the deck is you never really know, because it depends on what land you have in play, but he has a Cutthroat ready and hand already. So we're going to draw for the turn, Polluted Delta. We're going to see Plains into Elvish Visionary, cantrip up, find the Sidisi's Faithful, and just do what we did last game. Already seems to be like the next game, and another good draw there from Marco. Unfortunately, he just can't find his white mana early enough, but Jace's quite good at digging people out of tight holes like this, finding them the right mana.
Yeah, and I think this is the problem with these 4 colour decks sometimes, is because the battle lands come into play tapped, if you don't control 2 basics, you kind of have to hit like basic, and then the battle lands. And if you don't, then you're just missing mana. You know, your mana base isn't perfect enough to be able to go like turn 1 Sunken Hollow, turn 2 Mountain, turn 3 Prairie Stream untapped to be able to play your 3-drop or anything like that. So real suffering of this deck, unfortunately, for Marco, as we're seeing here, is he's not actually going to really be able to do anything on turn 3, unless he fetches a blue source, and then he doesn't have white mana to cast his white spells, and he doesn't actually. It doesn't look like he has a white spell in hand to. Another fetch in hand to be able to fetch up the white source.
It'll come into play tapped because he doesn't have the basics.
Yeah.
You see the polluted delta there. Now, do you just draw it up, cast Painful Truths, and hope you find a white mana?
I think that's what he's going to do.
Looks like he's going to do that. Let's see where it goes from there. So, back to the match at hand. Painful Truths there, drawing him into. So, Reflector Mage, that's a good draw. Please pick up your Jace. You can't now recast your Jace, and you don't have. Oh, nice timing there. The white mana and Kalitas, Tracer of Get, could be on his way in. Unfortunately, Pete may have misstepped there. So he has the Sidisi's Faithful in hand. If he'd allowed with that, we'd have a Reflector Mage ready for this Kalitas Tracer of Get, and unfortunately could be losing that Sidisi's Faithful permanently to get rid of the Traitor. We shall see. But if he has Murderous Cut in hand, it makes a lot more sense with the way he's playing this game out. We can't see all of his hands. So, fetch of the Flooded Strand by Marco. Gonna go fetch up probably a Prairie Stream now.
Yeah.
He is, so he's not. So he's probably going for the Traitor here. It seems like a good position to have. Your opponent's just burned a Reflector Mage.
Yeah. Interesting that Pete decided to play the Reflector Mage there instead of just the Faithful. I guess
he's going for the two
he
spells.
He can't actually play this.
No, he can't play that one. Unfortunately, you can't take back the Soulfire Grandmaster at that point. So we'll have a judge call.
Well.
So he's trying to shortcut. So
I think he's trying to say that he's shortcutting by playing them both, and obviously if he can't play the Jace, then he wouldn't play either of them.
Yeah, so the judge will get called over.
So
we'll
I think there's a judge already there. I think they're explaining the situation.
So one of the things is that it's still a legal play to play the Soulfire Grandmaster. And
yes.
I think one of the things that I've always struggled with a little bit is this whole idea of judging by. I understand the judging by intent, but the shortcutting.
Yeah.
Because obviously you can just go throw this on all at the same time. Your opponent's like, whoa, I want to do this, and then you go, oh, I didn't mean to do these. DC1 at GP, someone was like, Rampager, Gorkland Rampager onto a creature, Boris Charmer, and the guy's like, whoa, hang on, I wanted to respond. So the guy's like, okay, put him all back up again. And the guy goes, okay, Murderous Cut it, because I wanted to do it before you did any of this. He's like, okay, I'll put these Gorklands back in my hands. And because he shortcuts, so Mike was trying to explain that he's shortcutting it now, and you can't do that. I really dislike this. You can't just say that the shortcuts put them both to play. You have a legal play of the Soulfire Grandmaster, so you can play the Soulfire Grandmaster. Again, it's personal opinion over something like this, and it'll be interesting to see what the judge rules on this one is. But the argument that Pete can have is, well, which one did you play first? I thought you played the Soulfire first, and you have to then go with that because it's a legal play. So the judges are just obviously bringing it up there.
And technically, I mean, it would depend how the judges wish to do it. So,
well, just while they're doing it out of the booth, we'll bring it back to the booth. John O'Shea Holland. It's one of those ones. It's very interesting with the judge call. We're going to keep an eye on where we are on the table, and as soon as we get back to the game, we'll carry on. But judging Magic tournaments is really hard because in an environment like this, we're not used to having coverage. So for players that are on coverage, there is a little bit more of a that's the best way to describe it. Pressure, because they've got the added pressure that also all of it is being watched from above. But Marco has been playing for a long time, and so has Pete. They're both good players. They're both very good players. In fact, I mean, Pete put up 2 WMCQ top 8s. Unfortunately, not quite got there. And Marco's been around for a year and a day with his brother. They're both very good players, and a lot of respect for Marco around the country. But it just feels that with the judging, that you just sometimes I just wonder. It's like, well, hang on, he's put this into play. It's a legal play. Why should he be allowed to take it back just through shortcuts? But the judge has an interesting decision here to make. It's actually quite a difficult one, I think, because it's legal to play that Soulfire Grandmaster, and if he can't play, and Marco now can't do both of these things. So if the Soulfire comes to play, he loses an entire turn with the traitor, which should have been in play anyway. And obviously,
Yes.
maybe Marco not sure on the Reflector Mage ruling, or how the Reflector Mage works exactly, or just forgot. It's very easy to forget that rule, and this is why you should always play your things one at a time.
Yeah, I think he probably forgot about the Reflector Mage, the fact that Jace can't be replayed. I think he thought he'll try and make the most use of his mana by playing both of them this turn, and he's.
I mean, when I refer to the shortcutting, it's not the same as like saying, during your turn, I'll tap mono my mana, crack my fetch land, put my card into play, and then find the land afterwards, tell you what you're doing. This is more, I'm going to put these both into play as a shortcut in inverted commas, whereas the it's a legal play to do the Soulfire, and he's trying to say, well, I didn't mean to put both to play, I was going to do it the Jace first and then the Soulfire. Well, can you prove that, and can you disprove it? And it's a very interesting question, because my argument as Pete would be, well, you put the Soulfire into play. Technically, if you looked at it, Jace was on top of the Soulfire.
Yeah, the Soulfire was under. So, yeah, if you're Pete, you're kind of saying, let the Soulfire resolve, then play the Jace. And that Pete could have easily just said, okay, Soulfire resolves, but you can't play the Jace. Unfortunately, Marco threw them both on the table, then Pete went, oh, you can't play the Jace, so Marco was like, well, okay, I'm going to do something else. This isn't testing. And...
yeah, apologies for eating Chris on camera, guys. I've actually forgot the camera was still rolling. I didn't get through this
we've
morning.
gone back to the booth. we've got the booth behind the
We've got
the
3
camera.
We've got 3 screens up on our computer in front of the thing, and
3 different windows, and
kind of forgotten. Feel quite embarrassed now that I managed to do that one. And Shay's now laughing at me as well. He can't stop himself.
And it wasn't even Pringles. That's what's worse.
It wasn't Pringles. It was more embarrassing than
we
that.
could let you off if it was Pringles, but it wasn't.
Yeah, so apologies for that. I actually didn't realise the camera was still rolling on the studio booth. I thought we'd gone back to the overhead, but
no,
it happens. I do apologise. I'm hugely embarrassed. Shay's now laughing at me, and he can't help himself. My profound apologies for that. It will not happen again.
Yeah,
I'll just have to remember when the camera's rolling on where. But I mean, going back to the whole thing is.
What it is here is Marco is probably thinking, okay, this turn I'm going to play Jason Soulfire, next turn I can then play Kalitas and the Fiery Impulse that he has in hand. Unfortunately, he forgot about the Reflector Mage, he tried to shortcut, and now he's...
And I think he's also trying to say that the Jace was under the Soulfire Grandmaster now. Now, the way judging works is we can't use video as a way to resolve the judge call.
No,
all we can use the video for is to see there's something gone wrong and let the judges know. And it's the same with the Pro Tour as we saw with Patrick Chapin, the Patrick Chapin incident at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar, I think it was. It was Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar, wasn't it?
Yes.
No, it wasn't, because there was a Ajani was still in the format.
Oh yes.
Mentor affairs. Yeah. But that's by the by. We saw it there where you can't legitimately use your we can't use cameras.
There's ruling in the...
But anyways, we're going to send it back down to the feature match area. It's been resolved. Soulfire Grandmaster is into play. Go from there. So Dragons of Turkey was the Pro Tour format.
Yes.
So thank you for pointing that out. And obviously Marco has had a massive misstep in that, because now he has a Soulfire Grandmaster in play. Yes, he has a Fiery Impulse, but that's it.
The point was.
So we're just getting a quick update from someone on the floor. So we'll let you know as soon as they know.
Grab the charge.
So they just haven't noticed through. So we're going to get the judge in to actually come and explain.
Yeah, we're
what's-
going to
'cause
get
it's
the
a
judge
very
who did
interesting
the
one.
who did the judge call. We'll get them in. We'll explain what happened and what the ruling was, and
Maybe they have changed the feature match rule, but unfortunately, we're not used to
yeah,
this one.
The
Cameras aren't good enough.
At the time, the feature match rule was if a player is featured on camera, you're not allowed to use the feature match coverage as another viewpoint from the match because it gives an unfair advantage or disadvantage to the players that
in the feature match
in
area.
the feature match area where they wouldn't. It was randomly determined who was going to be in the feature match.
Yeah.
It wasn't the best players or anything like that, so it was an unfair advantage. And even if it was the best player, that kind of says, well, if you're going to do well, if you're a pro, then you're more likely to get preferential treatment with the cameras. So to stop all of that, they basically said no. We're gonna. So here we see
Collected company from Marco. And I must say, the people on the Twitch stream not trying to help me feel any less embarrassed about that being on camera. In fact, you can hear it as well. So, oh well, won't be doing that again today. Might have to go find a small corner to go and hide in. Oh, that's quite a good one.
yeah.
Yeah, obviously, if the rule has been updated, then obviously we can use the camera and stuff. But so, as for the purpose of this, it's been resolved by the judge. We're just going to get the judge to quickly explain.
Yes.
We just want the judge. We just need you to explain what the ruling was. That was all.
Oh, okay. Basically, the player tried to play 2 cards at once, and then one of them was invalid because he'd been bounced with Reflector Mage. And so the backup would be you can't have the Jace, but because you basically shortcutted, I'm going to play Soulfire and I'm going to play Jace. One of them is valid, that's fine. One of them isn't. That we rewind past that. The player was just like, well, no, I want to have both of them back, and I said no because one of them is a valid play. And he argued a lot about that, but
In the end, you got to
them's the rules. Yep.
In the end, you got to the bottom of it, and Soulfire was into play. With nothing else in those.
Yep.
So, thank you very much for that.
No worries.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for pointing that one out to us, Judge, on the floor. So we see Kalitas here, and Fiery Impulse is ready as well. Now, the Fiery Impulse can obviously only kill the Elvish Visionary, but there is also still a... if I can remember what the card is called. Sidisi's Faithful in hand, and Kalitas is a problem card to deal with. I think had Pete looked back on it, I think he would have preferred the Kalitas to be in play. To have had both of them come back and put the Kalitas into play and Reflector Mage.
Yeah.
Them's the roles, and this is what happens. So, pass back to Pete, turn number 5 for O'Reilly. We're going to see 3-mana tap. We're going to see. Wow.
Yeah.
Reflector Mage number 3, and we might see the fabled 4-colour O'Reilly beatdown strategy alongside my embarrassment on camera of eating crisps.
Yes.
But this is probably more interesting than me. So, that was that's brutal. Now he does get to kill one of the Visionaries and exile it with the Impulse because he doesn't have enough spells. He has a Painful Truths, I think, in the graveyard's all he has. So he's going to kill one of those, trigger, get a 2/2. Still can't block the 2 Reflector Mages, but he does stop the Elvish Visionary attacking. So that's back to hand. We'll see the rally beatdown strategy. Beatdown Central, here we come. Pete in for 4, Marco down to... Wow, down to 5.
Here we see the 2/3.
Yeah, the benefit of a 2/3 over a 2/2, yeah.
As we were talking about earlier, 2/3s being quite good against the format of 2/2s.
Yeah. It's actually quite brutal, these 2/3s, because he has more of them in play as well, and Marco's not getting out of this particularly well. Yes, he can put a Soulfire Grandmaster into play, but he doesn't have any more burn spells in hand. He could just very much struggle to beat these 3 Reflector Mages, let alone anything else.
And that's the big problem is they're just going to get through most things that Marco Marco plays. Marco can only really play a 2/2 here, whether it's Soulfire Grandmaster or Monastery Mentor. Doesn't have any copies of.
The problem is if Marco goes for, say, this plus Mentor, doesn't lose, but he goes to 2 life because of the Sidisi's Faithful. But also, there is a... The problem is, Pete needs to find a blue mana, because then he can do... Because he has the Zulaport Cutthroat in hand with a Sidisi's Faithful. That's more damage.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if he goes for it. So Marcus really can't decide which way he wants to take this line of play.
Oh, he's carefully
forever.
not shortcutting anymore.
Yeah, not shortcut anymore. So we're going to attack. Can Pete draw blue mana and just end this game on the spot? So he draws for the turn. What is it you have found, Mr. Ward? What have you found? So, looking at a hand of quite a few spells by the looks of it. It looks at least like there is a rally in hand. It looks like it's a green card as well. Now, he's got a collected company. Wow, Pete's hand is full of cards. We haven't really seen much of it, but he's played quite a few spells and his hand is still full. Double Elvish Visionary does that.
He's got Rally and a Sidisi's Faithful.
And an Elvish Visionary, but he can't do...
But he can Sidisi's Faithful, bounce the Soulfire, Rally for 1, get back the Sidisi's Faithful, bounce the other guy,
Wow.
and kill. And put him to 1.
No, it would be...
No, sorry, it would be lethal,
It'd be
yes.
lethal. Wow. That's...
Let's see if Pete sees it.
He's going for something here? Wow, if he sees this line, this is going to be incredible. Calm, Pete. Do you see it? No, he's not. He doesn't see it. He's going for the Elvish Visionary. He's going to draw a card, finds a Cutthroat. No, he could just play the Cutthroat. But he's going to go for the Faithful. He's going to bounce the Soulfire Grandmaster, beat down Central. Here we come. Now, I think you attack with the... you just send in the 2/3s. Force some interesting blocks. Get rid of that Monastery Mentor. Well, the Mentor might still be alive, but you're just adding more and more stuff to your board each time. And the Kalitas just isn't going to get there with the rally. And unfortunately, Marco, his hand's just full of too many expensive spells. The Reflector Mage just goes, don't really mind that part. So, it's going to double block one of the Reflector Mages. That is really interesting.
Yeah, I think if you're Pete here, you should have attacked with the Visionary. You force an awkward block.
You force chump blocks.
Yeah.
Now the Kalitas does have lifelink, but the Sidisi's Faithful might have been there. So Marco currently at 1 life at the moment. The players have no data, but he is at 1 life.
Yeah.
Which means all of these creatures are lethal, which is why this Kalitas needs to be put into play. Oh no, he is going down to 1 life.
Doesn't matter.
He's
still dead. The Zulaport comes in, and then he attacks with everything, and there are 0 blocks. Oh no.
No,
yeah,
he has to
doesn't
Sidisi's
matter.
Faithful. You can't cast the Soul
But
Fire.
something's getting through.
Yeah.
Yes, he can.
Well, no, he can't because of the Reflector Mage.
No,
Oh,
Sidisi's
Sidisi's Faithful. So yes, he can cast that one, which is interesting actually.
It's the correct one to attack to do. Yeah.
So, Mr. Ward.
So he's got 5th land.
He also has a Husk.
That doesn't undo anything well, unfortunately.
We've had time on the round call, so we've got a few extra minutes in the feature match area. So Pete's going for the Husk.
I think that's probably okay. It sets him up for
He
next
could go
time.
at this Cutthroat as well. Oh wow, he's good. Oh.
I don't think he's counted properly.
Yeah, but he loses. His opponent gets 5 life.
Yes.
But the rally for 1 would have got there.
Rally for 3 would have got there as well. Because he gets back Reflector Mage. No, he had to rally for 3.
So he's gonna. Okay. So he lethals him through the blockers because the Nantuko has sacrifices them even though they're exiled. It doesn't matter because he still does the damage and there's no lifelink gained.
Yeah.
So Pete's just trying to say you're dead. You don't gain any life. Don't mind what you're doing.
Yeah, he had Reflector Mage and Sidisi's Faithful as well, so he
Yeah,
could
so
have rallied for
he had the
3,
double.
yeah.
He had the double plan, which means he can Reflector Mage the Kalitas. And there we go. We see an extension of the hand by Marco. Goes down 2 games to 0. Pete Ward and 4-colour rally marching on.
Really
to
showing
3 and 0.
Really showing the strength of rally as well. You know, game 1 Marco had Kalitas plus the Hallowed Moonlights and just couldn't get there. Game 2, Pete didn't even cast a rally.
No, and I think that's the big thing about this rally deck is that even these hate cards just don't do enough. And maybe you have to move away from the hate cards and go down the route of counter spells because that just hard counters everything. You don't need to worry about it, and just hope you can deal with the beatdown plan. You're very much Reflector Mage in itself is very good one. If you have something like I don't know a tokens deck or something that puts up multiple things, and you can just counter the important spells. I'm not sure that the rally deck really struggles to attack through ground blockers. So Secure the Waste or something like Gideon. Because the 1-for-1 spells don't always do anything, and you can just counter the Collector Companies and Rally the Ancestors. But congratulations to Pete Ward, he marches on to 3-0 now. Marco dropping to 2-1. Still lying for top 8 in contention. We haven't found out how many rounds it is. No one has done it. No one has told us yet. They have refused to tell us. They want to keep us in here as long as possible without ever leaving the commentary booth. But it's Kalitas. I don't know. Kalitas is one of those spells that's really nice, but 4 mana is very expensive still. And Reflector Mage is so powerful in these rally decks. It just feels that that maybe Rally has just pushed itself too far above it because of Reflector Mage. Sidisi's Faithful is not very good against Kalitas because they always get the 2/2, and that 2/2 can block quite a lot of things, including not the Reflector Mage, but the Elvish Visionaries, the Cutthroats. It's just one of those things, isn't it? But anyway. It's one of those things. Marco maybe made a few missteps in the sideboarding. Maybe should have lowered. I've always found lowering yourself low to the ground with your spells is sometimes better against Rally because they're still quite expensive.
Yeah,
they have their own stuff.
The thing against Rally that you want to be doing is you want to be doing a combination of very aggressive. So cards like the Mentor are very good in that situation, but also a lot of hate against them. Well, not a lot, but just enough to sort of. You want to sort of play a tempo game, so you want to kind of go, your turn 3 Mentor into your turn 4 Hallowed Moonlight plus Dispel back up, or kill your guy, Dispel back up, Hallowed Moonlight, like all of these hate cards, but not necessarily being too slow, too grindy.
You still need the pressure, and I think that was missing from Marco's game plan. Is the Jeskai deck maybe just doesn't have enough pressure anymore to beat Reflector Mage. But we're going to move away from Rally the Ancestors. We're going to move away from Jeskai. We're going to move around from mid-range Dirtling, and we're going to go to something that actually doesn't care particularly what you're doing with your Painful Truths. You cast Painful Truths, mate. I'll just play more lands and play some massive, massive monsters. We're going to do a quick deck tech, and then we're going to go and have a break. I'm going to eat off camera instead of embarrassing myself on camera. I will not be watching back on that replay. I'm going to skip straight over that one when I get home later to go and have a look. But we're going to do a deck tech. Now I'm sure you can guess. It's 2 colours. It plays the biggest monsters in Magic. We're going to do a very quick deck tech.
Sometimes 3, but the third one is colourless. So.
Okay, sure. It's a 3-colour deck then. But we're talking about green, red, Eldrazi. And the main card of the deck. I'm going to put it up. It's 10 mana.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing in Magic.
Yes.
Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger.
Not the biggest thing.
In standard.
In standard.
No.
No.
Kozilek's bigger. It's a
Kozilek is bigger.
12-12.
It's a 12-12.
This is the one that is probably the one that stands out the most when you think of the Eldrazi ramp decks. You can't not play Eldrazi ramp without some Ulamogs somewhere in your 75. It's 10 mana, 10/10. It's very expensive, but it has some very, very useful text, which is when you cast Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, and it is a cast trigger, so even if you counter it, it still triggers. Exile 2, target permanents, lands, enchantments, artifacts, creatures, planeswalkers, you name it, they're gone under Ulamog. And also is indestructible, so you need your Abzan Charms, your Crackling Dooms, because they sacrifice it, not the Murderous Cuts. And whenever Ulamog attacks, defending player exiles the top 20 cards of his or her library. And this is this is the deck that mid-range decks fear, probably above all others.
Yes.
Because normally when you're a mid-range deck, you're doing things more powerful than your opponent. This deck does something so much more powerful than you. It's actually comical how much more over the top this deck goes in the mid-range decks, and especially if the mid-range deck struggles to deal with indestructible permanents. Crackling Doom's nice, but let's just find more threats. Obviously, Battle for Zendikar brought Ulamog to us, and originally Infinite Obliteration was a real problem for the deck because it was 4 Ulamogs and not a lot else. But Oath of the Gatewatch arrived, and more Eldrazi poured from the lairs and from the Hedrons, and it brought along a few other nice ones, and this hasn't operated properly. I'm losing the will with this system today. It just doesn't want... It's a new system. We're still trying to find our way around. It probably needed a space between this world.
It did, that's why.
That'd be why. It doesn't want to work today. We are going to do something where we are going to try and make the system work. So, just give me 2 very quick seconds. I will
Yep. Try it.
go live, see if it works. Apparently it doesn't want to work today. So we'll just go back to studio booth. We'll take back to Tuesday. We're still trying to work out the system at the moment. We've got Ulamog. Worldbreaker. Sorry, this is where I meant to put it on the last time. Again, we're still learning the system. It's a brand new thing. But Worldbreaker was probably the breakout Eldrazi from, in terms of standard.
Yes.
We'll go on to modern in a minute. But the breakout Eldrazi for standard was the Worldbreaker. And Mythic Eldrazi, 6 and a green for a 5/7. Devoid. Whenever you cast Worldbreaker, exile target artifact, enchantment, or land. It has reach as well. Just randomly good at blocking. And also 2 and a colourless mana. Sacrifice a land, return Worldbreaker from your graveyard to your hand. Now, this is the reason that the Eldrazi decks can beat the Rally decks.
Yes.
It exiles, and now, as we were saying in the match, the Rally deck only runs 4 white sources, I think. So if you start exiling the white sources, they can really struggle to actually cast Rally, and once they can't cast Rally, you just run over them with bigger spells, and it's just one of those other things. So, again, it's a very powerful card, and it forms a very intricate part of the deck now, and Worldbreaker has made its way into Modern slightly. Not as much as Reality Smasher, Thought Not Seer, they're the big names. Like, we saw what happened at the Pro Tour. We saw the degeneracy of the top 8, where it was 6 Eldrazi decks and 2 Affinity decks, and one of them was a draft deck, if I'm truly honest. Well, Drowner of
Still
Hope,
won.
Vile Aggregate. Yeah, it's still won, don't get me wrong. It was a very, very, very good deck. But
Yes.
Worldbreaker, probably the standout one for standard play. Thought Not Seer, not quite its way in. The problem with Thought Not Seer is modern. A 4/4 is actually quite hard to kill. Lightning Bolt, Electrolyze, Lightning Helix, all the best removal spells, all do 3 damage. In standard, it actually doesn't matter because you've got Murderous Cut, you've got Crackling Doom, you've got Roast, you've got so many spells that people play normally in their decks that deal with the card, whereas this is much harder to deal with and has relevant rules text. But the question is, how do you get there? The ramp spells. Explosive Vegetation is the one that probably does the most amount of ramping. It puts 2 lands into play, 4 mana for 2 basic land cards, and also Nissa's Pilgrimage. These are the ones that are in all the decks.
Yes.
Some of them have run ramped creatures in Whisper of the Wilds, Rattleclaw Mystics. Some of them have gone down the Ruin in Their Wake version, the Rampant Growth for Wastes, which, for those of you who know, is 1 and a green. Search a low for a basic land card. It comes to your hand unless you control a wastes, then it goes into play. Nissa's Pilgrimage, it just gets you forests, and later on in the game it draws you 3 cards, gets more lands out your deck, more likely to draw gas. And this is the reason for playing green-red rather than mono-green. Kozilek's Return, it's an instant wrath effects. Fair enough. Mythic, okay. Devoid. Dramoka's Command doesn't do anything to this because it's devoid. It's not a red.
Isn't it just...
No. Target.
It's Dramoka's Command is prevent damage
of target.
spell.
Okay, sure.
Target instant.
But it doesn't do the back end of it.
No, this is true.
So this is a very interesting card. The second ability, whenever you cast an Eldrazi creature spell with converted mana cost 7 or greater, you may exile Kozilek's Return from your graveyard. If you do, deals 5 damage to all creatures. And the thing with Kozilek's Return is that that's quite powerful when you put it into play with a Worldbreaker. You've got a 5/7 and they've got nothing.
Yeah.
And it's one of those very interesting things. And with the Eldrazi decks, we're just going to have a quick look. So So the need in the Eldrazi is not even on the deck at that point. So you can't counter it because it doesn't actually cast it. It's an ability.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually counter it. And Dramoka's commands. Oh, so you can prevent the first half, but you can't prevent the second.
You can prevent the second half because it's still an instant.
Okay.
I believe we can double. I mean, it's not relevant now.
We can get a judge to
We
have
can
a look.
ask a judge
But-
at some point and find out.
Cozy
But-
Extra Turn, a very important part of it.
Yes.
And then,
Ugin.
yeah, what can you say about the 8 mana Planeswalker that it doesn't do for this deck? It catches you up when you're miles behind and it just wins the game when you're ahead.
I mean, when you're behind, it's a Wrath effect a lot of the time. When you're ahead, it's just winning you the game. So, very, very strong.
Now we're just going to quickly flick through the last one. Unfortunately, the feature match area has not been kind to us today, which is why I was caught eating on camera, and it was just one of those embarrassing things. Round 4 pairings are up at the moment. We're just going to go to the last ones. Hasn't appeared. I'm not very good with things, but Hangback Walker, Sylvan Advocate, Hangback Walker, they're the alternates you can play into the deck. I'd pulled up a Thought Knot Seer, which hadn't spelt properly, but Thought Knot Seer, Hangback Walker, and of course
My
Sylvan
favourite
Advocate.
card.
These are all other cards you can play within the Eldrazi deck
Yep.
as a way of beating the smaller decks, such as your Atakara, because Atakara is not a good matchup for
Not
you,
at all, no.
but also trying to do things early on. Like Thought Knot Seer on turn 3 is pretty good off a Ruin in their wake.
Yeah.
It's just one of the things you've got to play, and obviously Sylvan Advocate, a very nice new addition to the deck as well to go along to Hangback Walker. But we're just going to be back to the booth. John Patrick, Shea Holland. We're actually going to have a look, see if there is anyone at our table. In fact, the players were already here, ready for us to play. So we're going to send it down to the feature match area because we need to actually go and find out who's playing. But on your right, we have Matt Gregory, and on your left, we have Richard Carr. Now, I know what Matt's on. I know he's on 4-colour Rally. Saw him on our back at feature match table playing. But we're just going to find out what Richard is on for this round of standard action from the Darksphere PPTQ here from London. We have not been on a good turnaround today. All the games take so long. It feels like the feature match area almost has the last game of every single round. But I certainly don't mind doing more commentary, and I like talking a lot. So as long as everyone else enjoys it today, I'll happily keep on talking for as long as possible. Joined by why do I get this? Oh no, hang on a minute.
You want that one?
No.
You want this one?
No, I don't. So we're now going to do some changes. No, it's
your deck.
I know it's my deck. Right, so let's go. We need to do some adjustments. On one side of the table, Mr. Carr is on a deck we've already done a deck tech on, and I'm going to hopefully spell it properly. He is on Bant Collected Company, and Matthew Gregory on, well, what can only be described as the boogeyman of the format, 4-colour Rally the Ancestors. Now, I think Matt actually played against a Bant Collected Company deck in the last round, and it went well for him, obviously, because he is 3-0 at the moment. So, what we're going to look at here, so it's interesting enough. Now, it's a slightly different list here. We've got 1 Warden of the First Tree, this is for the Bant Collected Company list, 2 Knights of the White Orchid, 4 Sylvan Advocates, only 3 Den Protectors, 2 Stratustarter, which is the new tech coming in, because it means that you can counter the spells coming against you, which will be good in this matchup. I definitely believe that it will be good in this matchup. Then we have 2 Nissa Vastwood Seer, 2 Eldrazi Sky Spawner, because it's the new thing, 4 Reflector Mage, 4 Deathmist Raptors, 2 Boundary Crisis, 2 copies of Wingmate Rock.
I mean, Eldrazi Sky Spawner is a modern staple, so let's just clear this up.
Yeah,
now.
it's fine. And then obviously you've got 3 Dramatic Command, 4 Collector Company, and some lands, including only 2 Lumbering Falls, so he hasn't got the full 4. Now, you were looking very happy a moment ago. Now, one of the things that's interesting to see, there is no Jaces in this Bant Collector Company list, which is something I haven't seen yet. But what are you so happy about?
So, this Matt Gregory's list, we have 2 Sidisi's Faithful.
Oh, right, okay.
3 Elvish Visionary.
Right.
Bit different.
Okay.
2 copies of Eily Eternal Pilgrim.
Right.
4 Zilliput Cutthroat, 4 Jace, 2 Catacomb Sifter, 4 Nantugo Husk, 4 Reflector Mage,
Yep.
2 Grim Haruspex,
Yep.
4 Collected Company,
Right.
4 Rally the Ancestors.
Right. Listening, liking it.
And I haven't done the maths, but including the lands, this adds up to 59 cards. Do you want to guess what the 60th card in this list is?
Is it a Liliana?
No, it's Bring to Light.
Why?
Because it fetches Collected
It
Company.
does. It also fetches Nantuko Husk.
It does fetch.
And your sideboard cards as well.
And your sideboard cards.
Which is very interesting. It's actually interesting. There are some decks that are starting to run this one-off in there
Yeah.
a lot more.
And, you know, when Matt's sideboard he's bringing in his
Anaphenzas.
his
Merciless
Merciless
Execution.
Executions, Fleshbag Marauders, Arishan Clerics, you know, all of these cards where, you know, your toolbox, your creature toolbox, but Bring to Light finds them.
Yep. So we see a good start here for Mr. Gregory. Jace into Nantuko Husk. And unable to untap on the play. He also has a copy of Catacomb Sifter in hand, but we're going to see him sacrifice away one of his lands, possibly fire off a copy of Collected Company straight away if he has it in hand, but we shall wait and see. We're going to get all the stuff pulled along so people can see what's happening. There we see the illustrious copy of Bring to Light hidden at the bottom of Mr. Gregory's deck. The bottom card, not wanting to come and hang out, maybe wanting to show us exactly what is happening in his deck. Certainly an interest. It was certainly it was almost scripted, I would say, when Mr. Gregory picked up his deck and there was a Bring to Light on the bottom. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
As though he wanted us all to see it in it, all its illustrious glory. So, 4 lands, Collected Company. Well, this is quite a good start, and that is a very impressive hit as well. We have a Reflector Mage, an Eiling Eternal Pilgrim, an Nantuko Husk, a Zulaport Cutthroat, and a Catacomb Sifter, and it looks like he's going to go for the value plan and then flip this Jace ready for another Collected Company next turn. Maybe try and put Richard back as far as possible, because right now Matthew is so far ahead. Jace, Nantuko Husk, Reflector Mage, and a Catacomb Sifter. He's definitely going for or he might go for the Eiling Eternal Pilgrim, but I think right now we're definitely going for the Reflector Mage, and he's going to go for the Catacomb Sifter as well. And here we go. Put that Deathmist Raptor back in your hand, and I'm now going to get a Scion, and well, now I get to start beating down as well. Attack for 2. A lowly 2, admittedly, but 2 nonetheless. He could sacrifice the Scion to get into extra damage. He is going to. He's going to sacrifice it. Scry 1. Make that Nantuko Husk a 4/4. Do some extra damage. He probably doesn't need the Scion right now, and his mana's working out well. Here we go. Jace activate. Discard this land. Flip Jace for Prodigy. Uptick, and you'll go, sir. And that is 3 creatures and a flip Jace to 3 lands. Feels quite far ahead for Matt right now.
Yeah, that Collected Company was very strong. Obviously, Jace is going to be able to buy back the Collected Company next turn.
Yeah, that's the hard part that Richard is up against right now, and that Jace can now go down twice as well. So if he happens to, heaven forbid, he finds another Collected Company for later on in the game, that Jace is likely to be around able to do something. So we can see a Knight of the White Orchid in hand for Richard already, possibly Dramoka's Command as well. Now he could take the line here where he goes, play my Knight, trigger, put a land into play a land for the turn, Dramoka's Command, fight something. Fight down, say, the Reflector Mate, fight down the Catacomb Sifter, but he's decided not to go for that one. So, if he's passed the turn, it seems like we have the illustrious game of I played my 4th land and I have nothing to do. Honest sir, nothing to do at all. Honest governor, I've got nothing to do with my Collected Company in hand already. We see Matt very quickly sacrificing a fetch land down to 16 and a Sunken Hollow into the battlefield. Now his mana's online pretty well right now. He's certainly not struggling with his mana. So, where does he go from here? So, shuffle the deck, present. And we could see the Jace just down tick, get back to Collected Company. Could see a Catacomb Sifter cast first. Try and get some extra things into play. We're going to see another Sifter. Another good blocker. And he's starting to pull ahead. And we're also going to see Eileen. Oh, we're going to see Zulaport Cutthroat now. Now this is good. This may is the way he can pull ahead if he doesn't want to cast the Collected Company straight away. And we know there's a Jace. Matt offering up the Zulaport Cutthroat just in case he wants to do. So it's interesting here. If Richard wants to go for the Collected Company now, which I think he does. Yeah, here we go. So he's going to crack the Flooded Strand, go and get up basic planes. Proceed accordingly forward with his turn. So we see Island into play now. Obviously, this Bandcoco deck will run 1 island to help facilitate the Lumbering Falls, as well as the Stratus Dancer and the sideboard counter spells, which you'll have access to. And this matchup feels pretty horrible pre-board.
Yeah.
it feels much better out of the sideboard once he's had a few turns to do something. And we see, well, he's going to hit twice. He'll have Bounding Krasis and a Reflector Mage, or a Deathmish Raptor, or a Warden. But unfortunately, the Wingmate lot that's in there isn't going to be coming into play. But something for later on, maybe to be better to be hidden. So, what are your choices, Mr. Carr? He's got 3 pulled to the front. I think he knows roughly what he wants. It looks like he wants.
Looks like he wants a Deathmish Raptor.
So he's going to go Deathmish Raptor, Reflector Mage. He's going to bounce the Nantuko Husk. That might just say okay. Pick that up, cast it next turn.
You can't cast it next turn.
Because Reflector Mage is until your next turn.
Ah, of course, yes.
So by doing this now, it means that next turn you can cast it again. So we're going to see this into play.
This was in response to the Cutthroat.
Now, fairly sure with Reflector Mage that is what it does. I'm just going to quickly pull up Reflector Mage because I do want to double check just in case. So let's go. Reflector Mage.
I thought it was on your opponent's next turn.
No, so Reflector Mage. That was not the right button. Let's go Gatherer. It is. Return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. That creature's controller cannot cast spells with the same name as this creature until your next turn. So that Nantuko Husk can be coming down literally whenever he wants, preferably not with my lineage. So we see Knight of the White Orchid into play. Trigger, go and fetch up another land. Quickly sort my lands out for the right way round. Get a dual land because I have 2 basics in play. Make the most of it. It is a plains. It's a plains forest. Remember. And he'll have a look at his hand and work out what he wants to do from here. He's going to sacrifice this land straight away.
He's going to say, can I just shortcut while I'm save shuffling, represent, shuffle again?
Saving time, it's what you need to do. This standard format takes long enough as it is because of the number
we
of
noticed.
lands. It's not had a break yet. Modern's faster than this.
I know. Then again, Modern is no longer a turn 4 format.
No, Modern's a turn 2.5 format, let's be honest. Or turn 2 if your Eldrazi with Mimic, kill you. 3 Mimics, Semi-Spirit Guide, Reality Smasher, 2 lands. Thanks very much for coming. Oh well. Modern, how we love you. Gotta love colours in Modern, right? So, plenty of lands available for Richard. That Knight of the White Orchid put him all the way up to 6 mana. It's just going to tap 2. We could see a Dramoka's Command fight down something. So we're going to see Dramoka's Command, Knight of the White Orchid gets a +1/+1 counter, and the Deathmish Raptor is going to fight the Zulaport Cutthroat. So scry 2 or scry 1 twice and lose a life as well.
Yes.
We see the Knight of the White Orchid now a 3/3 first striker, which is pretty good actually. That the Knight has a first strike 3/3, can attack through pretty much everything Rally's doing apart from that Nantuko Husk. So we shall see where we go from here. He's going to pass the turn back. 2 mana open, a blue, or a green. So, Nantuko has 2 Nantuko has now. He could just play both of them into play, unload his entire hand, or, if he so wishes, finally flash back that Collected Company, which it looks like he's going to be doing. We see 4 mana being tapped. Play that land first. 4 mana tapped by Matt. Here we go. Flashback Collected Company. We see Eiley the Eternal Pilgrim, Reflector Mage, Rally the Ancestors, another Eiley, and another Nantuko Husk. So, Reflector Mage, Nantuko Husk, or not Eiley, we've got another Nantuko Husk still in hand. We could actually cast the Nantuko Husk from hand, so I think the Eiley and the Reflector Mage could be a good choice here. Let's put that Knight back into play. He's going to go for the Eiley, because he can now cast the Nantuko Husk as well.
Yep.
And just start to get ahead of the game. We see a Rally the Ancestors. There's still 3 around there somewhere. Matt is not empty-handed, but his hand is simply 2 Nantuko Husks right now. And Rally the Ancestors showing its power level right now. Just the fact that it can play so many things in one go. It's actually scary at times. And we're going to attack with all our 2/3s.
Getting for 4.
Nice free attacks. He'll block 1. Okay, take 4.
Yeah.
It's free damage.
Yeah.
You can't lose anything to this attack. And it'd be interesting if Matt decides to go for the Nantuko Husk now. He's going to pass the turn back. So it leaves mana open for Riley. So it does, in essence, the same job. So we still have a Jace though, which is starting to make its presence known on the board. Currently at 4 loyalty, because it's ticked up twice and now down ticked for the collected company. We're going to see another fetch and another land, and unfortunately Richard just seems to be flooding out a little bit, not quite able to keep the pressure up, keep the spells flowing, and be able to keep getting ahead of his opponent. Although we haven't seen the Bring to Light yet.
Unfortunately.
Not seen the Bring to Light. So very disappointed. So, what do you have for your turn, Mr. Carr? Looking at his hand, it seems to have we know about the Knight. It seems to have a Dramoka's Command, a Death Mist Raptor, and possibly another land. But he's looking through his hand. Obviously, he doesn't want to show us what he's playing with. Mr. Gregory's hand on table, doesn't really matter. He knows what he's got. He's got 2 Nantuko Husks. His decisions are pretty easy right now.
Yeah.
And he can start to scry his way to rally the ancestors.
We're going to see a lumbering Falls activation. Oh, I believe we're...
Setting up for Death Mist Raptor.
Yeah.
So, it'll be interesting. There's a few lines he can take. He's got enough mana in play, but he just doesn't seem to have to. It does seem like he has another land in hand as well, but he's going to go with...
He's going to try and play the Knight, forgetting that it got Reflected Mage.
And here we go, yet again, another player. At least this one didn't try shortcutting, so that's just going to go back in his hand. Matt very rightly says, nope, can't play that one, unfortunately, sir. I think the judge might have been there. I don't know. They passed their results slip over, but let's see what he does from here. Again, it's one of those ones that Matt rightly remembers. No harm done. Move on to the next portion of the game, and those 2 Death Mist Raptors, nice roadblocks, just not against to rally the ancestors. And I think if Matt's able to ever find a rally the ancestors, he might be able to get far enough ahead, and we can start to see him shrink that Reflector Mage so it can't actually attack anymore. And we're going to see 3 mana for the Nantuko Husk. He could play both of them, to be fair, and play the land as well. Get the Prairie Stream out of the deck. We're going to see both the Nantuko Husks into play, and I like playing the land.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not doing anything. It's sat in hand right now. You're not protecting it from anything because there's nothing to protect.
Exactly. So he's just passing the turn here. So neither player is really... Both of them are trying to find some way to get through this board state.
There is one card that will do that. Unfortunately not in hand, and it's a Wingmate Rock. And that's it. Richard doesn't really have his way out of pulling himself out of this board stall, because without the Wingmate Rock, he has less creatures in play. Yes, the Death Mist Raptors are wonderful roadblocks, but he needs to start attacking at some point. So we're going to see probably another Death Mist Raptor. So we're up to 3 Death Mist Raptors. A very nice foil Death Mist Raptor, I must say.
Yes, the Knight can come down this turn.
Yeah, so the Knight's going to get cast as well with Dramoka's Command. Last card now. That card not really doing that much, and no attacks, simply passing back the turn, and another land.
This is a Silverhawk Cutthroat.
Oh wow, that is a good draw. And with Richard only at 8 life, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's lethal. Richard sees it, says, thanks very much, I did my best, but you just had too much in play. So, sideboard. How do we roll? So let's have a look at the Bant collected company list. We have in the sideboard 2 Mastery of the Unseen, 3 copies of Disdainful Stroke, 3 Valorous Stance, 2 Silk Craps, 2 Dispels, and 3 Russian Clerics. Now the ones that stand out to me are the Dispels, the Disdainful Strokes, and the Silk Wrap. Silk Wrap obviously answers everything in the rally deck, plus exiling is a huge part of it as well. If you can ever catch any of the important pieces under a Silk Wrap, they're never coming back, because the rally deck can't actually remove the enchantment from play. Obviously with a Husk in play, it can't do anything, but it's another way of forcing your opponent's hand with plays. Obviously Disdainful Stroke and Dispel, amazing spells, countering Rally the Ancestors. And some of the spells in this deck not as good. Bounding Crisis, it's fine, but it's not particularly impressive, as the same with the Knight of the White Orchid. Those cards are probably at their weakest in this matchup, whereas something like Eldrazi Skyspawner are a little bit better because it actually flies. alongside the Wingmate Rocks. You could also choose to maybe drop a Collected Company if you're trying to bring in this slightly more spell-heavy package. Your Collected Company is less likely to hit if you're taking out some of your weaker spells. So probably Collected Company, one maybe two copies come out, and you go into this more green-white Megamorph deck that we saw in at the beginning of Battle for Zendikar. But it'd be interesting to see how the players go. They both obviously played the decks. We can see both players playing at reasonable speed, so they obviously know what the decks are doing. But we shall see. And yeah, I think Collected Company is not at its strongest when you're bringing in 7 spells. If you bring in the full number of Disdainful Strokes, Dispels, and Silk Wraps.
I can see Company becomes a lot worse in game 2 and 3 if you're bringing a load of non-creatures.
And you're taking out creatures that can hit.
I think obviously Collected Company is still the strongest card in the deck. So I think shaving 1 or 2 is your last resort. So you'd maybe shave 1. I don't think you'd shave more than 1. But it is still a problem where you're gonna end up with a time where you're not gonna have, like, you're gonna miss, or you're only gonna hit 1 thing, which is something that we were talking about earlier. But unfortunately, that could happen even if your deck is 28 creatures.
But then the problem is, if you're hitting 1 thing, you're spending 4 mana for a 3 mana spell.
I mean, it's not that it's the best to take them out, but it's not incorrect. It's not incorrect.
It's not your best. It is not as good post board when you're bringing in a lot more spells and taking out creatures. You can't afford to go into battle without the 5 counter spells. So where do you find the slots? Dramoka's Command, sure, that's 3 copies. But then you're hitting your creatures, and your Heart's Time to take your creatures out. And if you want to bring the Silk Wraps in, which is an arguably better spell than something like Knight the White Orchid, then you're losing 2 creatures there. So you've lost 5 creatures already. And I just think the Collected Company, maybe if you go down to 3, is probably fine. And the thing, you want to hit your Wingmate Rock as well. That's how we saw in that game. If he had a Wingmate Rock, he's able to gain a lot of life and stay ahead of his opponent because he can do the damage while flying. But we shall see how these two boarded.
So for map, we have 3 Irish Cleric, 2 Murderous Cut, 1 Merciless Executioner, 1 Fleshmag Marauder, 3 Anafenza, 2 Dispel, 2 Duress, and 1 Liliana. I quite like the Dispels and the Duress coming in. Obviously, Dispel to counter any instance from that Rich is going to be bringing in. Obviously, Matt's going to think that he's going to be bringing in his own Disdainful Strokes and his own Duress, his own Dispels. Also, there is the Collected Companies that he's going to be countering. And the Duress, again, to hit the Collected Companies, hit the Dispels, hit the Disdainful Strokes. I don't really like anything else from this list.
The rally deck in itself is quite good. It has got a reasonably favorable matchup.
Anafenza is okay. Game 2 against the Deathmist Raptor plan, but it's not the best.
We shall see how they sideboard him. So yeah, Warden the first tree, late to the party, Warden. I suppose it's better than not turning up at all, but we're going to see a turn 2 Elvish Visionary from that Gregory coming into play. And I'll stand by my sideboard decisions. I've played Collected Company a lot, and whenever you were playing this sort of matchup and you were trying to board in these really heavy things, you did take out Collected Companies.
Yeah.
But, as I say, maybe that's why I won so many games. You never know with it, but it's one of those things. And I remember playing it to the PPTQ, the very first one, playing the green-white Collected Company version, and in some matchups where you were trying to board in those things, Collected Company was not very good. And you just wanted to play better threats, you wanted to play Wingmate Rocks, Mastery of the Unseen, and you couldn't afford the misses. But it's one of those things. As you start, maybe the format's changed since then. We shall see how it goes from there. We'll see a serve in. See what Matt decides to do. He might just say, okay. I mean, is it correct to block here? Force your opponent to do something? He's gonna say no block. He's gonna get pumped anyway.
I think in that situation your opponent is gonna be pumping anyway. So it depends how much Matt actually cares about this Elvish Visionary. Now that he's drawn Zulapur Cutthroat, he
cares about it quite a lot more.
Yeah, he's probably quite happy that he didn't block there. Needless damage. The needless loss of an Elvish Visionary.
In for 1.
Yes. Doesn't seem quite as good as 3, but alas.
obviously the Zulaport caster had no attack from the Elfish Visionary, obviously deciding that he fancies blocking instead. So, pass the turn back to Richard. In for 3 is good. Snap block. Take 1. Do the same damage. So we're going to see a follow-up Nissa Basswood Seer. I say there's no Jaces in this deck. So have a quick flick through, get the forest out, play the forest. Might as well get it on the table. And I think one of the things that Andy Ferguson tried to do was be better against other decks than Rally, because the Abzan deck felt reasonably good against the Rally deck because it had 4 main deck and offenders. The mana was worse. The Bant mana is a lot better because it makes the most of the fetch land stuff. We're going to see Collected Company. Only Jace. Them's the feel sometimes. It sometimes doesn't work, but Jace is a pretty good consolation.
Ooh, and there is a Wingmate Rock.
Well, if he has the land, this could be a very, very, very good turn. And this is the game you want to play. These big spells.
He does.
He's got a Sky Spawner and a Collected Company. No. He's send in the clans. See how your opponent blocks. Probably won't. It's one of those things. Silk Wrap away. Play the Sky Spawner. Silk Wrap away the Jace.
Yeah.
Get a flyer onto play, or maybe you try and set up for the Wingmate Rock next turn and leave the Jace in play, which can flip next turn. So here goes the Sky Spawner. Get my Eldrazi Scion. I can play the same game as you, sir. And he's also then going to sacrifice it and Silk Wrap the Jace. And I like that a lot. Jace can be a real problem, especially with Collected Company already in the graveyard. Yeah. Able to try and cast a second spell and get going from there. Draw for the turn. There's an Evolving Wilds, and then we have Liliana, Nantuko Husk. Rally the Ancestors already in hand, but not really much in the graveyard. Elfish Visionary. So, Liliana, Heretical Healer, the choice for the turn. And obviously, one of the cards that has come in and out of the Rally decks. It's not really sort of found its place particularly within consistently within the deck. It's sometimes a sideboard card, sometimes in the main deck. One of the cards that is very powerful but can be slow at the same time, but you can set up quite a combo finish. We see a Wingmate Rock. We see the token being taken away by the Sidisi's Faithful.
Yep.
Sacrificing, gaining a life for his life, and we see Liliana flipping into her alternate form. Transformed. And she gets a 2/2 as well. She's
yes.
Nice. Comes in at 3 loyalty, can uptick both discard a card, can obviously try and set up the rally, but at the same time also downtick, get something back into play, and you can set up that's what the combo turn is set up, because you get a creature you've triggered off of something else, and then you can bring back another creature as well. And
yeah, and he does. Matt does actually have a Husk and a Rally in hand.
yeah,
So he could discard the Husk this turn, and then next turn Rally for
some reasonable number.
No,
but
he's just going to Sidisi back, get rid of the Warden.
yeah, which is interesting because right now the Wingmate Rock is obviously you can't allow him to have a Wingmate Rock back, but
No.
that Wingmate Rock is doing a lot of work alongside the Sky Spawner.
Yeah.
And Wingmate Rock's going to gain life each time. And yes, Matt has an Nantuko Husk and some way to do damage, but he's gaining 2 life this turn for sure. And
I like this from Matt.
another
because
Sky Spawner.
So, if Richard decides to kill off the Lily, he's got the rally to get it back, and can still flip it because he's got the husk. If he doesn't kill off Lily, then Matt still has the option to get a Elvish Visionary, killing his Lily, sacking the Elvish Visionary,
Yeah.
and then rallying it back.
Now, I think
So-
at this point, your opponent's at 11. I would have just gone beat down everything at them. You don't want to give them stuff in the graveyard at this point. They're already falling behind a little bit right now. Matt's starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
We see another Sky Spawner, which is interesting. We'll have to wait and see. We're seeing the problem Rally does have as we spoke about it earlier in one of the other matches, or when we were talking about one of the decks. This is how the Rally deck can lose, is through the another Sidisi's faithful. Bye your board. But this is one of the problems that the Rally deck can have, is that flyers are a real problem for it to deal with. They're just very good against.
Yeah.
Just really struggle. And it's interesting that he chose not to play the Warden again, because it was only Sidisi's Faithful. It wasn't Reflector Mage. He could have played out another one and still had up counter mana because of the Sky Spawner Scion, and just tried to keep something going.
Does
on
he have
board.
a Disdainful Frick in hand?
Don't know. I think he's got Board and Collected Company and Bounding Crisis.
Right.
So I don't think he has a counter spell in hand, which doesn't make any sense to not actually just playing the Warden out. Yeah, so he's got no counter spell in hand. I think it might also be it's a Bounding Crisis. That was in hand. He's going to Bounding Crisis into combat, so he's then going to tap down the Nantuko Husk, which is nice. Bounding Crisis showing some utility.
I think now you have to rally and get as much value as you possibly can.
Lose a life.
Lose another life.
Lose another life. Put you down to 17.
16.
Now we're at...
Oh, I'm not sure if they're adjusting the life totals.
They are, yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Matt just catching up. And rally for 3. So there is a fair amount in there. The Elvish... It's not a huge rally, but the Elvish Visionary allows him to draw a card, bounce a couple of things. Get the Liliana back, which is nice. So draw a card.
I think one Sidisi's Faithful is probably going to be bouncing...
Well, it's actually interesting because all of those creatures have relevant enter the battlefield triggers.
Yeah.
So you see the Sky Spawner return to hand. There's still a Wingmate Rock in hand as well for Richard. We see him go down to 15. Matt all the way back up to 12. We're going to see Liliana flip into Liliana Defiant Necromancer.
Yep. Has he remembered to draw off his Visionary is the question.
He could be still stacking that on. That could still be on the stack. Although he could have forgotten it, I agree. So Liliana's flip made a token. She comes in at 3 loyalty. Should be a token on the way in as well.
Oh, he's sacrificing the Visionary to the Faithful.
Yeah. So he stacked it, so he still gets to draw a card. Should be a 2/2 in here as well. Interesting. Seems like he might have, unless we've missed it. So he's going to bounce it again, lose another life. Needs a zombie. Draw a card. No, he's going to pass turn. So no zombie.
No zombie.
Unless he's already used it.
No draw.
And no draw. So we're just going to go double check that one.
We're just going to go grab a judge.
So Shay's just going to go grab a judge and double check exactly where we are in the turn. Obviously, as you are right, you cannot miss the zombie. It's part of the ability, and also I'm fairly sure it's the same for the drawing the card off of the Elvish Visionary. So Jay has just gone to have a look at what is happening, and we should very shortly where we are in the turn. So I think Matt, by the sounds of it in the room, Matt has just realised the mistake he has made in forgetting what pieces were that he was missing. And the Krasis was played pre-combat to tap down the Nantuko Husk. Obviously meaning that the Nantuko Husk couldn't attack, so it gives a bit more protection to his life total.
So they're beneficial triggers.
They're beneficial triggers.
They're both beneficial triggers. So
his opponent can choose not to have them go on the stack.
So I spoke to Lucy and I said, this is what happened, and she went, they're beneficial triggers, he missed them, carry on.
Okay. And yeah, and that's obviously one of the important things to remember this rally deck. You have a lot of triggers, and it's not Magic Online, it's not Modo where it remembers them for you. In paper, you have to remember your own triggers, otherwise, unfortunately, as it was apparent in this one, you don't get them.
Apparently, the zombie is a separate trigger to the Lily flipping.
Okay.
That's why Lily flipped, and also...
Yeah, because if you do...
Yeah.
And
it's a separate... So, Lily says... if a creature dies, then exile Lily and return her to the battlefield.
If you do,
then X happens, and X trigger. So the second ability of the flip, the second ability of the token coming into play triggers if she flips.
Yeah.
So she flipped, forgot to make a token, and then she dies, and then the zombie never gets made. So it's not wrong.
So that was the judge's ruling. Obviously, a judge will interpret what they believe is correct at that point in time on the day. And the thing with judges, that's it. That's the ruling.
Yeah.
And you can call the head judge, but I believe Lucy is head judge today.
Yes.
So that is the ruling, and unfortunately, we now continue with the game minus a
2/2 zombie.
minus 2/2 zombie, and it looks like Matt is sacrificing.
He has to sacrifice in upkeep, otherwise they get exiled.
Don't want to lose any of them.
No.
So, what are you going to do, Mr. Gregory, to pull yourself out from 11? You're 11 short. He's going to get back the average visionary. Redraw. Grim Horror Specs, that's a nice one.
That is.
As is the land in your hand. Let's hold on to that one for the moment. Attack with the Nantuko Husk. How would you like to block?
Assume with the 1/1 Scion.
So, yeah, the Scion's a pretty safe block right now. You don't need the mana that much. You're casting a Wingmate Rock next anyway. The only reason you'd keep the mana is because you want to hold up a counter spell if you draw it.
Drawn a disdainful stroke.
So leaving that Scion in play would have been useful because he now isn't. He can hold up the Collected Company, which is the thing, and I think that's what he might do. He's going for another Sky Spawner.
I think he just wants to keep up the disdainful stroke.
Yeah, but he could have done that with the Collected Company. See, another land. So it's multiple lands now from out in hand, but he can sacrifice and draw a card and get a redraw. Zulaport Cutthroat. It's a good one. It's a life buffer. Let's make it a 6/6. You lose it. Well, maybe not. No, there is no graveyard for the Collector Company player. He hasn't cast a spell that's gone to the graveyard. That's unusual, and there's no fetch lands either. He's played a very fair and honest game of Magic. So, Matt just trying to draw some cards, take him out, try and get there. So we see land in hand. There's at least 2 lands in hand. There's 3 lands in hand as well. Wow, it's not quite going the way he would have planned, but
no.
he can now keep that Sarn in play at least, and hopefully this time go for the Wingmate Rock. And he's got to get something done because he's not at a lot of life, and he can't find that land to flip the Nissa. So. How does Matt want to go from here? He's behind the gun. He's behind the wall at the moment. I'm fairly sure Richard could actually start attacking with that bounding process as well.
Yeah.
If he's going to play a Wingmate Rock post-combat, he just needs to start getting going. Because he can't afford to let Matthew have too much time to actually find another rally. So yeah, in fact with everything. Not like that because they all trade, minimum trade, or actually still attack over the top. 4, 5, 6, there's 9 points of damage come screaming across. I think this will be either you hold up Collector Company or you play Wingmate Rock. You play either of you. So he's going for the Collector Company. And Matt Gregory fletching down to 5 and quickly running out of options to close this game out. But a rally off the top
isn't enough, unfortunately. He's got a disdainful stroke in hand.
And that's the thing. He just can't find the pieces he needs.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll soon be moving on to game number 3. And this just shows that if you're able to get far enough ahead with the Bant deck, even against the Rally deck just can't come back against you, and it's pushing you so far ahead.
No,
really makes a difference.
The only way out is a Rally. He's drawn the company, but unfortunately, you can see a disdainful stroke.
So 4 mana. Collected Company. Well, yeah, I think it was just a disdainful stroke. Yep, put that one out of the way, Mr. Gregory, and let's move on to game number 3 of round 4.
Interesting. Matt didn't decide to attack with both.
Yeah, maybe. Forces the block, puts him to 1. Yes, nice easy block. Sacrifice, draw a card. That is a Bring to Light, so not quite enough.
Not enough.
Not enough this time round, but right. Interesting game. Showcasing the sometimes fruitless exercise of playing Rally that you just don't get there sometimes. Your opponent rallied for a decent amount and just wasn't able to get there. And that's an important thing to remember. This Rally deck is it just doesn't always work. Sometimes you don't find the pieces. Your opponent has that one counter spell,
yeah,
and that's enough for the game. And that's what Rich was able to find at the crucial moment. He was able to find that counter spell and finish the game on the spot. So, game number 3, probably nothing different this time. I mean, we can see Richard sideboarding a couple of cards, but I imagine his plan is simply play some early stuff and then hold up counter spells and try and beat you, because pound for pound his creatures are better than Matthew's by a comfortable margin. Deathmiss Rapture outplays everything. Bounding Crisis better than the opponent's playing against him. Sylvan Advocate better than the 2-drops, apart from Miley. But it's this whole thing of he's trying, and Wingmate Rock is just horrible to Rally to play against because it's an active 2-for-1 that they can't deal with properly. So players shuffling up game number 3. Matt Gregory on the play this time. Looks at his opening hand. We have, well, that's a pretty good key. That's Jace into Reflector Mage.
Yeah.
Yep, sign me up for that one.
Jace, Cutthroat, Reflector Mage.
Yeah, sign me up for that one, please.
On
we
the play
see
as well.
Richard down on a mulligan to 6. Gonna go and have another look around, and there is a Swamp.
Because we've got black mana.
And there is also a Zulaport Cutthroat in that hand as well.
That's what I said.
So we've got three things to do and 4 lands. Let's go. Especially on the play, you can make the most of the Jace, especially with the multiple fetch lands. So, what does this 6 look like for you, Mr. Carr? And he's going to keep very quickly. He's going to see a Canopy Vista on top. Scry that's the bottom. It's obviously not in the
4 land.
Collector Company,
Raptor
definitely. There's definitely a Collector Company and some Raptors in there. I think there's now 2 Raptors, and we're going to see turn 2 Jace, Vryn's Prodigy, hit the battlefield. And move on from there.
He's just drawn a Nantuko Husk.
And another one.
And another one.
Always need the spares.
Just in case the first one wasn't going to get there.
Let me see. Well, we see a face-up Den Protector, which is always a very powerful spell. Yeah, you can do that one, Mr. Gregory. That is allowed. But we're going to see the canopy.
I like the Husk hit.
Yep.
I think that's probably the best one to get down here.
Oh, there's a Reflector Mage. She's going to say goodbye to that.
Very interesting you can do. If you Reflector Mage, you can cast a morph creature as a morph creature. Well, you can morph a creature
because it's not the same thing.
It's got no name.
Yeah.
Also, similarly, if you bounce a morph creature, you can replay it because it has it's a different name.
It's something I didn't realise actually.
Yeah, doesn't come up often, but when it does, very interesting.
Now took a Husk into play.
Now Richard
with a lot of lands in hand.
Richard has a Knight of White Orchid, but he doesn't have double
cast
white.
it. So I think you just play a land and say, "Oh, I can't do anything on turn 4." What a shame. I seem to have.
I
not
don't
got
have
anything to
anything
do
in hand.
when we know about the Den Protector. Nothing to do with these 4 lands. Honest Governor.
I swears it.
He's going for the Rapture instead, though, deciding got to play the Collected Company. It's an interesting one. It's different. I would have thought that 4 mana you probably just play Collected Company if you have it, but maybe he's more concerned about getting those definite blockers into play, especially when his opponent already has a Reflector Mage in play. So he's seeing Matt fetching out for a Sunken Hollow on Richard's end step, or in his upkeep, untap, draw, and finds a Bring to Light. Well, that one finds Collected Company, ladies and gentlemen, and we might see the first occurrence of Bring to Light on camera today. Yeah, well, bearing in mind the rest of his hand is nonsense right now. And we see another Zulaport cut through, we see the land discarded. We see Jace flipping into the Telepath Unbound. So 5 mana. Converge 4/4. So it'll be blue, white, green and black. Like you're thinking it was Collected Company. It's what he's getting. So he's just started looking at the top card of his library, and Richard's like, no, you can actually pick up your library for this one and go and look for what you want. So we see Reflector Mage, Sidisi's Faithful, and that seems to be it. So sacrifice, bounce this, sacrifice, bounce the Death Misraptor. Both Death Misraptors back in hand, not able to be played, and we see an attack for 4 points of damage. Jace up to 5, and we could just see him go and get that flashback Collected Company yet again. Next turn, find some more things to play. So we see a fetch from Richard, down to 15, Prairie Stream into play. Now he has double white at least, so now he can use his Knight of the White Orchid, start getting into play, and also have the mana for Collected Company the following turn, which is one of the interesting things with Knight in this position. It allows him to get a free land and still have the land for Collected Company. Well, hopefully he has a land. He has a land in hand, which means he. So he has a Death Misraptor, and I think he realises he forgot. So he's going to cast Collected Company straight away. But a little bit of a misstep.
Yeah.
Not making the most of his ability. So he's going to look at his hand. We see a Sylvan Advocate and a Wingmate Rock, and that is unfortunate.
Wow.
That was not a very good one, especially as it could have been a 4/5 this turn, but it is only a 2/3 at the moment, because that missing out on that Knight of the White Orchid means that you can't then get the 6th mana of the Collected Company. We see untap. I think he just shuffled up his deck by accident.
I think he picked the deck up and dropped some cards and then immediately went to shuffle, maybe, I'm not sure.
And now he's shuffling right now. But the judge has been called
He's
anyway.
kind of stopped mid-shuffle.
There's not a lot he can do right now.
Matt can use his Jace to flashback his Bring to Light,
Get more
to
Collected
get
Companies.
to get another company, and then next turn he can use his Jace to get another company.
Yeah. Yes, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
So we shall have to see. Now, that was a pretty bad Collected Company
Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things. Unfortunately, not not able to hit quite the number of things he was looking for. And we're going to go slam them on top and go on to the next turn. So, Mr. Gregory collected company of his own.
Interesting that he decided to.
You see Anafenza and Eiley. He does need to tap his mana.
We saw 2 Anafenzas and 2 Eileys.
So you only really get to play 2. He does have to tap the mana. There we go, 4 mana. And he also has an Anafenza in hand as well. All the Anafenzas being found. He's going to make sure he taps his
Interesting
mana
that he
correctly.
didn't decide to use the.
And attack with everything.
Yeah, that he decided not to flashback the Bring to Light instead flashback.
Well, I think he can basically almost negate the effects of that. Oh, it's a bit late to the party, that one. That disdainful stroke. But maybe this is coming back to punishment a little bit from the last time when he didn't play the Knight. Have access to a Knight as well, because the Knight can. Will have made a 4/5, so those Reflector Mages can't attack.
Yep.
Because otherwise you just get eaten by the Advocate. And from there, but Eiley's quite a nice one to be in right now. It means he can start. It means he has a buffer in his life total as well. So it'd be interesting to see. So the buffering of life total with the Eiley means that he can't really just lose his button. Eiley's Death Touch, so it means that the Dramatic Command just calculatively finds if he has one in hand. So we're looking at a hand of Death Misraptor, Disdainful Stroke, Death Misraptor, Den Protector, and the Wingmate Rock. But not really much help being found around here, and he doesn't have that 6th land, and he can't find it either, because that Knight of the White Orchid doesn't do anything right now, and unfortunately just losing out a little bit on the tempo. So we see a Death Misraptor into play. It's a nice blocker, does a lot of work, but Anafenza just means that it just might not matter. So he's going to draw, he's going to find Antico Husk. He could just attack with the Anafenza and make one of the Reflector Mages a 3/4.
Yeah, and see, I really like the fact that Matt didn't flashback the Bring to Light last turn. Because the Bring to Light last turn would have been a lot better to a flashback. Instead, he's just going to
target the Advocate.
Yep.
We're going to see a Zulaport Cutthroat into play. Now, we're also going to see a second. We're going to see a second Cutthroat.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's going to attack with everything.
Yeah.
Trigger, make one of these. Yeah, you got to make one of those a 3/4. Just get the beat down in, and then just sacrifice off everything that you don't need. That's going to block that. But, I mean, this does force Matt's hand a little bit, but he just needs to work out. He's going to be doing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. So he needs to sacrifice 4 creatures. Well, that's 2 because there's 2 Cutthroats in place. So we can sacrifice, and yeah, we see Richard extend the hand. He realised the writing is on the wall, and perfect timing as Judge has just called time on the round, and we now get to have a quick look at what Richard brought in, and we can see the 2 Silk Rocks came in. We know the Disdainful Strokes came in as well. We can still see the Wingmate Rocks. Dispels come in as well, so he's really tooled up onto the counterspell suite in this deck. Obviously, 3 Anafenzas came in. Very interesting, and Matt not hide. So we can see. So it was an interesting. He didn't actually bring in a huge number of the counterspells, which is interesting.
No, I think he just brought in those
5 spells. So he brought the Silk Wraps in. The Silk Wrap to me stood out as the best card, but we will bring it back to the commentary booth. John Partridge, Shea Holland, and that was a very interesting match, and I think one that Matt will be very happy to get out of.
Yep.
There was a few stumbles from both players. Not optimally played, we do admit that one. But at the end of the day, for Matt, a win is a win, and he now goes to 4-0. There's 90 players at this tournament, so I'm assuming that's 6 rounds? No more than 6?
7.
Is it 7 rounds?
8 rounds is 1 to 8, so
okay.
I believe it's 7 rounds.
Okay, so if we assume it's 7 rounds, which is a lot of rounds, we've got to keep going plus the top 8. Matt now needs to win probably 1 more to then double draw in, so he's put himself in the best position to make top 8, especially with his rally deck. And yes, game 2 went really badly, but it never felt that he was in game 3. He felt like he was always ahead, and rally in the early game always looks a little bit fragile, but towards the end of it, it's just so powerful. Kind of thing. So what we're going to do, players are just signing the sheets. It's been time on the round, so it won't be long till the next round. These rounds are taking a very long time.
Yep.
I'm not going to eat on camera this time. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with coverage of round number 5 of the PPTQ here from Darksville very shortly. I'm John Partridge, Shea Holland joining me in the booth. We will see you very shortly. Thank you very much for watching. all screens, and I thought we were still on feature just when Christmas was up and everyone saw it on screen.
And everyone's like, Johnny eating Pringles on camera, well done.
It's okay, just
Professional.
Yes,
I also then
yes,
raised
yes,
I
yes.
raised a very contentious issue as well with boarding out of the rally. I don't think you have to. Please start
I
off.
think basically, you know, you just don't, of course. What we now need to do is to go to bring it and say, look, we have a biscuit.
Look what I can give you.
Can you please come to me? Yeah.
No problem.
And there's kids out there as well.
Heroine, same thing. You are my heroine in the Herald of Great and the Herald of Great
Do you want
Fortune
to
as well. Thank you very much. That's brilliant.
go relax?
I'm going to. We're going to have 5 minutes.
I'm sorry if he tried to give his opponent the win.
So, welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, planeswalkers of all ages, to round number...
5?
You need to help me with
5.
this one.
Yes,
I hope
5.
it's round 5.
Yes, it is
there's
round 5.
3 more to go. Round 5 of
No,
coverage.
only 2. 7 rounds.
7 rounds.
7
so
rounds.
5, 6, 7.
Well,
Including this one, too.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Welcome back to round number 5 of coverage. John Partridge, Shay Holland. We are about to go into a very interesting one. They're both 4-0, so the winner of this should then go to the 5-0 bracket
Yep.
and be able to double draw in to top 8, depending on how the tiebreakers fall. Now, I believe on one side we have Raleigh, again, in hands of... I'm probably going to get this wrong. Henry Channing.
yes, most
That's all
likely.
right. I got the right one. I got the right Channing. And on the other side we've got Mardu in hands of Yanis on the other side. So we're just waiting for the deck list to come through to us. We're going to send it, straight down to the feature match area. We're going to give the players the go-ahead, and then we will update all of the information as and when we go, as we commence coverage of round number 5 of the PPTQ here from Dark Sphere in London.
I told the players they were allowed to start, and as soon as I did, Henry asked to. I think he was going to ask a question away from the table, but he's decided to play instead. So,
That's all right then. So, believe it's Mardu. Here we go. Well, we've got at least one deck list.
we've got one deck list.
Oh, we've got a very sad deck list.
Oh,
We haven't got these. So, yeah, we actually have. Wow, this is
Is this Mardu tokens?
no, it is no, it's not. Hang on. Right, it's Mardu. That is the most important fact that we can discern from this one. It is 4-color Rally versus Mardu. Now, there are a number of very interesting card choices that Yanis has made in this deck, and I'm going to try and go through them as best I can, as we now be able to update all the bits of information. I'm going to try and go through these as best I can. He's playing a very interesting deck. So you can see Needle Spires and Smouldering Marsh. So here's just Mardu. He has 2 Soulfire Grandmaster, 2 Monastery Mentor, 2 Kalitas Traitor of Gap, 3 Goblin Dark Dwellers, 1 Colligan's Storm's Fury. Then you've got the usual number of 3 Fiery Impulse, a couple of Ruinous Paths, Colligan's Command, Read the Bones, Crackling Doom, Roast, 1 Solemn Visitor, 2 Gideon Allied Zendikar, a Chandra Flamecaller, and some very interesting ones. We have 2 Transgress the Minds in the main.
Yep.
And 3 copies of Thought Not Seer.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, didn't expect I'd see that one in this deck.
No.
That is certainly a very interesting card. It's basically able to cast off of 4 Battlefield Forge, 4 Caves of Koilos. This is the way he's able to cast his spells. So,
Unfortunately, Henry here is stuck on 2 lands,
oh dear.
so he's not actually able to cast anything.
But it could be that I don't think Yanis has another land either, but he's going to draw, and that's that Thought Not Seer not able to be cast right. Speak of the devil. Also, he's missing land drops as well. Because I think we probably see him fire off this impulse just because he doesn't want to discard it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say go, and Henry's going to draw in. The battle to who draws their lands first. Well, that's a land at least.
But it is tapped. So
Well, that's fine. He's playing
It
some
does
magic.
something.
And that's a land as well. No Thought Not Seer though, unfortunately.
No.
Not the right colour land. The interesting thing is, Yanis has decided to play Thought Not Seer in what feels like the Peering Key in the last slot. Of
Yes.
the big 4-mana spell that tries to get you ahead.
That is interesting. I really like Pia in this deck because with Colligan it allows you to sort of play Pia and then just sort of actually get in for some damage when you follow it up with a Colligan, especially if you're dashing on Colligan the next turn. So interesting that he's decided to play the Thought Not Seer. Being a little punished for it right now, as we can see with the lack of
Ability to cast it.
yeah.
So we're going to see Collected Company on the end step. He also has a Catacomb Sifter in hand, so obviously another way to keep the mana flowing. But yeah, the old play my 4th land and say go, and can't cast anything with all my colours in play. So,
Hint,
a
hint.
very interesting sigh.
Hint, hint. I can't
So
cast anything.
we're going to see at least 2 creatures here. He's definitely got one. Wow, it's a double cutthroat.
Wow.
Oh, wow, nice. And Giannis, he hits his 4th land, but doesn't quite do the same. And especially without not being able to cast that Thought Not Seer as well. That's pretty brutal as a play. But he does have the Chandra to try and catch up later. But Chandra into a board of double cutthroat is pretty horrible to play. We see an Evolving Wilds. We're going to attack for 2. Oh, it seems that Giannis did have. Interesting. Maybe he did have the 5th land. It looked like that land was hiding out in a very different location to what we thought it was.
No. I knew he had the 5th land. Okay. I think he just didn't cast anything on turn 5. Probably okay because his only spell in his graveyard was the Fiery Impulse. So Goblin Dark Dwellers probably isn't good. Obviously Chandra costs 6, and Thought Not Seer he didn't have the colours for.
No.
So
the question is, do we have another big shrug shoulder sigh from Henry and a pass of the turn with 4 mana open and oh dear my opponent, I have nothing to cast with these 4 lands in play and 6 cards in hand. Well, we'll soon find out. We'll see if Henry's able to push forward with his plan, but no, he looks like he might be wanting to cast something. He does have the double white already, which is obviously a very important part of the deck, of what the deck's trying to do, and Giannis is down at 16, it's not irrelevant, but Henry, they're drawing well apparently with that Collector Company that's sitting in his hand still. So big sign of pass of the turn, and Goblin Dark Dwellers could be a good place to start. Or the Thought Not Seer obviously can't cast. He's got a Crackling Doom. Maybe he needs to start firing them off, but 1-for-1ing against it could be interesting. And maybe Henry then goes, sure, I'll just Collector Company in response and try and find something that doesn't just die to you. And Crackling Doom. Yep, so we're going to see Crackling Doom here. Henry's going to sacrifice 1, lose 2, gain 2.
yeah,
Seems fine to me. He's still got the Collector Company to follow up with, and he's also then got the I keep forgetting the Catacomb Sifter.
Yes.
The card I can't remember. But Catacomb Sifter he also has in hand just in case he needs it.
Oh, and Henry's done the old. I don't have a Collector Company now.
We see a Read the Bones off the top from Giannis.
Wink, wink.
Could be. I think maybe he fires it off this time. Yeah, he's going to He's going to cast Read the Bones. I like that because he's still got spells. He's got a lot of spells in hand. And he needs to find lands. Lands bit. That's more spells. So it's another impulse, obviously. So that's 2 impulses. Then he can start to try and get ahead. But yep, he's going to keep one of them, but not the other.
I think he kept the.
Draw an impulse and draw a Needle Spire. Very nice draw there for Giannis. And see what he decides to do from there. So he's going to cast the Needle Spires and just probably ship the go. Maybe kill the Zulaport in response to Henry Jones. A quick counter for family cards to get hand. He does have the Chandra, which could be here next turn as well. So Henry does have to be aware of that. It's another way of getting around everything. And he can impulse in the end step and then set up Chandra after that. The best thing I think Henry draws here is is an Nantuko Husk. Just going to quickly check the number of cards he has. He's got the right number. That is a Velvish Visionary.
And a miss.
Brutal.
Yeah, and there was 2 rallies in there.
Yeah, that's not what he wants to see. And we're now going to see the impulse deal with this. You take 1, I gain 1. 10 plays 20, and well, maybe this Chandra could be good and close the game really quickly. We shall see. So Henry's going to draw a card, untap, and draw again. And big rallies, they do seem to keep appearing, so you can't be complaining too much when you have a draw like that off the top.
No, it'd be interesting to know if
he has another Collected Company in hand.
Wow. So you can understand why he kept this hand.
Well, I think he might have a Collected. It looked like he did. Yeah, he's got another Collected Company in hand, but he's going to go with the Sifter. He's going to sacrifice that, tap some more mana with the Scry, obviously. Make sure he scries first. And could he be playing in a Nantuko Husk? And the Husk here looks really good because it means he can. He can't really protect himself from this Chandra particularly easily with this Impulse in hand, and I think he has to go for the Impulse. What he could do though is Impulse away one of the other spells, untap Chandra. Well, he loses the Chandra because it's -4, so he's just going to untap and draw for the turn. So he's not going to go for the Impulse. We see a Cave of Colour, so Thought Not Seer online. And how would you go about this turn?
Not sure. Would
you get rid of that rally?
Yeah, but
There's still a collector company in hand as well, and not feeling good. So we see Cato Coilos finally a way to play his Thought Not Seer that's in hand. So it seems that Henry is also playing the one of Bring to Light in his deck as well, and he's also playing a main deck Liliana Heretical here. So Giannis does not have an easy choice right now, because but all of these cards do really relevant pieces of information.
Yeah, he has a very easy choice. He has to take the rally, otherwise he is just
There's a
dead.
Reflector Mage as well.
Yeah, but I think he's just dead. If he doesn't take rally, he's just dead. The rally gets back double Silverpool Cutthroat, and he's got Husk in play.
This is one of the scary things about Rally. This hand's insane. 3 collected companies, Rally the Ancestors, Bring to Light, Reflector Mage, spells to cast. Like, it is the epitome of my hand as a guess.
Yeah.
I think Giannis, yes, the guy struggled on mana a little bit, but Giannis, I think, struggled a little bit harder on his mana because he just couldn't do anything, especially early on when he wants to be using those impulses early on. So he's going to mark down the rest of the cards. I think Rally is definitely going to be the choice here. Well, he's laid them all out. Giannis just got to decide.
No. Giannis has already decided to take the Reflector Mage.
So they're going to roast away so he's taking away the Reflector Mage. So he's going to roast away the Nantuko Husk.
So
She's going to get something sacked to it. Might try and just keep it alive and then rally back next turn. Knows about the rally.
I think
It's going to scry.
I think Henry just wins on his turn, because he sacks this, he sacks the Sifter, and then he can just sack everything to the Husk on his turn after rallying back double Silverport Cutthroat, and he's got 5 guys in his graveyard. He's got 4. Or sorry, he's got 5 guys, but one of them is a Sifter, which brings back a token.
Yep.
So he
does have the double Cutthroat as well.
And he has
and there is an impulse in hand, which is something to be aware of. There is an impulse lurking in Giannis's hand. So does Henry see it? Well, no, he's going to go for rally. It doesn't matter because the impulse resolves and it just comes back with the rally. Here we go. Everything into play. A couple of Cutthroats, a couple of these, a couple of them. That is a lot of things. Keep forgetting which things these died. And I think Giannis might
not all of them died. Some of them were actually discarded
to hand size. So, I think, I don't think Giannis can do anything. He's going to bounce and get to draw a card and trigger and everything
and drain for 2.
Oh dear.
You're at 8,
Giannis has seen enough. He's going to collect his cards up. Does not pass go. Does not collect his £200 and on to game number 2.
That was a game where Henry was stuck on 2 lands for 3 turns, 2 or 3 turns, I believe that was, and was able to draw 3 lands in rapid succession and win the game from there.
So, sideboards maybe gets a little bit better for Giannis, but he has 3 Hallowed Moonlight, standout card against Rally, obviously good against Collector Company, Rally the Ancestors, 2 Infinite Obliterations, an interesting card can be brought in. People like bringing it in to name Husk and the Zulaport Cutthroat. Then we have Duress, Arishin Cleric, 2 of those each, 2 Radiant Flames, 2 Secure the Wastes, an Arc Lightning, and a Transgress the Mind. Transgress the Mind obviously good as well, able to exile most of the important things in the deck as well, without requiring the Thought Not Seers. It gets rid of Nantuko Husk, it gets rid of Rally, it gets rid of Reflector.
Doesn't get rid of Rally.
It doesn't get rid of Rally, it gets rid of Collected Company, but it gets rid of Collected Company, Nantuko Husk, which are the 2 important cards, and it can also get rid of, at a pinch, the Reflector Mage as well. In terms of the main deck cards that aren't particularly great, Colligan seems fine because it can eventually just end the game, but the Planeswalkers just seem too slow. the Chandra feels fine, but in a pinch, the Gideons feel maybe too weak for the match, but he wants to be trying to lower his curve, trying to play the Transgress the Minds, trying to play the Hallowed Moonlights, hold up the counter spells with the smaller creatures he can play instead. But what about the Rally side of the table?
So we've got 1 Pitiless Horde, 2 Dispel, 2 Duress, 2 Arishan Cleric, 3 Murderous Cut, 1 Fleshbag Marauder, 1 Merciless Executioner, 2 Anafenza the Foremost, and 1 Kalitas Traitor of Get. So I can see the Dispels coming in, potentially the Duresses, and I can actually see the Pitiless Hordes coming in.
The 4 mana 5, 3 mana 5/3 that dashes for 4.
Yes.
Or is it the other way around?
I think it dashes for 3.
Well, the power of the internet will tell us.
Yes.
It is is it pitiless or pitless?
Pitiless. Pitiless. Pitiless.
Well, Gatherer shall tell us.
Dash
It is a
for
3 mana 5/3. Has a rules text of at the beginning of your upkeep you lose 2 life and dash for 2 black.
I could see
Very
that
aggressive.
potentially coming in. Yeah, I could see that potentially coming in because you kind of want to just like get some damage in and then just start bashing down with that guy when the game gets too long. I could see probably maybe the Duress or the Dispels coming in just to sort of protect the companies and protect creatures.
There is a lot of instance in the Mardu deck that just happen to have incremental benefit against him, such as the Hallowed Moonlight or whatever gets back off of the Goblin Dark Dwellers. There's a lot of spells that Duress might be good against that might be better than some of the other things he's got in his deck.
Yep.
Obviously, the Kalitas Traitor of Get, the 1 of, and the 2 Anafenzas aren't probably going to come in because they just don't do a lot. But Dispel seems good to me. Murderous Cut's probably not bad, and the Fleshbag Marauders, Merciless Executioners, I don't dislike them either because the Mardu deck really struggles as a 1-for-1 deck, and it only has maybe 1 creature. So if you're able to get rid of that creature, sometimes you can push far enough ahead. But anyways, players are shuffling up for game number 2. Round number 5. Giannis will be on play.
Yes.
Although I do have a question for you. From the last round, when we watched the Jeskai versus the Mardu deck, would you choose to take the draw in that matchup?
Interesting question. I'm not sure. I enjoy being on the play anyway, so I'm probably kind of biased. I think that you're correct to go on the draw because of the extra card, but you don't want to get behind, and that can be a real problem, is getting behind.
Yeah, and I think that might be a reason not to bring the Pitless Horde in.
Yeah.
Because you can fall behind, and dashing for 4 mana every turn it's a lot of mana to do 5 damage. And I'm going to be honest, the Rally deck blocks really well.
The Rally deck is bringing in the Pitless Horde, not the Mardu. This is the...
Oh, sorry, yeah, as an option, yeah.
Which is what I like, because...
Is it really that good? Because it doesn't really help a lot with your rallies and stuff.
It's a 3 mana guy as well, don't forget.
That is true, so you can collect... you
can Coco it.
Collected company into my Pitless Hordes.
In your end step.
Yeah, put 10... put 10 power into play.
He's only got 1, but putting 7 power into play and one of them being Reflect Mage to get back your blocker.
Yeah, that's quite good. I mean, at the end of the day, you've just got to look at what's good. Probably isn't good enough in this matchup because obviously Impulse is a real problem still because it still does the damage. It's also going to.
But it doesn't always do 3.
But it doesn't always do 3. And one of the things also to bear in mind with Giannis is with his deck is he doesn't have he has 4 cracked induce, but his removal spells are really bad against X3s. He has 3 Fiery Impulses, 2 Ruinous Path. It's quite his removal spells are very unusual in that regards. So he might have brought it in actually as another way to attack Giannis on a different axis, realising that his removal spells might not be that good. So Henry's going to take a mulligan. Obviously not quite happy. Down to 6. So I think how well do you think the rally deck really mulligans at the end of the day? Because it's so cheap, it feels like it should mulligan quite well. But I just don't quite understand how well it should mulligan. But so what are we going to see today? Henry obviously not quite happy with his deck. Giannis happy with his opening hand. Actually, and I think that the rally deck does mulligan reasonably well. It has a lot of it has Elvish Visionary, which enables it to catch up.
Yep.
It has things like the Catacomb Sifter, which is 3 mana, put an extra guy into play, find your 4th land. Plus you can start scrying if you need extra lands, or you can scry lands away if you don't need them, or whatever. So it feels like it mulligans quite well, but obviously Giannis keeping a 7 is obviously a little bit concerning for Henry, because there's a lot of cards that he can get quite far behind against, depending on what he has, but we shall see.
Yes. Pitiless Horde is 2 and a black, but its dash cost is 2
black.
and black. So it can be brought in, can be collected, accompanied in.
And in terms of the Samson earthquake, it's where we are in London. We're sat under the southwestern railway line.
Yes.
As it runs out of London, so we do apologise for that. As I say, we're having to use a bubble mic rather than our normal mics because they aren't quite working properly. They're on and off, so it's picking up a little bit more than we expected it to. And we're going to see a turn 1 duress here from Henry. Come and have a look. See, there's the infinite obliteration and a hallow. Wow, that's an interesting hand.
Yeah, I like taking the infinite obliteration here. Because you can play around your hallowed moon, the enemy hallowed moonlight, but you can't really play around the infinite obliteration.
No.
Now, obviously, Henry does have Eiley, which is another sack out there, but it's not good enough.
He probably doesn't do the same job. It's whether he can perform the beatdown plan against the hand of Colligan's Clark. He doesn't have, the thing is, you've got to bear in mind, Giannis doesn't have his extra land yet, so yeah, he's going to go ahead and take the infinite obliteration, protect some of the spells, because at the moment, like, his hand doesn't do too much, and he does have to find that second land, that third land, and we're going to see a draw and it's a roast, so no third land coming yet. So we're going to see the swamp end of the battlefield and the passing of the turn. So, draw for the turn, we see Nantuko Husk drawn for Henry there, and he's definitely got a second land all set up, ready to go. So it's then. So, Canopy Vista, Interplay Tapped, and well, that probably explains a few more things with the way Henry was playing, and the second duress of the turn. Second duress of the game, Henry. What does he want to pick on this time? And it'd be interesting to see if Giannis fires anything off this time. We've got another duress from Henry. Decided he wanted to go all in, getting rid of Giannis' hands, and you might as well make use of your 2 duresses that are in your deck. He's got 2 in the sideboard, draw both of them, might as well use them, especially early on when you can use your mana efficiently and have your come to play tap lands come in at the right time to still play your spells. So he's going to have a look. I think you take Read the Bones this time. I do agree with everyone. You take Read the Bones this time, I think, because if he does find another land, he just doesn't do anything still.
Yeah.
Whereas Read the Bones can find him his 4th land, and then he can start to catch back up again.
Yeah.
And yeah, there goes Read the Bones. Henry not wanting to take any risks to do it this time, and we see, well, it looked like a land. It's a mountain. It's the perfect land, but this is what I mean. Henry taking the correct line there, get rid of the bones, and on from there, and we see, does Henry have his? Yeah, Henry does his 3rd land, and once he chooses to play, it looks like he's got 4 creatures in hand.
I think he's got doubles, Teleport Cutthroat, Grim Haruspex, and...
No. Doesn't seem to want to play anything. He knows about the Colligan's command, but it seems like he has Husk, Haruspex, Jace, and something else. So maybe he wants his opponent to tap.
Was there a Jace?
I think there was a blue card.
It looked like it was double...
We'll soon find out, but no 4th land for Giannis. Pass the turn back. There's the 4th land for Henry there. So he could play 2 spells this turn, try and start to get ahead, but I say Giannis, he does have the Colligan's command, could cause problems. But that blue to Delta will obviously fix the mana quite well. So see Teleport Cutthroat to start with. Well, seems like he's going to pass the turn back. Maybe he's sandbagging the land to discard 2. But it doesn't make any sense, he hasn't got any blue mana in play, but here comes Colligan's command anyway. Discard and... there we go. So he kept hold of it to discard to the Colligan's command, which you knew about. Maybe getting rid of Yanis's cards is the best thing. With the blue spell in hand, maybe not the most efficient one. But it's definitely an Antuco Husk and something else. And he's just got to start getting rid of these spells. So we see Collected Company drawn, and that might be the punishment. That might be the punishment for not having the 4th land, but he's got plenty of draws in the deck, and we're going to see Crackling Doom try and eat through his cards. Henry loses 2, down to 19. So, Crackling Doom is a graveyard, and Giannis hitting his land drops now, and that seems like that was looked like a Soulfire Grandmaster off the top. Useful card to have, especially with the roast that's currently positioned in hand.
Yeah.
So, untap. Draw for the turn. Does he find his 4th land? No, but he seems to have found something else. Might have been an execution, which would be interesting to bring in. Another way of trying to catch up with things. And well, Giannis doesn't have a removal spell for this one, but he might just go for... that's Kalitas. That's not a bad one.
It is if there's a merciless execution.
Yeah, so here we see 4 mana being tapped. We see the Trader of Get into play. Henry drawing for the turn. Does he find his 4th land finally? No, he seems to find another copy of Collected Company instead. And maybe being slightly punished for that greedy play where he kept it, but I can see him maybe just executioning here. Yes, it gives him a 2/2 and he doesn't draw a card, but that Traitor is going to be a real problem to deal with if he can't get it. And opens up the options of having Sidisi's Faithful to bounce the token. Makes Sidisi's Faithful a useful card.
Yeah.
But we shall see as it goes. So, land number 5 for Giannis. He's doing quite well hitting these land drops after keeping 2 lands at the beginning of the game and no read the bones. His deck's certainly cooperating more than Henry's is. Henry with at least 2 copies of Collected Company in hand ready to go. Just no 4th land, having discarded that 4th land to the Colligan's command that was cast by Giannis earlier in the game. And obviously Henry maybe on the multi-6 felt he had to keep as many spells in hand as possible. But missing that 4th land drop now maybe coming back to hurt him a little bit. Bearing in mind he's got 2 Collected Companies in hand. So, what have you got for this turn then, Giannis? What can you do this turn? Well, we've got a roast. Oh, it's got double Goblin Dire Dwellers. That seems like a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, flashing back this
Colligan's command. Seems like buy back my Traitor of Get. Kill your Grim Horror Specs and... No, he's going for the discard route. Oh no, he
Oh, and get back the Kalitas.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow. No, he killed the...
He kills it,
yeah.
Gets back the Traitor, and hits it for 2. And Henry struggling a little bit. There we go. Finally found his 4th land. Finally finds his 4th land. Another polluted Delta off the top. Now he can start activating using those Collected Companies that he has sandbagged in hand from earlier in the game. See if he can start to pull back into it. But that Kalitas is going to cause some real problems to this game if he's not careful. Sorry. 4 mana. Main phase. Let's just get it going. Get it into play.
It limits him from misplaying by not casting it again, right?
Yeah. I mean, because he knows about the Kalitas, he could be. He could hold it, and if he wants to try and hit a Reflector Mage, well, there's an Anafenza, so that's not a bad one. And we've also got the Zulaport card throw, but the Kalitas is coming, and
he is coming down, and
it's just falling behind a little bit. Miss land drops, and there's another land for Giannis. He could in fact choose to. He can cast both the Traitor and roast away the Anafenza, getting another 2/2.
Wow, that's really
pretty brutal. So here we see the Kalitas, and here's a roast. Target your Anafenza, get a 2/2, and I thought for a moment Henry was going to pick up his cards because it's not going well right now.
No.
Especially not with that Kalitas. He does admittedly have another Kalitas, but we'll have to wait and see. Sorry, he doesn't have. Sorry, he has another collected company in hand, but the Kalitas is causing all sorts of problems right now, especially as he was able to get it back.
Yeah.
So 4 mana. Let's just cast another collected company.
Company that I just drew off the top.
So he's still got another one in hand. Yeah, Henry's quite good at drawing his collected companies today. I'm not going to lie. That's another Anafenza.
Unfortunately, he
and Antukas.
got them a bit late.
Yeah. So, 2 cards into play. It looked like there was 1 Zulaport cut throat, but that doesn't matter against Kalitas. Just doesn't matter.
No.
Does not help at all. And we see Nantuko Husk, Anafenza the foremost end of the battlefield. Rally the Ancestor. Not looking like it's going to be helping much today. We see Giannis untapping 6 lands in play and quite a few creatures. And with that Kalitas as well, causing all sorts of problems for Henry. As we see another Hallowed Moonlight, so I don't think he's worried about that next collected company. Because that's basically a hard counter for it. So
Yeah.
move his stuff apart. And he can start sacrificing the zombies to the Kalitas if he wants. Start getting some bonus. We're going to see the attack with the Dark Dwellers. Menace 4/4. Starting to get in there, do some damage. Henry's going to have a quick look at what he's got. Maybe take the damage, put him to 6. He knows there's no Siege Rhinos coming, and it's unlike the Mardu deck doesn't have a huge amount of direct burn. It's incremental through Colligan's Command or Crackling Doom. But he's really having to think about it. He's going to take it. So, 4 mana. What do we have here? Thought Not Seer. Well, those cards look pretty bad right now. There's the Reflector Mage.
Get out, Reflector Mage.
Let's get that one out of here completely, and yeah, we'll continue to play this game in another way. And Kalitas causing a huge amount of problems here for Henry. He just can't get out from underneath it. So Henry's going to have a survey the battlefield. 6 life. What can he do? 2 mana. This could be Jace Vren's Prodigy enters the battlefield, and there's another landing. Well, Giannis, do what you need to do, because right now he's gonna cycle his.
Might as well cycle it, right?
It's not doing anything in your hand. You can't take them with you to the next game. Get the most out of them straight away. Right. Fine, else. What can you do? Land.
So
7.
I quite like an attack with everything here.
Yep.
He can sacrifice the zombies to Kalitas if he needs to.
Maybe he attacks the Thought Not Seer itself, because I don't think you can attack with Kalitas, but he is going to.
He can sacrifice the zombies.
Yeah, that is true.
And
oh yeah,
Henry has to block.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he blocks, double blocks the Kalitas to kill it, then he dies.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't, then anything that blocks Kalitas dies because it just gets eaten by a zombie.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's certainly one of those interesting ones that's almost... It's just one that's got away from him a little bit too much. It's not over, but it just feels like it's slightly fallen away too much from Henry. He's not quite been able to get himself back into it after missing that 4th land drop for too much. Now Tuco Husk in front of the zombie. Anafenza, does that just jump in front of the Thought Not Seer?
I don't think it matters where it jumps in front of, unfortunately. It's going to die, no matter where it goes.
Well, there goes the Nantuko Husk. There goes the Anafenza.
And Jace is going to have to get away with the zombie, and he's going to have to go to 2.
Mm-hmm. So obviously you have to sacrifice one of your zombies to keep your Kalitas alive. Don't want to lose that. That's winning this game right now. Probably single-handedly, actually. It's been a very interesting one, actually, just because he can't, especially being able to... The turn he was able to play the Kalitas and roast the Anafenza in the same turn, getting the 2/2 with no drawback, feels like that turned the game. And obviously Henry missing his 4th land off for a while was pretty crucial, but
yeah,
just not quite away. So, sacrifice the Jace. That's going to give your opponent a 2/2, which he can now use instead. So, he's going to eat the Thought Not Seer at least. So we're going to use 3 mana. Sacrifice to the Traitor. Give me some counters. I quite fancy being a bigger person. And yeah, I think Henry
forgot to make a zombie. Oh, okay.
So there's the zombie. And he's going to get to make another one now.
Yep.
So Skeletus is now a 5/6, bigger than the Anafenza, and he's going to get 2 more zombies. And I think Henry's just saying, well, I'm dead anyway, so I'll make you go through the motions. But it's just wasting time for game 3 right now. Henry needs to be getting on to game number 3.
Yeah.
Game number 1 and game number 2 is quite quick, but we'll have to see from there. So, what can Henry do from here, apart from picking his cast game 3? I don't want to say it's on the wall, but it's what it feels.
I think it is. Henry's at 2. And
He has to draw a card.
He does get to draw a card.
He gets exiled to the Anafenza still.
The Thought Not does, yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct. It doesn't matter, he still gets to draw. And
I just don't know what he's
Henry
to draw.
needs to be able to deal with all of those creatures in 2 cards, and unfortunately I don't think he can.
So, Henry, it is your turn, sir. What can you find off the top of your deck? The answer,
He's going to 1. He should be at 1.
he's at 1 life at the moment. He's not at 0. There we go. He's at 1 life. And it'd be interesting to see what he's trying to achieve with this one. He can't Giannis is at 23 life. I mean, he's really far ahead. And I mean, even looks through the sideboard, it just doesn't look like he has anything. But let's wait and see. Henry knows his deck better than we can only look at it. I'm sure he's played it enough times to know what he is doing. So we shall see what his plan is for this turn. I mean, the problem is with all the zombies in play, he can't even one-shot his opponent with the Nantuko Husk, which is another way he could have done it.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see. He's having a look around, he's scratching his head. And he scoops him up. Decided he has no way out, and on to game number 3. Giannis picking up game number 2 from Henry, and on the back of Kalitas. This is probably this is the first game we've seen that Kalitas has looked good. I'll try and rephrase that. Kalitas has looked good when he's been on camera. He just hasn't done anything. He's always been in a position where, yeah, this looks really good, but then hasn't actually done anything on the side of it. Whereas that was the first game he's actually done something, killed something off, and Raleigh have then really struggled to beat him. Because all the other times we've seen it, Raleigh's just not struggled with him.
No.
Even if they've given him... He's made 1/2/2 before this game, and he's been in play 3 or 4 times against Raleigh.
Yeah.
That game, completely different story. Just be able to get him back, play him, roast away your Anafenza. I'm now really far ahead with this zombie in play. You have to deal with Kalitas, and we know from Raleigh it's very difficult for them to kill Kalitas outside of the murderous cuts, which I think he has to bring in. Now, I think if he doesn't already have them, Henry has to go back to his sideboard, get those murderous cuts into his main deck, and probably get out those Anafenzas, because they are doing nothing right now. It's a 3-mana 4/4 that hasn't really helped him along. But say, we shall see where Henry goes for game number 3. You can see some of the cards Henry's taken out. So he's actually taken out some of his cutthroats, and some of his visionaries, and Sidisi's faithful, and some of his rallies. Wow, he's a very brave sideboard plan. I guess if you've seen the Kalitas, he doesn't want to.
I assume he's probably going for a more beatdown plan.
Which is why he's brought the Anafenzas in. I think he's now taken out some of his merciless executioners, realising they didn't do particularly loads, especially as you have to sacrifice and trigger the traitor as well, which isn't the best way to deal with them compared to, say, Reflector Mage. And losing an executioner is actually quite a big deal compared to losing a faithful.
Yep.
Faithful being a 0/4, the merciless executioner actually attacks as well, rather than, and then this is the matchup where Henry just needs to attack with things and not just sit on his back heels and hopefully get there with the Rally the Ancestors. So, players shuffling up for game number 3, and that one looked completely different to game number 1.
Yeah.
It felt that Henry was just able to do his own thing, and to be fair, those 2 Duresses, they didn't look great.
No, they didn't really do anything, and I think a really crucial part of that game was Henry opting to discard the 4th land to the Colligan's command, being able to not get off Collector Company to Collector Company when he needed to, being stuck on 3 lands for so long. those collected companies were just so so behind, and I think if you'd got them off earlier, it might have made a difference. Obviously, we don't know, but
hindsight is a wonderful thing, isn't it? At the end of the day,
hindsight is 20/20 vision, as they say.
From our position in the booth as well, we can always look down on someone and say you made a bad play, or you made this terrible play, or you made this great play, because we have information from both players' hands, and we aren't down there under the camera being streamed live to 400 or 500 people around the world who are watching this and who have also the same information as us and can make these decisions on based on it. Whereas the people under the camera, it's a lot of pressure being under the camera because you're under the scrutiny of a lot of other people, and that's when things can be missed. And when you make sort of bad plays or misplays, or you take a line of play that wasn't necessarily the best one for you right then, but we shall see where it goes in game 3, and let's see if Henry can turn it around, get his head screwed back on, and focus on game number 3, because that would have been a bit of a painful loss to take, that one, I think.
Yeah.
He just didn't get a chance to do anything, and the Kalitas off the Colligan's command was pretty brutal at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I think Henry could have avoided it, and I think that was something that he set himself up to a position where he unfortunately, he did kind of realise he knew that he knew that his opponent had the Colligan's command. I think in that situation there were better things in his hand to discard. Collected Company in this matchup is so strong because your opponent, once you know your opponent doesn't actually have any Hallowed Moon Knights left, it's 4 mana, make 2 creatures, and against a deck that's most of their removal is very 1-for-1, incredibly powerful.
I think that was the thing, is Henry just fell a little bit too far behind. He wasn't able to catch up after things started going downhill. So obviously it'd be interesting to see if he can bounce back into this match and see if he can pick up from where he left off in game number 1. So players looking at their opening hands, deciding if they want to keep them, before we're on to game number 3. Of round 5, one of these players will be walking into the 5-0 bracket, and Henry's happy with his hand, leads on an Evolving Wilds. And he's going to do it in his opponent's turn just to save some time, while Yanis leads off with a Nomad Outpost. So Swamp fetched up by Henry. We'll see what his turn 2 play is in just a moment. He's got a few he can play. Jace. We know that most of the Visionaries are out the deck. He also has access to Eiley, the Eternal Pilgrim. It could be another 2-drop alongside, obviously, Elvish Visionary, Jace Ring's Prodigy, and the Zulaport Cutthroat. Especially off a Swamp, it could be any number of different cards. So we have a Duress in hand. So we're going to Duress on turn number 2. Let's see what you're looking with, Yanis. See what we can produce from here. So we see land, Infinite Obliteration, Monastery Mentor, double Hallowed Moonlight, land, Infinite Obliteration, 2 Hallowed Moonlights, Monastery Mentor, and a Fiery Impulse. Yanis deciding to keep in all the hate cards for Rally, deciding that, yep, I have enough removal to deal with your normal threats, and then I will just collect your Nantuka Husks when I can, or pick up your Collector's Companies and effectively counter them when possible as well. So, what do we think Henry will take from this then? He has quite a few options. He took the Infinite Obliteration last time, and this hand looks very similar to what it looked like last time. However, there's an extra land, and this time it's the Fiery Impulse that goes away, and Henry's going to choose what land he wants to play. He's going to lead off with a Flooded Strand. Probably go fetch up his blue mana, give him access to his different colours, or he could go fetch up Plains and then fine. I think he wants to get probably maybe the green-white land this time. It depends on what the rest of his hand looks like, but we'll soon find out what he's going for. Down to 19.
Yeah, I think the green-white land is probably the best one here. It gives him the most colour, the most access to the colours that he needs. A blue-black one isn't as helpful, and an island is just not that great. Yeah. Best colour in Magic, but probably not right now.
No, he's got other things he wants to be casting. He's got a Nantuko Husk ready. He could fetch up an island on the next one, which gives him access to all his colours. We have 8 minutes left on the round. Now what he is doing is, the accepting is that Giannis is going to be casting this Infinite Obliteration. But if he can get that Nantuko Husk into play now, at least he has something in play, and he just hopes Giannis hasn't drawn another one. Another impulse to pair with the one that was taken by the duress of turn 2 by Henry. So, what do we have there, Henry? We've got a Nantuko Husk. He's also got Pitless Horde. That's a nice one. Yeah, I like that actually.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, and he knows Giannis' hand, and he knows Giannis is very soft to this Pitless Horde. Very soft, in fact, actually. And he had Hallowed Moonlight, Infinite Obliteration. Doesn't answer a 5/3 very well.
No.
And maybe Henry's going for the fact that this could win me the game very quickly. We see the planes come into play. 3 mana being tapped.
I think we're going to see an Infinite Obliteration.
Well, it's a Monastery Mentor.
Oh, it's a Mentor. Interesting.
That's an interesting line. I suppose it means he can start setting up to get some 1/1s, make his thing bigger, and try and go from there. So, Henry loses 2 life, down to 16, knocks top of his deck. What do you have on the top of your deck today? So that is a Polluted Delta. Might not be what you're looking for. In for 5. Giannis down to 15 already. 1 hit. Doesn't take long, but I'll have to see if Giannis is able to start at the board. Now, Henry might go for the Nantuko Husk this time. We shall have to see. Looks like there's a Zulaport Cutthroat in hand as well. But I think get the Husk into play. Play your land. Alright. Interesting. So he draws a we see Giannis draw a mountain. He still can't answer this Pitless Horde.
No. But he does have...
He's got 2 Hallowed Moonlight, so we could just say, sure, go, and I'll beat you up in the second turn, in your own turn. We shall see.
I quite like firing off a duress here.
Yep. I like that a lot as well. We're going to see the duress here, actually. We're going to see some lands and not a lot else from what I could see. In fact, there is a Bring to Light. So he's got 1 Bring to Light gone. There were 2 more lands. There's also the Zulaport Cutthroats. And we see the Monk token being made. Not much time left on the round. Henry trying to cling on in there, take this game, and move on to 5-0 and not try and draw. But Monastery Mentor might not take long to close this game out.
No, it is a interesting. It seems to be a battle of which is better, Horde or Mentor.
Well, it's interesting because I mean, Giannis playing very cleverly there. He knows he can make his Mentor a 4/4 if required.
Yeah.
And he's going to pass the turn back. And so
Henry at 11.
That's a Jace. Sorry. Jace Friend's Prodigy.
We do have a...
it's a Zulaport Cutthroat as well.
We do have a judge at the table, so if the judge feels that Henry is trying to slow play, then she will give them all.
Mm-hmm. Same with Giannis as well.
Same
She feels
with Giannis,
that, but if she feels that either of the players is slow play, then she'll say no. You need to make a play, please, guys. And we're going to see the attacking with the Nantuko Husk. And we're going to see a Hallowed Moonlight here.
Yeah, and I quite like the Hallowed Moonlight here because it allows him to
cycle,
make a Mentor, make a Monk token, sorry.
Could double block the Pitless Horde.
Could do, or also block the 2/2 onto the Husk and the 1/1 onto the Horde. Basically saying, you know, either you lose your Cutthroat or the Husk trades, or you lose your Horde or the Husk trades. So basically, you know, the 3 options, and none of them great for Henry.
They certainly are. It's actually interesting because I'm not sure if it's right, but it looked like Giannis had a Crackling Doom in hand. There's a gold card in his hand somewhere.
Interesting.
Down to 9.
He might. I think he just drew the Crackling Doom off the
And he
Hallowed
had-
Moonlight.
Oh, sure, yeah, that would make sense. And he's going to play a Jace second main phase. That Crackling Doom's going to be really good. Mastery Mentor might just end up running away. Mentor might still win this game with the amount of time left on the board. Mentor does not take long to get ahead,
Not at all.
especially with Crackling Doom and Hallowed Moonlight and a land.
Yeah.
Could be really far ahead. And we see Jason's Prodigy. Henry's passing it and going, struggling a little bit. I think he's starting to see this one slipping away from him ever so slightly. Pitless Horde almost get there, but not having an answer to the Mentor was probably what hurt him a lot in this game. Was that a well-timed duress? Very well-timed, very timely duress off the top, able to deal with that Bring to Light before it was able to get a collect. Although his choice not to play the land may have not played around it very well. And we see Thought Not Seer off the top. That doesn't matter. Can't cast that one.
No.
But there is a Crackling Doom at the ready. I think you just send him with everything.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful. The Pitless Horde is obviously very good because it's 5 power, and getting rid of that with a Crackling Doom is 5 power down.
I think you don't fire off the Crackling Doom now. I think you attack first because you know Henry's hand. You know he's got the thing, and then after he's taken the 2 from the Pitless Horde, you then Crackling Doom, and that is so strong.
Gets 4 damage in.
Yeah. I think you just attack now. There's no block, like Jace is probably not blocking because it's, and if it does, then
You get to eat.
what a
You get to eat
blowout.
2 creatures.
Exactly.
So in for 3. Henry takes 3. I think Giannis might just pass the turn and see what Henry does. Yeah, he's going to pass the turn. Trigger, 2 damage, down to 6, almost down to 4. And also gets the 1/1, which is nice as well.
He's deciding that he doesn't actually want to
Do it yet. I think he wants to see.
do it.
He wants to see if he does anything first. But I think you have to Crackling Doom anyway. He's going to activate Jace. He's going to draw. Henry's going to have a quick survey before he decides which one. He's got another Jace in hand. And plus he's got that Windswept Teeth, which doesn't seem to be doing anything right now. We'll see what he chooses to discard. He's going to have a quick look. There's only 3 cards in there. Not a lot doing there. So, what does he choose to discard? Henry's going to have to make a decision soon.
Yeah.
He's taking a little bit too much time with this one, I think.
Yeah, we're just gonna go poke the table judge to
Hurry the game
ask
up.
Henry to make a play.
He won't like that. Obviously, we've got to the game has to come to its natural conclusion, and this isn't coming to its natural conclusion. There we go. Get rid of that. Transform this Jace for Prodigy. Can choose to obviously target the Mentor. Doesn't seem bad, but so
And he's gonna flash back the Bring to Light, potentially.
if he has the 5th land,
He does in hand. I'm pretty sure he has a 5th land in hand.
so
Oh, he's gonna flash back the Duress in response.
Crackling Doom. Doom you. Trigger. Make me a 1/1.
And deal
Pitless
the
Horde, bye bye.
deal the 2 damage to Jace.
No, I think you just go for Henry's face. You've got to close this game somehow. You're up in cards, and wow, yeah. Giannis goes, I don't mind. You can take what you want from these. It really doesn't matter. He's going to probably end up taking the Hallowed Moonlight. Giannis can. The thing is, he's at 4. If he doesn't find a blocker, Giannis goes, okay, I'll just cast this
Infinite
infinite.
blow.
Well, I'll just fire up my Shambling Vent.
Yeah.
If he doesn't play a creature. Actually, does Henry have anything to do in this position? What do you have, Henry? Do you have a spell? Looks like you have a land and something. It might be a Jace.
I think it was a second Jace, yeah.
It's a blocker. Right now, that's what he needs. That's a Reflector Mage.
Wow, that's a good one.
That's a good draw. That's helpful. Holding back on defense with everything. So, nice draws. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yes.
Kalitas Traitor joins the battlefield. 4 mana. I think this one's fairly easy. Place Kalitas. Sego. Yep, you'll go. Untap. Draw for the turn. What do you find? You've got a land in hand. Collector can't really be quite timely now. Try and find another Reflector Mage. It's 3 mana.
Another Reflector Mage.
And a Fenza. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So he's going to say, you'll go. Yes. What have you got to do? Draw for a turn. That's a good one.
Very good.
I mean, that's lethal.
It is, yeah.
That's lethal backcracking, dude.
It's not. Because the Kalitas
Oh, has it got targeted by Jace? So it's
Yes.
a 1 power Kalitas.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have the Hallowed Moonlight. He needs basically another land. He's just going to Crackling Doom. Sacrifice that, trigger, get a 2/2. If he finds a land, it is.
It is lethal.
If he has a land,
Irrelevant, because he can sacrifice the zombie to Kalitas.
it's 3 mana to sacrifice, isn't it?
2. Oh no, yes, it might be 3. I thought it was 2.
So they're going to trade. Kalitas is going to deal 1 point of damage.
It is 3. I thought it was 2 for some reason.
So Henry all the way down to 1 and more 2/2s into the battlefield. So it's Monastery Mentor, Infinite Obliteration and Thought Not Seer. What are left in hand. I mean, once they get to turns, it doesn't matter anyway. They'll be able to finish the game.
Yeah.
He just hasn't drawn any spells to go with this Jace, unfortunately. He's played well. He's played well to put himself in position. So what's he flashing back this time? It could be a Coco. Or if he's got the land, it could be the Bring to Light for a Coco.
I think he's got a rally in hand.
So he's putting the Jace into the graveyard. He's going to do that, so... Do we just see the Thought Not Seer here?
I don't think you do. I actually think you fire up the Shambling then. Add another attacker.
Yeah, well there's the Shambling then. Let's turn all these creatures sideways. And he's going to extend the hand.
Oh, he didn't have double white either.
Yeah, so he wasn't able to get out of it. He did have the rally in hand, doesn't have the double whiten. So, Henry unfortunately falling at the last to Mardu mid-range. Yanis marches on to 5-0 rally. Well, taking his first loss on camera, but we're going to bring it back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. John Partridge, Shea Holland. Interesting match, very close. Just at the last, not able to quite get there. Rally just running out of puff a little bit and not finding the lands he needed, even without Culligan's command,
Yeah.
just not able to get there. Kalitas doing his work once again, doing the hard graft that he's required to do. Now, we know that was time on the round, so we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back with round 6 very shortly. We're coming down the final stretch, 2 rounds of Swiss, and then the top 8 to come, and we shall crown PPTQ champion Darksphere London. And hopefully with not on too many new hours. I want to actually go home at some point, but 2 more rounds of Swiss that you'll be joining us back. We'll probably be 5 or 10 minutes, and we shall see you then. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you will join us then.
Wow. You think someone's a good player?
Yeah, you can have a spoon. Do you want cream?
I know I'm right. Shut up. At least I wasn't late to work this morning. Well, I don't know who I am. Is Alex here? No, he's not here, mate.
Doesn't make sense.
Do you buy two and one?
In a bit. I'll have one after this.
Sorry?
I'll have one after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 6 of coverage here from Dartford in London, John Pache, Holland. Straight down to the action here. We have a 5-0 and a 4-1, and unfortunately for Chris Burrows, not able to draw because he got the pair down. There's only 3 players currently at 5-0, and unfortunately got the pair down for this one. So we're just going to update the information for what people are playing, and we'll be down to action. On one side of the table, well, I didn't think we'd expect to see this one today, but on we have Paxi Sanchez, who is on Attack of Red. Did not expect to see this one, and he is definitely on the more standard version of the deck because he's not got any of the sideboard cards that Josh Layton was playing recently in Nissa, Voice of Zendikar, and the token theme. He's going standard Swift Spear, Zergo Bellstriker, Abbot of Carol Keep, Reckless Bushwhacker. He has parts of the combo, but there's only 2 pieces of each, so he's a bit lower on the combo. And we're going to see a turn 1 duress, turn duress from Chris Burrows on Red Black Dragons, seeing Zergo in hand, and then obviously seeing some spells left in Paxi's hand. And I think on this one, probably the Dragon Fodder is the one you'll be looking at taking. His hand doesn't do much without that. Yes, it's a bit explosive with the Titan Strength, but you're a Red Black Dragons deck. You have enough removal spells to deal with a 2-2, and he is going to take the Dragon Fodder, pass the turn back, Paxi untaps, and draws for the turn. And with the Red Black Dragons list, we've got 2 Duress, 2 Grasp of Darkness, 3 Murderous Cuts, 2 Impulses, 4 Draconic Roars. I'm going to see Swift Spear into the attack, joining Zergo. And draw for the turn from Chris, and he's found a Hangerback Walker. That's a pretty nice one. We'll see him drop down to 15. Take a point of damage. Find a mountain. Good for them. And the mana in this deck's pretty good actually. Red Black Dragons, 2 colours, 4 fetch lands plus whatever other ones you want to face. He's then got a lot of basics as well to fetch up the double black he needs, and he's also got the dual Smouldering Marsh, which is quite nice as well. Obviously the Hangerback Walker for 1 Haven't seen much of that on camera at all recently. We've seen one guy that had it, but we never saw it come out. And obviously in this match, there are a full 4 copies of Hangerback Walker to go alongside 4 Colligan the Storm Fury, 4 Thunderbolt Regents, 2 Pier and Kier Nalar, 3 Flamewake Phoenixes, and 4 Thopter Engineers, going very much down the Tom Ross style with the deck.
Yeah, Paxi here with a very, very aggressive start. Zergo into Swift Spear is really good.
It's a pretty quick one, especially backed up with that
Titan
strength.
Yeah.
I almost think you trade at this point. The 4 blocks he's going to...
I think this is after blocks, so no blocks declared.
Okay. So he's now oh wow. So he gets the Thopter. It's very, very violent.
Getting in for 4 here, and then...
He's not going to Titan strength, interesting. He's got something else to do. But he's still got that Titan strength in hand. He's going to pass the turn back. Right now he's fueling up that Murderous Cut quite well as we see a Polluted Delta off the top. It's an interesting hand that he's got. He's got the Pier and Kier Nalar for next turn. He's going to draw and pass the turn back. That Murderous Cut, very good spell. Very powerful against these decks. Able to be not cast off some small amount of mana, but this time I think we'll be seeing it for 3 mana plus a few other things, especially if something is Titan Strength in response. And Pier and Kier Nalar or Thunderbreak Regent follow-up could be quite potent, to say the least.
Yeah, and if I'm Chris, I'm probably, depending on whether or not the Titan Strength is used this turn, probably using the Thunderbreak. It's bigger, so he's able to actually block most things that Patsy does, and yeah, it's just an all-round probably better.
We're going to see another another Swift Spear, and we're going to send in everyone. I think this Thopter might be jumping in the way of one of these cards this time. Probably put it in front of the Zergo. Does the least amount of damage. You want to encourage Paxi to play this Titan Strength.
Yep.
So you probably block the Zergo and say, okay, if you've got a spell, you're going to have to do it now. But I think he has to block first and encourage Paxi to do the damage, because then he can just Murderous Cut what he wants in the end step anyway. He's going to get fetched before Smouldering Marsh off of his Polluted Delta, going down to 10. Just see what line he wants to take from here. I dislike Murderous Cutting before combat. So, Zergo down. This is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Well, this is under the assumption that, obviously we're going into the assumption that he actually he said no blocks and his opponent said okay, take some damage. No, he's gonna, does have the Titan Strength. There's 7 damage. That's
a
the
lot.
Tarkus command range.
That is, yeah.
But his card to the bottom, that's 5, 7, yeah. That's a lot of damage. Chris falls all the way down to 3. And very much in risky damage. And this Pier and Kier Nalar might stabilise the board reasonably well, but at the same time, might not do anything either. Which we'll have to see. I think you have to lead off with the Pier and Kier Nalar. Well, he is. He's going to cast Charge of Parents, bring along 2 Thopters to go with the 2-2, and then see if he can stabilise that. But there's a lot of cards that he dies to right now off the top of his deck. So we draw. That's an impulse. That's not a bad start. Which means he can impulse away Pier and Kier Nalar and attack with the Triggered Prowess. Just do something.
Yeah.
Attacks first, though. I think he just sends everything in. Impulse away the parents. And then see how he blocks with the Thopters. I suppose he's trying to encourage him into the double block here on one of the Swift Spears.
Yeah. And I think, I don't know, I mean, double block is really strong, but I don't think you can at this point. If you're Chris, I think your line of losing is to a double block.
Yeah, for sure. I think it'll be interesting to see. Let's see how Chris decides to play this one. He played an interesting line last turn when he went with the pre-combat Murderous Cut. well, pre-blocks Murderous Cut, or however he chose to do it, and got slightly blown out by the Titan Strength, which he knew about from his turn 1 duress. And he knew about it, which is the other thing as well. It's very interesting to see what happens from here, and he's really struggling. He's really trying to make these blocks. Well, there's one block. That was nice and easy. I mean, this impulse is going after Pyrrha and Alara anyway. Oh, wow, that's interesting. So, I think you now. Do you just impulse away the Thop? Well, you lose the Swift Spear, don't you? I think you impulse the parents anyway, yeah. So get them off the table, trigger my prowesses, get rid of your Thopters, leave you with a Thopter left, and you're at 3 life. And your go, sir. That's not a bad draw. A Draconic Roar off the top. And he's still at 3 life, and 3 is very close to being lethaled by an Atarka's command. So we're going to see the Collins Storm Fury hardcast. Don't see that very often, but it's been hardcast today. So what has he drawn? In with the team. He might have drawn a Titan's Strength. Let's trade up my Monastery Swift Spear. Oh, they still trade. No, it doesn't. Does it? No, it's because it only has 4 toughness, so it still trades. Get rid of the Thopter and Scry and land, and you'll go, and this Thunderbolt Regent's going to be really powerful, especially if he finds it. Oh, that's another Draconic Roar. I think you might just get rid of this Monastery Swift Spear. Deal you 3 damage, show you this Thunderbolt Regent. You're at 15. Proceed your turn, sir. I have another Draconic Roar for whatever you decide to do. Just please don't top deck Atarka's command on me. That's an Abbot. Let's have a redraw. That's at land. So that's not quite getting there. He's going to pass the turn back, see another Draconic Roar, get rid of the Abbot of Carroll Keep, revealing the Thunderbolt Regent, dealing 3 more, actually, putting him down to 12 life, and passing the turn back, and a draw. That's a mountain. That's a Bloodstained Mire. Let's get the Thunderbolt Regents to play. Let's get this game over with. Try and do some damage and see what happens, because I haven't got anything else to do. Just play it and go. Your go. Now, I think perhaps he cracks this. He's decided not to. He's going to crack the fetch land in his upkeep. Yep, he's going to crack it in his
I think
upkeep.
cracking here is probably the best. You want to try and hit this Atarka's command.
You want to try and get rid of as many things as possible. You can't find that off a Windswept Heath.
No, he's pointing that out. Yep.
Yeah, that's a mountain. There should be a second Cinderglade in there, though, hopefully. Yep, there we go.
There we go.
There's the Cinderglade. Second one to follow up with. I think the judge is next to them at the moment, trying to find out exactly what happened. Work out from there. So, actually, he's putting Chris in a position where he's got 3 straight outs, and anything like Hordling Outburst looks pretty good as well. We shall see. So. Let's see, so Haxi's going to shuffle up, take his draw for the turn, see if he can find one of his 4 Atarka's commands, end this game, get it over with, show your opponent, and move on to the next round. This is well, not the next round, but it's game number 2 anyway. And let's see what happens. Come on, Haxi, what can you draw? Oh, there we are. We found it. Show your opponent, start scooping up your cards. Move to game number 2.
Yes.
Yeah. So, obviously, for those who are watching, this is the preliminary Pro Tour qualifier from Darkfire London. I believe that the RPTQ is Sheffield next weekend.
Yes, I believe so.
I think the next one after that might be back with us. Can't wait for that one. Get that one back here. Get them all back. So, sideboards from the Atarka Red deck. We have 2 Thunderbolt Regent, 3 Art Lightning, 2 Den Protectors, 2 Painful Truths, 3 Self-Inflicted Wounds, 2 Smouldering Marsh, and 1 Outpost Siege. Cards that stand out to me: Painful Truths, the Smouldering Marsh, and the Outpost Siege. You just want to get more cards. None of the other Thunderbreak region's interesting. It might be fine. It might be a good card to bring in against someone who has Draconic Roars and other small removal spells. And to be fair, it's actually quite hard for him to kill. We've seen Murderous Cut, haven't seen the Grasp of Darkness, obviously, but there's a lot of things in here that he struggles to kill. But I think Painful Truths is quite a nice one.
Yep.
Try and catch up and keep up and take it out some of the combo pieces because it's quite hard to actually combo. There's 4 pieces to the combo. 2 Become Immense, 2 Team of Battle Rage. Might take them out.
Yeah.
But again, not many things to bring in and not many things to look to take out.
So from Chris, we have 2 Colligan's Command, 4 Transgress the Mind, 4 Self-Inflicted Wounds, 2 Kalitas, 1 Crux of Fate, 1 Colligan's Return, Kozilek's Return, 1 Radiant Flames. I actually really like the Kozilek's Return and the Radiant Flames coming in. I also... Yeah, they're like the 2 that stand out to me the most. I could probably see some of the...
There isn't really... The thing is, there isn't too much that he wants to bring in. Like, the Kalitas is fine because it's a life linker.
I think the Kozilek's Return and the Radiant Flames are probably coming in. I think he can probably take out maybe
You don't need all 4 columns.
No, probably some Flamewake Phoenix or Thopter Engineers. They're not... The Thopter Engineer not as much, but the Flamewake Phoenix I don't like as much.
I think what he's got to look at is, what's he doing? The Colligan is just really slow. I think Colligan is too slow in this matchup. It's a 5 mana spell and he's got 4 of them plus it's legendary, so they end up clogging up his hand. Whereas something like bringing in the Kalitas obviously doesn't have the same effect. The Radiant Flames and the Radiant Flames. The other thing with Thopter Engineer is it survives Kozilek's Return.
Yep, this is true. I'm not saying not to bring it in, but the Kalitas doesn't feel amazing. It feels a bit too slow by the time it's getting out.
I think one of the things with these mono red decks is because he's got the Painful Truth on sideboard, his deck slows down an amount. So it's probably not too bad to bring in the... I mean, at the end of the day, it's slightly more situational.
So both players just shuffling up for game 2, and Chris on the play. So I'm not sure if it will go better for him this game, but we'll see.
I think for Chris, being on the play is quite important because it means he has a bit more time to set up these bigger plays that he has available to him.
Yeah.
When he's on the draw, he has a lot less time because he's under a lot more pressure.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference in this match.
I think so as well. Yeah. It's if he manages to get some decent sweepers and some decent removal, then he looks quite favoured. So
he's having to play catch up less as well a little bit. However, game number 2 is where we will be at. So, players shuffling up. Game number 2. Now, I think there was a lot of very interesting plays that maybe Chris got punished for a little bit, especially that one with the Murderous Cut. I think you have to take the position of, if you don't do anything, you take 2 damage. You're at 7 life. you're it's maybe at 8 life.
Yeah.
As soon as you kill something, you know about the Titan strength. They do the Titan strength. You're taking so much damage. You went to 3 life.
Yeah.
If he goes down the line of block, I'll block your Zergo.
Yeah.
Titan and then he says, okay, sure, take 2.
Yeah.
Because he has the Peering Cane to follow up with a little
Yeah.
bit more. But he can go the line of, well, okay, I take 2. In your end step, Murderous cut your Zergo.
Yeah.
Murderous cut your Swift Spear. In your end step, having taken 2 damage, untap, Thunderbolt region, whatever. If he says to Patsy, I'm taking 2 damage here, unless you want to do something and then I get the blowout.
Yeah.
Because Titan Strength doesn't resolve. He still takes 2, but he loses a Swift Spear and loses that, and then he can untap it. And then something like Peering Cane Alert is a real problem card to deal with at that point, or Thunderbolt region is really hard to deal with. The position it was, he meant that he was taking so much damage having killed a Zergo.
Yeah. And I think that's really where he stumbled a little. You know, it put him quite far behind. It put him in range of just a Tarkus command, and that's not really where you want to be against these decks. So, killed quite a slow hand.
So, slow hands are interesting in this matchup, especially. Wow, that is a slow hand. But I've seen Apaxi did Mullen 6, but again, I don't know. Can you keep slow hands like this? Possibly, like the Thopter Engineer can catch you up a little bit. It blocks really well.
Yep.
But if this is a dragon fodder, this Thopter Engineer looks really good.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the side that Chris went with this hand by keeping it significant. Thopter Engineer to Thunderbreak region, and that could be quite hard for a red deck to deal with. But we shall see. As he untaps, fetches up a Singing Glade in the end step. And he still has a Murderous Cut, which is a nice insurance policy. Obviously, Chris being a little bit more helpful to us on coverage, showing his voice in his hands, and wow, no second turn placer, he's gone big. Something tells me he's got Hordling Outburst and some very expensive 4-drops to play in.
Most certainly, yeah. I think this is what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot slower. You know, not going for the turn 1 Swift Spear, turn 2 Zergos and Swift Spears, and you know, quite a bit slower, but a lot bigger. You know, kind of saying to Chris, well, nice Draconic Roars, here's a 4/4, or you know, no Fiery Impulses anymore for you because you're going to die to my 4/4s.
And here we see the Thopter Engineer brings on his buddy. We see the Impulse in hand for Paxi as well, so he's still got those in. He's got one in hand already, and it looks like there's going to be a slow game, and Chris being on the play with multiple Thunderbreak Regents could be much better for him, because multiple Thunderbreak Regents is a pretty good place to start. But we shall see. Fetching up his second Cinderglade, which is interesting because now the Smouldering Marshes will come into play tapped if he's got a Painful Truth at some point, but there's plenty of time to find those later in the game. That's that turn. Draw for the turn. He likes having them really close to his chest, doesn't he, today? Wow. This is Kalitas Trader of Get in hand as well for Chris.
Wow. He's really looking to pull ahead this game.
Yeah, he's looking to. And the Thopter Engineer and the Thopter do so much work of just saying, don't care. I'm just going to stand in the way of everything you do, and here's a Hordling Outburst, and this is where Thopter Engineer looks very good, and this Kalitas is also going to look very good as well. Just getting some life and see what happens. We see a Swamp off the top. I think it's Thunderbreak region or Kalitas time, and I think maybe the... I don't really know which is better in this
I think
position.
the region.
Removal spells do damage to you. But we shall see where he goes. So I think the lifelink might just bring him to cast it, but he's pulled a Thunderbreak region to the front of his hand. So he's going to attack for 1. No fear. No fear at all.
No fear.
Let's see what he goes for. He's going for the Thunderbreak region. So he's fine. It requires quite a lot to trade with it, so we shall see where he goes from. We'll see what Patsy has from here. We've got another mountain. Plenty of spells in hand. Just not doing a lot beforehand. long thought Patsy here. How does he want to approach this turn with his 3 goblin tokens in play? So it looks like he's going to attack. He's feeling brave.
If you're Chris, are you blocking with your Thunderbreak?
Yes. I would happily, like, do you get rid of a Titan Strength? Can be a real problem later in the game. If you don't block and he has Titan Strength, he's probably burning it anyway. And I think, bearing in mind your hand is Thunderbreak Regent, Kalitas, Murderous Cut. You want to fill your graveyard because you want to be able to go Kalitas, Murderous Cut one of your guys.
Yeah.
Get the token straight away.
Doesn't it get it off of the...
No, obviously, but you
Yeah,
don't know what else
a
is in
normal
his hand.
creature, yeah.
I think you just say, okay, sure, block, because right now, we'll need to go and have a look at the graveyard. I don't think the impulse is turned on.
No, it's not.
So, you can't get impulsed. He's going to block 1 and 1. So he's going to take 1 damage. I'll take that.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
really
in
strong.
You can see Abbot of Carol Keep, Impulse. That's an arc lining. Yeah, this is horrible. 2 and 1. Okay, that's fine. That's an interesting card to bring in. It's a very interesting card to bring in. But okay, so he 1-for-1s with it. Okay, now the Impulse gets that. Take 3. But I mean, how many cards would you trade for that? I think Chris would be quite happy with this one because now he gets to cast another Thunderbreak Regent. If he draws a fetch land, he could just go play Maculatus and be really super far ahead. But well, now he can start buying them back, and I think you just slam another Thunderbreak Regent into play here.
Yeah, almost certainly. And you've got double Haven at this point,
Yeah,
so you can just start buying them back when you need to.
and I think you have to take the line of Haven, leave up your black mana, and play another Thunderbreak Regent, and pass the turn back. And the slower hand's starting to pay off a little bit. Here, draw for the turn. What do you find? Well, we know he's got an Abbot, and that looks like, but like a black. That's a Swift Spear. This is. It looks like there's an outline as well. And this is a slightly slower draw from the red deck. It'd be interesting to see if he plays that Monster Swift Spear, because that's when I just go block your token, untap, have enough to play this Traitor and delve, and I think that could just be game over. So we see the Swift Spear here. And he's going to attack now. I'm really hoping Chris blocks the token. Like, he could take an Arc Lightning, but that's his opponent's entire turn. And he also then fills up his graveyard, deals 3 more damage, puts a Traitor, puts Kalitas into play.
With a zombie.
Yeah, and it's the zombie as well. And he removes his opponent's entire board.
Yeah. Definitely blocking the token.
Yeah. There's a big risk with the Swift Spear, blocking that. It's a lot less risk blocking the token. Because, well,
Titan Strength plus Battle Rage, for instance, would be pretty strong.
it's a lot of damage anyway. It's not 18.
No, I mean if he blocks with the Swift Spear.
And I think you want to set up the Traitor into Murderous Cut. And yes, there is a chance. Oh, he's going to take it. Wow, so he takes 2 damage. Wow, that is brave. That is brave. But he now just gets to do the Traitor, Kalitas Traitor get play, where he now gets to play the Traitor and kill your guy on the Murderous Cut. We see Abbott. Now that's a pretty juicy target. But I think you just remove the Swift Spear. Just whatever it was went straight into exile. So we're going to draw for the turn. So Chris now with, and you have to put the token because the token doesn't trigger the Kalitas.
Irrelevant of
You're
that.
dying to the combo anyway.
Yeah, irrelevant of that. I think you're still dying to the combo. Like, I'm pretty sure he wasn't dead to the combo because I think he's got 4 cards in his graveyard anyway. So he wasn't just flat dead to the combo because you could just kill it in response.
Yeah.
And I don't think Paxi even had the stuff to punt the guy.
He hasn't got much in his graveyard.
No, he's got 5 cards, I believe. Oh no, that's
It wouldn't even be that. He's
no.
got
It's fetch, Arc
Holding
Lightning,
Outburst.
Outburst.
No, he does have
and-
enough.
yeah.
Yeah.
But even so, I think
If you're probably like, I think it's a safer play just blocking the token.
yeah.
If your opponent has the combo, but now you get to play Kalitas and see what they do.
Yeah, and I think also being at
Your opponent's also at 12. Now at 8. That's a lot of damage. You're going to see the traitor into play and 2 lands up, ready to delve away whatever is required. So, Paxi, what do you have? Can you beat the traitor? So, interesting turn here for Paxi. What can he do? The murderous cut is like the ultimate insurance policy.
yeah,
You don't get to take many of them out.
no, and I think it's very good. He's got protection against the combo now. You know,
He could lose this Kalitas. He's winning with the Thunderbolt region,
yeah,
which is something that his opponent has to be very aware of. And Paxi only got 3 cards in hand. And also the cards he's drawing to are infinitely less powerful than what Chris is drawing to as well. So Paxi having a long, hard think about what he's going to do.
yeah. Unfortunately, Patsy slowing down here. He's not really drawn much.
He's got a team of Battle Rage.
He doesn't have battle rage.
But what else does he have? It doesn't. It looks like he's got a black card or a Dem Protector. No, he's going to Arc
Arc
Lightning.
Lightning.
3 to you.
3 to the face.
Trigger. Wow, this could be. Okay. Don't block.
I think you snap block here. For if he battle rages, then you've got the cut to kill it
Yeah.
anyway. I dislike cutting now. I think you want him to bait out. You want to bait out whatever he's got.
But he gets the 2/2. It threatens a lethal attack next turn, so he has to be blocked. There's a team of Battle Rage is still there. So, Hangerback Walker the draw. Attack for lethal, force your opponent to block, play a 3/3 Hangerback Walker.
Yeah, I think that's probably
I think you have to attack with everything because you need to force. I know it's going to be only the token blocking. You have to force your opponent to do something.
yeah.
And that's the thing I think right now. Just got to do something. Your opponent has to draw pretty lucky to draw to win from this position because Titan Strength doesn't get you there. Only Become Immense does. Again, we've seen games before.
No, Titan Strength does get there.
Not from 15
Oh,
life. Not from 15
yeah.
life and a 3/3 in play as well.
Yeah.
Because it only becomes 10 power as well. It comes 12 with the double strike.
Yeah, I forgot about the lifelink on the Kalitas.
Yeah, so he's going to block. Gain 3. Okay. That doesn't make it 2/2, but it gains 3 life, and then he gets to play the big Hangerback Walker afterwards. Or he could get back a Thunderbolt region,
Yeah.
which is more toughness. I like that. It's a bigger blocker. That did not look like it was the kind he needed. Nope. Paxi picks up his cards. And we are on to game number 3. The slower hand gets there. Very close though.
Yeah.
I think no matter what he did, Chris was always going to struggle against the pure combo, but I think he had to just let the Abbot hit and say, sure, okay.
The thing was, the Abbot was only a 3/2. So if
He
he
just
blocks with Kalitas and doesn't cut it, then if he battle rages, then you've got the cut anyway. And if he doesn't battle rage, you're trading.
Exactly. It's one of those things. It's a very, very powerful route to take.
Yeah.
We're going to see him shuffle up. So, what fireworks do we see in game number 3? Can Paxi find his way back into the game? It's interesting he kept in the combo.
Yes.
I'm still not sure I'm a fan of it, but it might be better against this red-black Dragon's deck because it's got less of like the pinpoint removal spells that a lot of the decks do have. Like Draconic Roar doesn't really help much against the combo. Fiery Impulse doesn't, but there's 3 Murderous Cuts, which is pretty good. Grasp of Darkness isn't terrible either, because if you can get it in response to the Become Immense, then they can't pump that guy big enough to get past it.
No, most of the time not.
Well, anyways, we shall see. One of the interesting things is everyone's gone back to the Taka Red deck, not the blue-red deck.
Yeah, Jace is an expensive card, I guess.
Yeah, Jace is a very expensive card. Actually, he's a very, very expensive card.
Yeah.
Very good card,
Yep.
but very expensive at the same time. So, game number 3 coming up. In fact, he's 90. Wow.
Yep.
He's now $90. Jeez. That is an expensive card.
Yes.
That is a very, very expensive card. I'm just going to leave that now and concentrate on the game because that's scary. That's a very expensive card. But I think the Attacker Red, I still like the Attacker Red a lot, and he's doing well with it. He's 4-1. It's a pretty respectable score to have with the deck that we haven't seen all day and is rumoured to be not very good against certain matchups.
Yep.
I mean, I like it because it's good against. I like the match against Rally. I think it's just slightly better than the Rally deck. In a 1-for-1 game, you're still playing the impulses and stuff, and you're just able to get far enough ahead. So, players shuffling up. Ready. So, game number 3. Let's see what we can fire away with here.
So, Patsy going to be on the play here. Might give him a bit of an edge. But we will see. So, interesting hand from Chris. He's got 2 lands, no black mana,
Oh,
but he does. Oh no, he's just.
Not
Sorry,
impulses.
he has a. He has a Bloodstained Mire.
that was a very good start. The Mountain Impulse, your guy
Yeah,
is
he kept the hand of Double Impulse, Kozilek's Return,
oh wow.
Crux of Fate,
Wow.
and I didn't see what the
This
fifth, the
man
seventh card
does not want to lose to
was. No.
anything. Would be probably
No.
the best way to describe it.
Yeah, and
He could be a little bit
Colligan.
soft to the big thing, to
It's
any big
apparently
spell.
his hand. Well, that's where the Crux of Fate comes in.
Yep. No, it's a dragon fodder. It'd be interesting to see how long he goes before he fires off this Kozilek's Return. I think we start with playing. Well, he's got lands, which is the main thing. He's
I
also
think
got
you
a
just played the
Thunderbolt region.
Bloodstained Mire.
Yep. Fetch up a small red marsh, or you probably
No, I think you fetch up a mountain.
swamp.
That's what swamp. The black one.
You want to fetch up a swamp because obviously you want all your other fetch lands to be turned on to any of the dual lands, but the mana base is so good in the Red Black Dragon deck 'cause it's just 2 colours. You can almost choose what you want.
Yeah.
He could go and get the dual land on his set, but he's going to instead go with the Haven of the Spirit Dragon. Maybe masking the fact maybe trying to lull his opponent into thinking he doesn't have the black mana, and so Radiant Flames would not be as efficient, but we see a Swift Spear in anyway, and no response. And he's still got the Impulse just in case he needs it.
Yeah.
Fire that off against anything his opponent tries to do. We shall see.
Yeah. Not sure what Patsy has in hand. If he's got anything to deal with this Kozilek's Return. To at least save his Swift Spear. But
Now, do you fire off the return now, or in your opponent's turn?
I think. Good question. I think don't fire it off now. Fire it off in response. If your opponent fetches, fire it off in response to the fetch. Because that way it stops them from having Ataka's command to save their Swift Spear.
Yep.
and it stops them. They require a 1 mana spell to actually do anything. Oh, he's going to just.
He's going to go with the. He does have the impulse, and we might see him go for the same play as you just mentioned, where he responds to the fetch, still with the removal spell, getting rid of the Swift Spear.
Yeah, I think you respond to the removal spell on your walker if he. Oh, he's not going.
He's just going to untap.
Interesting.
I think Paxi might have had that happen to him a few too many times, if I'm honest.
Yeah, so fetching the upkeep.
Now, Impulse, he could still fire the Impulse now, but against Titan Strength, he gets the Titan Strength out of his opponent's hand and he could just block.
Yeah.
But now he's going to let his opponent fetch up the Cinderglade. Tarkus Command now online. Alongside Become Immense if you so wish to go down that line as well.
I think he needs 1 more card for the Become Immense.
So, draw for the turn. Look like a Goblin Bushwhacker.
Interesting.
Very good right now. It depends if he can surge it in.
Yeah.
So otherwise the card isn't quite as impressive without that surge.
It's +1/+0 and haste to all your creatures.
It itself has haste, but it only gets this if it surges.
It gives itself haste.
I think it has. I think its other creatures you control get +1/+0 and haste, and it itself gets haste anyway. That is Relentless Bushwhacker.
Reckless Bushwhacker.
Reckless Bushwhacker.
He has haste.
It has haste itself, and other creatures you
Yep.
control get +1/+0 and haste. So obviously very good when it combos in off of something else, and we're going to see the Bushwhacker. He's going to hardcast it, so he didn't have the spell to surge it in, so he doesn't get any of the bonus. And now
Very good with
oh no,
something.
he does. Sorry, he has a spell because that is a Dead Hangabout Walker.
Ah, yes, he had the Fiery Impulse.
So impulse away your thing, and his Cosmic's Return's looking a little bit better now, if he can get out of this turn alive.
Yeah.
The problem is he's let that impulse resolve on the Swift Spear, so now Spell Mastery has not. Spells Mastery can't now do anything.
Yeah, interesting that he didn't pulse in response.
Yes. Maybe he. I don't know. It's interesting. There's always been a couple of interesting lines in this match that we didn't quite expect to see that the players have made. So blocks the Bushwhacker, trades off with the Bushwhacker. So takes a fair chunk of damage. It's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, and now we're going to just see the return. Get everything off the table, get the things out of here, and hopefully start to stabilise with this impulse in hand. And the trade with the Thoptera token probably very beneficial actually for him and Quaxi. Become Immense. Wow, Become Immense on one of the tokens. So one of the tokens dies, one survives, and Swift survives. But Paxi's now out of cards, and there is an impulse lurking in the wings, which now does 3 damage when it is cast.
Yeah, interesting. I quite dislike that. I would have preferred to have blocked the Swift Spear and then Fiery Impulsed it, forcing Patsy to play whatever's in his hand, and then you get to untap and cast the Kozilek's Return.
So he's going to play a Morph. That's
Oh no. Oh, there's a
There's a
the other
Morph
side,
now, and
yeah.
this impulse looking difficult now, and really needed to draw a land that turn. I think you have to impulse away this Morph. Don't think you can let that untap. Yeah, get rid of that Morph. Get that out of here.
It's most likely a Den Protector. Ah, we were correct.
Funny, funny that one. So we also brought in the Den Protector from the sideboard, which is interesting as well. And Another 3 damage, another 2 damage coming in. Now, Chris, we know the life totals haven't been updated, so we're just going to go and sort that out now.
So here I think we're probably going to be seeing a Kalitas coming in to...
Well, he has to cast this Kalitas now. He doesn't have enough life to survive without it. He's going to
Yeah.
see the trader again come into play. Now let's see if it can last long enough to start attacking and connecting.
That's you with 1 card in hand.
2 cards now. See what he can find. He needs something to deal away with that trader straight away. And it looks like one of them wooded foothills. That's no help. But
And the other one is a
Bloodstained
Bloodstained
Mire. So he gets to
Ouch.
attack with the traitor. So he draws for Tyrannus Colligan. Now hit with the traitor. Play Peering Kieran the Lara. Try and close this game out as
Yeah.
fast as possible. Because your opponent is drawing to some pretty useful spells right now.
Yeah, almost certainly. And
In for 3. Well, nice quick 3 damage. Gain 3. Put yourself up to 7. And here comes Peering Kieran the Lar. Make some Thopters. That's the turn back. We're going to see the sacrifice of the fetch land down to 13. And Chris probably will end this game in a couple of turns.
yeah, I think Colligan next turn dashed is actually looking, if he
Pretty
gets a
tasty.
5th land, then not lethal, but close. And it would put him up to a safe life total. Dash Colligan would gain him
4 life.
Back 4 life.
And do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 would be a lethal attack.
Without blocks.
Just can't seem to do anything. Murderous cut. That's a pretty good draw as well. That's
Yeah.
now your insurance policy
Yeah.
if your opponent
think-
goes for anything.
I think you just attack with Kalitas here, and
So you go.
yeah, and then you've just got everything you need. Or maybe even attacking with the 2 Thopters as well. Because you've still got the cut plus the Pia.
You certainly do. Depends on how stocked his graveyard is right now. Sounds like Mr. Gregory. Sounds like Mr. Gregory bemoaning his loss by not seeing something that happened
Yeah.
on our backup feature match table.
Sounds something along the lines of didn't see any Reflector Mages, which is a bit of a problem.
That was our backup feature match, by the way.
Yeah.
They're still playing. They've stopped playing now.
So Chris gonna play it safe.
Wow, he had
Murderous
plenty.
cut.
He had plenty of cards
Yeah.
available to him. I think if you're doing this, you just blow up the 2/2 as well. Just get rid of it. Well, attack with everything and blow up the 2/2.
It's a
Sorry,
1/1.
1/1. Sorry, blow up the Goblin token, which is a 1/1.
Yes.
I just get used to casting all my tokens as 2/2s because of Gideon now.
Yeah.
It's kind of just get used to it.
That's where Oath of Gideon comes in there. That makes 1/1s.
Here we go. So in with everything. It's a fair chunk. It's a fair chunk of damage. I mean, 7 coming in for 7.
Yeah, Dash Colligan.
It's
If he
lethal.
draws a land next turn is lethal.
Well, this
If
attack's
not-
lethal next turn.
Yeah. And he's got 2 Thopters that he can throw at people if he needs to.
Yes, exactly.
That's you down to 5.
Well, time on the round has just been called. The players in the feature match area have a little bit more time, and he's just going to blow it up.
Yeah.
Probably safer to do that, and
That's the handshake.
that is unfortunate. Actually, I think drew another land, and well, Chris Burrows marches on to 6-0, and looking like he might be top of the Swiss come the end of this tournament, as he'll be able to hopefully ID into the top 8. And a tough game 1,
Yeah.
solid game 2, and well, Paxi doing his best impression of flooding out, unfortunately, in game number 3, meaning that Chris Burrows is the man that marches on to 6-0, actually dropping to 4-2, possibly still in top 8 contention. We'll have to see in the final round. Depends on where the standings are. Obviously, once this is done, we'll post the standings up on the Twitch as well, and we'll be able to see what happens. But first off, we will bring it back. Commentary booth. See our lovely smiling faces. John Partridge, Shay Holland. Round number 6 done.
Yes.
One more round to go. Time on the run has been called, so we haven't got much time actually. So I was really wanting another deck tech. I got another deck tech lined up that we were going to do, but we're not going to have any time to do it.
No.
It was actually quite neat. We'll actually save that one for probably between the final round and the top 8, just because it's probably going to be an interesting match. I was quite happy with it. It's on Just Go Black. It was one that we haven't seen a lot of. We've seen a couple of times today, and the deck looks a lot better, and I think it's a lot better than unfortunately it's shown today. I think that matchup showed a couple of things. The mono red deck is good, still.
Yep.
Just not when it floods out.
The Red Black Dragons deck is also very favourable against the mono red. It's controlly enough to deal with all of their creatures, but also aggressive enough to also put a decent clock on them.
And it struggles to stumble on its mana. It's a 2-colour deck.
Yeah.
It very rarely struggles, and we saw that a lot there. Is even when he kept like a fairly risky hand, it just pays off because everything fetches the colours he needed. He's not particularly mana constrained at early turns. It's mainly when he gets to turn 3 or turn 4. So he has, and because he doesn't play anything early on, he can do the land fetch up my dual land, land fetch my dual land, impulse your guy, and move on. But we're going to have a very short break. We'll be back for round number 7 very shortly. We'll put the standings up as soon as they're issued online. Hopefully you'll join us for the final round of Swiss coverage, and then hopefully you will join us for our top 8. We'll be live for PPTQ here from Dartford in London. John Partridge, Shay Holland. We shall see you very shortly. back, ladies and gentlemen. One final time of Swiss coverage. And then we'll be back for 3 more times, so it's not quite the end. But round 7 of Swiss coverage of the PPTQ from Darkstone in London. Final round standard from for most people. It will still be their final round of the event. For 8 lucky few, it'll be on to the top 8. Now, we've taken a little bit of time to turn it around more than we expected because the original feature match, who we thought would be here playing their winning in, ID'd. Yes. So we had to get back at feature match. So we're going to send it straight on down to the table. We have Henry Channing, who is on your right, who is going to be doing his very best to make it into the top 8. He is against Jack Payton, who is on Grixis Control.
Interesting.
Something we haven't seen before.
No, we haven't. And I actually really like that. The mana for this deck is quite good.
Yep.
You've got blue-black and you've got red-black. So it'll be interesting to see how. Obviously, you've got Wandering Funeral as well, which is a red-blue.
And it's just one of these decks that allows you to make the most of the mana you have available and the good fetch lands as well. You're not having to try and play through something else.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to you're using the mana you have available to you.
Yep.
Smoldering Marsh, off of let's say Mire, Polluted Deltas with Sunken Hollows and the basics as well. You're not trying to stretch your mana base like the Abzan deck does. Plus you now get the Fumarole as well, which is really important to your deck, providing you good colours as well as sort of fixing the rest of it. And so the main reason, so this was our backup feature match. Henry having another go and making it into the top 8 alongside Jack. Both players, I really think they want to be making it in from here. And
so the card that I can see at the back of Jack's hand that's made me.
I know
is
it?
I can notice by the very corner of the.
Is it a promotional card?
It wasn't a promo,
Okay.
but it was Jorien Ruin
Diver.
Diver.
Yeah, there's 2 of those in the main deck. I actually did a double take of that one. Yeah, I did have to double check that one. That runs alongside 4 Jace Fringe Prodigy, 3 Kalitas Trader of Get, and there are 3 Goblin Dark Dwellers. So it's a really high-end creatures with lots of removal first. So we're seeing a Colligan's command here to take care of Henry's Jace and probably make him discard a card as well, trying to get him ahead and trying to make sure that Jack's Jace is uncontrolled for the rest of it. And then obviously we'll see if we can get the Jorien into play as well, just for Shay.
It's. I like the card. I really like the card. It's a interesting ability.
I think it's one of those decks. And if we look at his deck, it's Murderous Cut, Fiery Impulse, Wild Slash, Roast, 1 Magmatic Insight. You've then got your Disdainful Strokes. You've got Grasp of Dark, you've got Duress. You've got a very easy way of getting that Jorien to cast 2 spells and drawing a card off it.
Exactly.
And if you can draw 2 spells, then
yeah,
let's go.
But it's so good because you know it allows you to not necessarily cycle every turn, but being able to go like, you know, Jorien plus spell, or like Jorien and then next turn spell, draw an extra card. So you've drawn 2 cards for that turn. And if you're lucky, there are 2 more spells, so you get to go again, like Jorien, like spell.
You're just trying to deal things and trying
and
to
you
draw
just draw so
cards.
many cards, and
we see obviously Sidisi's Faithful dealing with the Jace, Kalitas Trader again coming down, and then Henry, when he gets the opportunity to, is just going to main face his collected company, try and get some stuff into play, and proceed forward accordingly from there. And
yeah, of course,
Jack's been able to use all of his mana every turn so far.
Goblin Dark Dwellers is very good with Jorien.
Yes,
because it does cost
2 spells. Yeah, it casts 2 spells straight away. We shall have to see what Jack is able to do from here. So Henry having a look at what ones he wants to take. I think he's ooh, that's probably not what he was wanting to find. He's going to sacrifice this to bounce, give his opponent a 2/2. It's pretty rough. I mean, it's only Sidisi's Faithful going, but it's still pretty rough. And we see the zombie join the battlefield. This man bringing the token with him. And you see a wild slash from the top. Now if he has a land... Wow. This could be another horrible turn for Henry. Kalitas into Fiery Impulse. Yep, we're going to see a Kalitas into play. Wild slash your Grim Horror specs. Make a 2-2, exile that one, and well, we still get to attack for 2. We'll hit Henry down to 17 points of life. So, pass the turn back. Henry, what can you do from here? That was that Collector Company did not work out for you very well. And there's a Zulaport cuts right off the top again. Kalitas just laughs at half these cards. It's, I don't know, the later we've got on in this tournament, the better Kalitas has seemed. He was pretty bad this morning. But he's got himself geared in this time, and he's starting to run away with games on his own.
Yeah,
especially with the red decks. I think one of the things was we were looking at him in a deck that wasn't base red.
Yep.
Where it's much harder to get his abilities triggered quite quickly, whereas in this Grixis deck, he's able to be played and then have a Fiery Impulse or a Wild Slash or a Duress, and maybe not so much the Duress, but the Impulse, the Cut, the Wild Slash, there's Roast. They're all cheap spells that they're able to cast. Henry fetching up a Canopy Vista and
interesting. So
pass turn back and Jurian's into play now. We're the only man in the room brave enough to sleeve up Jurian, and it's doing well as we see Murderous Cut taking care of the Nantuko Husk. Another 2-2.
And that's the second spell that he's cast this turn.
Oh, so Jurian counts as the first
Jurian
one?
counts
Oh,
itself.
wow. That's pretty good.
Yes. Let's see if he realises that. Yep, he does. He's going to draw off that.
So, in for 7 points of damage. That Elvish Visionary is not really going to be jumping in the way of very much today. It's 1-1 body not quite relevant enough in this situation. So, there's a Ruinous Path in hand. Now, that could very soon be awakened alongside that Jace that was bounced so many turns ago. And Henry's got some good cards in hand, but well, he just can't seem to beat that Kalitas at the moment.
No.
Kalitas just doing so much work.
And he's still got this Jace in hand that's just...
That's 2
doing really
spells.
well.
Ruinous Path, one thing, Jace, that's the second spell, draw another card. Try and beat down with this ever increasing size. So, some maths being done. Henry trying to work out how to proceed forward from here. Well, it's just going to pass the turn back. I wonder what that means. Unfortunately, Rally not. Can we see a land off the top? No, we could just see him Ruinous Path away this Elvish Visionary. Get another zombie.
I quite like going to attacks first
Yeah.
and seeing what happens before before casting anything.
It was just here. I thought that I saw it here before. Yeah.
You see, rally the ancestors for 3 during the attack step. Henry just trying to put something back together right now, but this Kalitas is causing so many problems right now.
Yeah, she's
Oh.
key even.
Yep, so we've got DC's Faithful, Nantuko, and the thing is, even if this Nantuko House does block, it just doesn't matter. And Jack's going to get to cast 2 spells this turn, including a Jace, and that's a 2/2 if Henry decides to sacrifice that. And this deck without Reflector Mage looks a lot different than this deck with Reflector Mage,
Yeah.
especially off a collected company.
Yeah, and Jack's just got so much card advantage at the moment. You know, I think last turn was the only turn where he didn't have everything. I say this. Last turn, he was still able to cast 2 spells, but it was the first turn where he didn't use all of his mana because he was able to cut for 5.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's exactly what you want to be doing as a control deck.
I use control deck very loosely in this situation.
I mean,
this is a Grixis mid-range deck that just happens to have a number of controlling elements.
Yeah.
Control decks nowadays aren't they're nowhere near what they used to be, which was the old draw go deck. We've got past Sphinx's Revelation, the deck before that, much more proactive. You can't have a very reactive deck anymore. I don't think it's a lot harder to win from there. And we're now going to probably see we could very much see a Kalitas with a Ruinous Path to just try and get some value. And he gets another 2/2, targets the Husk. Either the Husk dies and gets exiled, or the Husk sacrifices itself and gets exiled. And that's 2 spells.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good to me. But we'll see how Jack goes with it from here. He's just doing a quick count up. I mean, Henry is at 7. It's not a lot of life right now.
No.
And that
Jack's still at 20.
I mean, that Durian could be coming in soon as well, trying to do some extra damage. It's a 2/4.
I think it's a 1/3.
1/3. Oh. No, it still attacks. But we will
Still gets
check
in.
that one.
Still gets into the red zone.
It certainly does.
Oh, it's a 2/3.
It's a 2/3.
Because apparently everything in Gatewatch is a 2/3.
2/3. They're all X2/3. They're all 2/3s. That's not a bad one to have. So, we'll find out. Well, no, he's going to have a rethink about that one. Double check what he wants to fetch up. Have a quick look at what lands he's got left. So, and then the bearing has 2 Sunken Hollows, 2 Smouldering Marshes alongside an island, 2 mountains, 3 swamps, 4 Wandering Fumaroles, and I like that a lot. That's the part I like the most, the 4 Wandering Fumaroles, and then just a casual 12 fetch lands, 4 Deltas, 4 Myers, 2 Wooded Foothills, 2 Flooded Strands. So, Jack, how do you want to proceed? Well, let's get that Kalitas into play. Let's do the easy bit, and then let's Ruinous Path one of your opponent's things. And yeah, this... very nice. Now he's going to get his Jace Ruinous Path. Trigger, Durian, get a token, get something else. Get many spells that your opponent can't really deal with right now, especially the extra card from Durian, plus he's getting the additional zombie.
Yep.
I mean, that's pretty brutal, especially... it's just card of... And admittedly he draws a land, but he's so far ahead right now.
Yeah, but like
Henry's had enough.
Yeah.
Henry doesn't want to play anymore.
No.
Now, I mean, it's very interesting here. I'm now starting to see the reason that the Mardu Green players like their rally matchup. Because Kalitas plus cheap interaction,
Yes.
pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But anyways, sideboarding. Unlucky.
Damn it!
Fine.
I wanted the.
Fine, you do that one.
I wanted
I'll
the
do-
Grixis control deck.
So, alright, let's go to the rally deck. So we've got, again, 1 Pitiless Horde, 1 Pitiless Horde, 2 Dispel, 2 Duress, 2 Russian Clerics, 3 Murderous Cut, a Fleshbag Marauder, a Merciless Executioner, 2 Anathens of the Foremost, and a Kalitas Trader again. And I think the ones that stand out the most are the Murderous Cuts and the Pitiless Hordes. I'm not really sure what else you want to bring in from this matchup. I mean, the Duress seems fine, but he's just seen a load of creatures kill him. The Pitiless Horde seems good. It's a 5/3 attacks through everything that his opponent's trying to do. Murderous Cut again just allows him to clear out the Kalitas very easily, and that's the problem card. So I can see those coming in, taking out some of the less effective cards in the matchup. Maybe the Bring to Light comes out, maybe something like that. I'm not sure. I haven't played much of the deck. We'll have to see. I imagine the Vision Druid might come out. I think Henry's been quite keen on boarding them out, especially the last match we played. But on the other side of the table with the one you're most interested in.
We have 2 Dispels, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Negate, 1 Chandra Flamecaller, 2 Radiant Flames, 2 Roast, 2 Transgress the Mind, 2 Infinite Obliteration, 1 Virulent Plague, and 1 Tasigur. So I can see the Dispels, the Disdainful Strokes, and the Negates coming in.
So 4 cards.
100% definitely.
Transgress the Mind?
Maybe. It's an okay card. Probably quite good in this matchup. I can definitely see the Radiant Flames coming in, and I could potentially see something like the... See, Tasigur's a bit of an interesting one for me. I really like it because it facilitates the you know, like play Tasiga and keep up removal or keep up counter magic. But against Reflector Mage, 4 Reflector Mages and 3 Sidisi's Faithful.
Which some of them are coming out the side. Which already some of them are coming out.
But
he doesn't.
Even if he doesn't know that, then you know it's still a card where you're like, okay, delve away my graveyard to play this Tasiga, and then like, okay, bounce it, and all of a sudden you're not going to be able to cast him again next turn. So
I agree. It'd be I like Transgress the Mind a lot.
Yeah.
Because it gets rid of Reflector Mage, it gets rid of Natuko Husk, it gets rid of Catacomb Sifter, it gets rid of Collector Company. They're quite good cards to hit.
Yes.
At the end of the day, they're not terrible cards to hit anyway. So, let's have a look. As I say, it's just a very weird deck to play against Rally is because you have to play some very interesting sideboard cards a lot of the time to really make the deck function properly. So, players quickly on the sideboards, soon be on to game number 2. Now, it's an interesting one. Obviously, the Radiant Flames I actually can see coming in because of Kalitas again. It's this whole argument of is Radiant Flames plus Kalitas good enough against Rally? Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
Can you ever resolve it? Well, that's a different challenge at the end of the day, but even Radiant Flamesing away their board is not terrible as well.
So players just finishing up their sideboarding.
So, taking a bit of time sideboarding. Some people, I suppose it's a final round, you want to make the most of it. Counter it. You don't understand how Scape Shift works, you will never understand your life. I will never bring it to the light. Right, let's fire this one up then. A very interesting deck. I think people have actually been quite happy seeing this Grixis control deck.
Yeah.
Seen enough of Rally on camera, I think, and enough
Yeah.
of all the normal decks. This is quite a stretch away. By the looks of it, built by Jerry Thompson, so it can't be a bad deck. I don't think the guy builds bad decks, does he? He's a very good deck. He's a very good deck builder. Admittedly, he might build decks that he's very good with, but he's just a very good player, so it makes them look better than they are. But no, this deck looks like it's the real deal. Actually, it's actually that was quite an impressive and emphatic game 1. So, players shuffle up. See where they go to in this game. Henry's ready. Probably not for the best of reasons for him. I think he'll be a bit off by that game. Kalitas just running away with it all. Never finding the Reflector Mage to catch him back up with what was going on board. See what he's able to do in this one. 7 cards laid out. 4, 5, 6 and 7. Let's see what we can do with this one. So Chandra already in hand. There's a duress. And, well, there's quite a few lands in there, which is nice. So we can go turn 2 duress to turn 3 Jace. I like that quite a lot. I like that curve quite a bit in this matchup. So, good hand here from Jack, ready to go. So I see the Wandering Fumarole. Evolving Wells, finding an island, Wandering Fumarole the play, which is interesting because he now can't duress on turn 2, unless he's going for the turn 3 Jace. Well, he's going for turn 2 Jace maybe, but I think I preferred the duress on, maybe the dress on turn 2, leading into the turn 3 Read the Bones. But anyways, I think he knows his deck probably better than we do. But we can only make assumption here. No, he's going to go for the Jace by the looks of it. On turn 2, get that into play, start getting ahead. We can see the counter spells there, the Colligan's commands, still keeping them in. Nothing particularly special. It looks like the flames might have come in though. Yep, Radiant Flames have come in this matchup, as we can see from there. So, Jace's all around today. See, Henry's activated. Now, we know. I mean, Henry also has the fact that Henry has the slight problem that he can't really remove his opponent's Jace as efficiently as his Jace can be removed, like by Colligan's commands or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a bit harder for Henry to remove the Jace, but obviously he's got the Sidisi Safers, he's got the Refractor. Doesn't deal with the Jace, doesn't kill it, but it does sort of get rid of it for a turn and kind of give him a bit of time. So,
we shall see where he goes from here. He's got a few options. What's to do? He's going to see a discard of the Jace. So Jace is all round.
Yeah.
And we know that Jack's got a lot of lands in his hand still, and it's actually very interesting that that's interesting. It's very interesting that Jack fetched for a swamp, which Jack fetched for an island. He probably should have fetched for a swamp. Henry's saying, "Well, you played your land now. You can't just take it back like that." I think Jack's a bit annoyed because he should have fetched for a swamp, which meant he could have duressed this turn.
Yeah.
And I think Henry's saying, "Well, hang on a minute, stop. You put your land into play, and you took it back. It's in play. You're allowed to do that. You can't just take it back." So we'll have to wait and see. He wanted to obviously activate Jace first because he's got 2 of the smaller, 2 Sunken Hollows in hand. And Eileen's pretty good in this position actually. She attacks through quite a lot. Death Touch is always nice. So he's got rid of that Sunken Hollow. Now let's see if he's and he seems to have a so.
Yeah,
Well,
I think there was some argument there from Henry that he returned the Sunken Hollow to hand. I think Jack's argument was like, well, I hadn't actually stopped touching it.
Yeah. But it's an interesting one.
There is a judge sat near the table, and I believe a judge was consulted. So
I think it was the head judge as well that was sat at the table having a look as well. So got discarded. We've got a swamp into play. Likely see a duress here. So otherwise, this was going to be a terrible turn. And we're going to hit.
There's a rally and a collector company.
Yeah, let's get rid of that and don't really. It looks like there's an Evolving Wilds and an Anafenza the Foremost. Now, can't cast that Anafenza next turn if that's an Evolving Wilds. Somebody else has to play it. Anafenza, Rally the Ancestor, Evolving Wilds, Collected Company. Thank you very much for coming, but the door's over there. So, right, just passes the turn back. Nothing to do, unfortunately. Well, Henry's Jace can now flip, which is very interesting.
Yes. And Jack doesn't have any instant speed removal to kill the Jace in response. So
Nope. Because he would have done it already. You can see another duress in hand as well. Chandra Flamecaller, land, read the bones, and a ruinous path. So at least he has the answer to the Jace, which is quite nice, and it'll be interesting to see how greedy Henry gets. But we're going to see the Evolving Wild sacrificed. So this is a very interesting turn as to, because if I don't think he flips the Jace.
He does. No, he does flip it.
But he can't do anything with it. And his
But
opponent can just ruinous path it, and he doesn't get any value out of it.
That's
Or
true.
he can leave it as it is now.
Yep.
In his opponent's end step, activate then. I know he gives his opponents, but his opponent would have killed it already because it was tapped. Because he had mana available, if it was tapped, he should have just got rid of the Jace. So I think Henry might have sniffed out with his opponent, but no, Henry's going for it. He's gonna let Jace transform, and then we'll have to see if Jack just goes ahead and ruinous paths the Jace straight away, which I think I like.
I think you're going to have to, yeah.
See what happens from here. So we're going to target your Jace. So I've got a -2 Jace. Attack with Eiley. Jack down to 16. We shall see. He untaps. Jace untaps as well. Draw for the turn. What? That's just a draw. That's a fine draw, but I think this ruinous path is coming in first. So, Sunken Hollow into play. What sort of play does he make? Does he make the Ruinous Path play, which I like more? I think you just get rid of this Jace before it can go
I think that's
bananas.
the best plan right now, is to just get rid of this.
Yeah, so here we go. So here's Ruinous Path. I don't think you can allow this Jace to untap, especially with Collector's Company in the graveyard. So we're going to Ruinous Path away your Jace. And then we're just going to pass the turn back. Can block the Eiley and then transform in response. It does the same job as if you had returned the other time. So Henry draws for the turn. So we're going to block. We're going to activate. That resolves. That's a murderous cut. That's pretty good. Right now, I'd be looking at probably Chandra. Probably. I don't think you can lose the read the bones.
I think
So he loses the land instead.
I dislike losing the land over the Chandra, because obviously you're keeping the land for the Chandra, but at the same time, I dislike.
There's another ruinous path off the top.
Wow.
So murderous cut, ruinous path. I think you just read the bones, murderous cut, the Anafenza, and then uptick the Jace to target the Eiley.
Yep.
Or wheel dress. Okay. So we'll see this Rally Ancestors. And at least he knows about the second Anafenza now. It does mean he's slightly priced into murderous cut in his Anafenza though.
Yes.
And holding that read the bones for another turn and not hitting his land drops or something like that. And that rally wasn't that threatening. That rally wasn't threatening at all, and
No.
I think he needs to pay full price for this murderous cut because there is nothing he can do with the leftover mana. I think that's one of the very interesting things about players with murderous cut. That if you don't have the mana to use,
Yeah. I think.
pay it all.
Yeah. I think that's a very common mistake that people make, is not.
What you have to remember is you haven't had another spell on any turn of the game to kill anything, and he's played Jaces, Eiley's. Well, you've got spell mastery now. If there was an impulse in hand, you'd have just used it.
Yeah.
You're using the commodity of your graveyard for something you don't need to, and we see another Anafenza here.
Yeah.
So,
Unfortunately,
another murderous cut, but
he doesn't-
now he has to use Read the Bones. He just has to hit these land drops. He's got a charm.
he has to read the bones here. The bones must be red.
And it's, like, you know your opponent's hand, you know your opponent's hand is Anafenza and not a lot else. I think you just have to. I think you just have to take it and say, okay, I'll just pay out the mana. You're not really repping anything at that point. You know your opponent doesn't have a 4 mana spell in hand.
Okay, just to clarify, when Jack played the tap Sunken Hollow, he immediately realised and returned it to his hand. He hadn't actually let go of it. He then turned both to Lucy, who was the head judge sat at the table, and to Henry and said, "Oh, I haven't actually let go of this. Can I take this back?" And Lucy said, "Yes, that's fine," because he hadn't actually let go. So the land was returned to his hand. That's why he was able to return the Sunken Hollow. He didn't actually let go of the land, and it wasn't a bad ruling or anything.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is really interesting. He keeps. I don't understand some of these the tappings of these manners at all. Because I'm fairly sure he maybe he's trying to wrap it, but he can't. But that's a nice top deck for Henry. But I'm not sure I'm a fan of this, of the way he's been. I think you need to tap some of these extra mana. You just want you want all the cards in your graveyard you can have. I mean, obviously, he doesn't have particularly any more delve spells, but I think just making the most efficient use of your mana, rather than letting him do this, is one of those things. But this, if you can find the land for this Chandra, it's going to be pretty brutal. We shall have to see if he finds it. And his hand is Kalitas and a Ruinous Path, so we'll have to wait and see. Sorry, draw for the turn. That is Dispel.
Bit late.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's still a good spell.
Yep.
Still a good one to have, and we can now
Which
play
spell?
Kalitas. Dispel. We can now play Kalitas with the Dispel up, which is quite nice.
Yes.
So, Kalitas, Traitor of Yet into play now. Henry, what are you going to do? Let's make that smaller.
Is he just gonna
Ultimate Jace?
ultimate Jace? No.
I hope not, because I don't think Kalitas doesn't affect creatures coming from library to graveyard. That's only Anafenza's rule, isn't it?
Yes, it's only Anafenza.
We'll just have a quick look. Kalitas would die, so no, it doesn't have
No.
the same rules as Anafenza in that if it's in play. So let's see if Henry can find anything to do at this point. The Dispel helps out slightly, and that he can obviously go against it if his opponent, if Henry goes for a Collector Company, but maybe he has a Reflector Mage. Pretty good against this Kalitas, and it means that Jace doesn't die, but he starts to fall behind from there. So, well, speak of the devil, he shall appear. Reflector Mage appears onto the battlefield, and we have an attack 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4, all at Jace. So, see, Disdainful Stroke off the top this time. Still no land coming for Jack. And it's starting to feel like he might very soon have to fire off that Ruinous Path just to get something off the table.
Yeah, I quite like Ruinous Pathing here, getting something off. I'm not sure what, but I quite like killing something off here. It's
You just need to keep your Jace alive. Until you can hit a Chandra anyway, and then you're just going to take over the game with the Jace.
yeah.
But yeah, here comes the Ruinous Path. So, Ruinous Path Interesting. Targeting Eiley.
Yep.
Looks of it.
Oh no.
No, he's having to think about that one. He's just trying to work some things out. He has to hit one of the 2-power creatures. And then uptick the Jace. That's another one. And I think you might just get rid of the Sifter here.
Yeah.
Reflector Mage. Yeah, so Henry's gonna gain some life. Now, this is very interesting. Look at what life Henry's on.
Yes.
What's it? Eileen Eternal Pilgrim's second ability.
Yes.
1 white, sacrifice a creature, exile target permanent.
Yep.
Bye bye Jace. Bye bye Kalitas. Bye bye pretty much anything you want. Apart from the Chandra when it comes down eventually and kills everything. Early Eternal Pilgrim, its second ability, 1 black, white, sacrificing its creature, exile target, non-land permanent, activate this only if you control 30 or more life. So, Kalia's Trainer get into play. Down tick, well, up tick target the Eiley, and well, he's now going to go bananas. That's Kalita's down. He's now going to point out his ability. I'm at 31 life here, somehow, and I've just exiled your permanent. So, well, Naglius is gone, and I don't think Henry can quite believe his luck. He's going off is probably the best way to describe it. And well, Jace is down. Didn't even need to worry about that. And your go, sir. We're here to see Zulaport Cutthroat. Well, let's make it even easier. Although, interestingly enough, he now doesn't have Eiley's ability up. So draw for the turn. Well, that means that we now have a
I think you just
Chandra,
have to play
yeah.
the Chandra here.
minus.
-3. Clear the board. Take 4.
Yeah, your opponent
Oh.
gains some life. Yeah, sacrifice, gain 3.
Gain 4 effectively. Gain 3. Drain 1.
So he's going to do the next. Yep, gain a life. Alright, trigger, gain another life, you lose a life. I'm assuming he just gets rid of the cutthroat as well. Gain a life, drain 2 life, drain you for 1. Just extra damage. Well, no, it doesn't really matter, he's picked some up anyway. And Chandra is in. Jack is down at 9, and that was pretty brutal, although Rally doesn't end it on the spot. He has to do it in the end step and then upkeep it, because he doesn't have any Nantuka husks.
Yep.
Use the untap from there. So Reflector Mage, okay. Henry's at 38 life. I mean, wow. I mean, there is a I just would 0 the Chandra. Alright, he's going to read the bones first. Go down to 7.
Jack's actually just drawn Grasp of Darkness, so he can
Uptick, make some things.
He's like, sure, I'll take
Yeah,
6.
so Chandra's 0, or 0 ability, is discard your hand, draw cards equal to the number you had plus 1.
Yes.
It is a 0 ability, isn't it?
Yes.
Here we go. Here's Grasp of Darkness. Hold up some counter spells just in case. Yep. Reflector Mage down. That's, so there you go. Feels like you might be able to rally in hand, but we shall soon find out. There's a few more off the top, and now Jack, that comes into play tapped. So we'll just go get that sorted out. That fumarole does come into play tapped. Jack's going to uptick his Chandra. Ah, Mr. Doyle has joined us on Twitch chat. Nice to see you this afternoon, Mr. Doyle. So, that's wow, that's another counter spell off the top. Now, Jack is trying to end this game as quickly as is possible. So, looks like Disdainful Stroke, Dispel, Dispel. It's a pretty good hand against a rally deck. With Chandra mowing down Henry's life total 6 points at a time, it shouldn't be too long. And this game's turned around. We were at one point looking, going, wow, this Eileen's doing wonderful work, and then Chandra appeared.
Yeah.
I think the problem was Henry put himself in a position where he didn't have access to Eileen's ability, which meant he couldn't exile the Chandra in response. And Chandra's what's getting ahead of this game now.
Yep.
He's going to return his Jace with his Colligan's command. So he's just stands. Chandra doesn't take long to close games. I'm actually really impressed how quick this card does end games. 6 damage turns pretty quick, especially on an empty board. And with that many counter spells, he's just going, yep, should be fine at the moment with this one. And we see it's very interesting. He keeps tapping these blue lands for no reason. Like the island up there could have been the red-black land. It probably doesn't matter, obviously, at the end of it. And I think you just... I think you could have let the Jace die just then. You see a Catacomb Sifter. Okay. But now we have a Jace in play as well, so it'll be interesting to see how he uses that one. Whether he flashes back another Colligan's command. So he's going to tap his mana. Merciless Executioner. Henry doing some shortcutting at the moment. Okay, so let's untap. Time to fire up the Fumarole. Well, that's the Kalitas. Still think you just fire up the Fumarole. Dome him for 10 points of damage.
Yeah.
Don't mess around with cards you don't particularly need to play. You just want to get this game over and done with.
Yeah.
I mean, Henry would be at 8 right now, which is not a lot, and this Kalitas doesn't particularly... He's wasting counter spells protecting things he doesn't need to protect, but it might be enough. He needs to find Rally now. Well, we've got something. Got a Jace. We've got a Sifter in hand. Well, at least the token triggers the Scry ability, even if nothing else does. So he's going to draw up. That's a Swamp. I think we send in with everything. He's going to minus down the Chandra. That's good. So Chandra drops down, makes 2 zombies. Fire at the Fumarole, in for 4.
In for 7.
And for 7, because obviously the Kalitas can attack as well. Then he can hold up the mana. He just needs to tap correctly. He's going to pump up the Kalitas, make it 5 power. Make it into a 5/6, gain 5 life.
And put him to 7 and then...
Draw for the turn, Henry. What can you find against this wall of counter spells which your opponent has now assembled? 1 mana, 3 mana, 4 mana. And unfortunately that is... Henry's going to extend the hand. Jack Bang, Grixis Control takes down Rally. 2 games, 2-0. Henry, well, he hasn't had a very good game on camera today, and unfortunately not quite able to make his way through it. So welcome back to the booth, John Partridge, Shay Holland. That concludes our Swiss coverage here from the Darksphere PPTQ. Grixis Control actually it surprised me.
Yes.
A lot. Surprised me a lot. I didn't expect it to be as good. I expected it to not be as impressive as that, but Kalitas with cheap interaction and everything else was certainly a very impressive combination. And well, we get to see Grixis Control in the top 8. I'm looking forward to it. I know you're looking forward to it. I hope you guys at home are looking forward to it. We'll be back very shortly for the top 8 coverage here from the Darksphere in London. John Partridge, Jay Holland. See you very shortly.
a slim chance we're going to go get dinner if it doesn't make it.
That's fine.
We'll be in around there somewhere.
Just let me know when
Yeah, we'll let you know where we are.
as soon as the finals done, leaving.
I lost that one. I won. I beat him around. I got round. I mean, he game 100 is not. He went. Game 1, he went like mark. On play. So, Troker's fight your guy in, like you just can't cover it.
No, that's beautiful.
And then games 2 and 3 were actual games. And I won. That was one.
I think so.
I mean, got to play actual games now.
With Thor always really hard. I came in game 3, like, what's that more? How is more from den protection? Really being
Yeah, well, I was surprised he hadn't got rid of my first dance already.
Yeah, I was surprised he just got. I think he's just going. He's spun Hattie Man as well. Yeah. He had to spun Man for a very long time.
I don't know what he was hoping to get.
No, except for just try for some.
If the match is pretty popular, it's incredible.
I think I'll really get this up again.
I think my cycle had a couple too many extra cards for the back of the 3D. But I do think
I don't need the third.
that's what it's got.
Will you take both of them for 55? So 27, 50, 55 quid. Come and get them in a minute, I'll get them out. I'm not going to play them, I don't care. 50 odd quid, that'll.
What are they strip ones?
Expeditions.
You pulled 2 expedition strip points.
Yeah, in one draft. One from prize packs, one from the.
Anything I can get you to?
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The top 8 has arrived. 8 players walk in, only 1 will leave victorious. 7 distraught losers in their wake. Who wins it? Well, nobody knows. We've got quite a few different decks in the top 8, but we're going to start off with one we've seen on camera, which is very innovative. The other one, I have been looking at the deck list, and I kid you not, when the person has sleeved up 4 copies, I'm not going to be able to do it properly, of Jeskai Ascendancy. Yes, you see it right, ladies and gentlemen. We have a man in the top 8 playing Jeskai Ascendancy combo. Shay, that is yours. I'm going to take the sensible deck for this one. On this side of the table, we're looking at the Grixis Control deck we saw in the last round. Jack Patton on Grixis Control versus Vincent Silvestri on Jeskai Ascendancy combo. We're going to send it straight down to the feature match area. We're going to give the players the go. We'll give the players the go, and we'll soon be off to the races. So we're just going to quickly change up the names. So.
Players are just starting. We're just going to update the deck names. There we go. So we have Jack on the left with Grixis Control versus Vicent on the right with Jeskai Ascendancy combo. Not to be confused with Jeskai Ascendancy tokens, which was a very, let's say, quite a big deck in the old standard, back when cards like Stoke the Flames were legal. So, interesting hand. Elemental Uprising, Rattleclaw Mystic, Expedite, and a Treasure Cruise and 2 lands. So, for those who don't know, Elemental Uprising is a new card from Oath of the Gatewatch. It's 1 and a green. Target land you control becomes a 4/4 elemental. It's still land, and I believe it gives it haste. Just double check.
So, how are we looking so far on the first few turns of the game? I
So,
think one of the things to also bear in mind is that the Jeskai deck takes a little bit of time to get going. It's not the explosive deck we used to see. It does take a few turns. Because it isn't running the mana, it's not as many mana accelerators. It's obviously got 4 Rattleclaw Mystic as its mana accelerators, but when it gets going, it's hugely powerful. You see the Treasure Cruise already in the bin.
It's possible for the deck to sort of actually, if it can land on turn 3 Ascendancy, it can win out of nowhere.
Yeah. And obviously Vincent didn't have that. Didn't have the Ascendancy, but he's got an island up anyway. He needs to start finding his basics. Front tip of a whack, I've already seen that for a while.
No.
and this Grixis Control deck may be pre-board, not particularly well suited to fight this version.
He's got main deck duress, which is quite strong. He's also got, I believe he has. Does he have Dispel? No, unfortunately he doesn't have any Dispel. Reggie unfortunately did not get into the top 8.
No, he just missed.
He lost out on, I think it was 2% on his tie breaks.
Yeah, quite a few people lost their win and ins. Obviously, as we start to go through it, after this round, we'll try and obviously pull up the standings of who finished where. We can have a quick look actually and tell you the eventual top 8 was Chris Burrows, Andrea Galifuco, Giannis Kiriazis, Matthew Gregory, Matteo Orsini Jones, Vincent Silvestri, Jack Patton, and this was obviously going into the last round of Pete Warden 8, so a lot of those players didn't make it.
It was Martin Cooper who made top 8,
Yeah.
jumping Reggie on the tie breaks in the last.
So quite a few players missing out, unfortunately. There were so many draws going into this round. Maybe it's typical of the sort of who missed out, unfortunately, due to draws and stuff like that. And obviously, have to thank Mr. Doyle. I had to make top 8 at some point. Can't do it through playing, so had to make top 8 through commentary. So thank you, Jack, for obviously pointing out that typical luck second my way through. Got to be in the top 8 somehow. If I'm not allowed to play, I'll be in somewhere else. But this Grixis control deck, very well suited against the creature decks. It doesn't feel necessarily very well situated against this Jeskai deck, but Vincent has to find his Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yes.
And I think at some point Jack's just going to land this Kalitas and just go. There's not much else he can do because he can just die. But here we go, here's a land. So we've got Goblin Dark Dwellers. Actually, Goblin Dark Dwellers here could be quite good. Put the Dark Dwellers into play, duress you.
Yeah. And, Dark Dwellers is quite a good clock. So...
Yeah, thank you, Jack. I do apologise. You had to hear that one. I was trying to get rid of them, but sometimes better to be lucky than good.
Worked for you, right?
Yeah, it worked for me. 2 strip mines was quite nice. Draft went well. I got lucky. First draft I've won, so I was happy to finally do that one, Jack. So I'm starting to learn how to be better at Magic. So, Goblin Dark Dwellers into duress. Yes, one was in the draft, one was in the prize packs. Just lucky. We're going to have a look at the hand. We see double Uprising, Rattleclaw Mystic. I don't think you just take the Expedite here. You've got the removal spell for the rest of it. You can see the Wild Slash obviously in hand for the Rattleclaw Mystic.
Actually, what is this last card in hand?
Hopefully Jack puts it back down again and we can have a look. But there's a Jace, Ruinous Path, a Kalitas. So removal spells. And right now, if Vincent does play this Rattleclaw Mystic, he's just going to Kalitas Bolt, Kalitas Wild Slash it.
So I've actually done some testing with Vincent in preparation for today with his Jeskai Ascendancy deck. He will never play out a Mystic against a deck running cheap removal like a red deck, because everyone will kill the Mystic.
Okay,
so he's probably going to keep the Mystic in hand for a very long time.
use it straight away just to try and combo straight away. Add some mana. Got plenty of options in hand. He's still got those 2 Uprising. Seems to have a Tigum Scheming as well. Spicy.
Very good. You know, especially now, if the top 4 cards of his deck are like Treasure Cruise 4 land.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Goodbye land. Hello Treasure Cruise.
The thing is that he has to be very careful about is, I don't know, he can't unfortunately he can't awaken with the Ruinous Path, but it's still a clock. He's got to be aware of, and there's a Jeskai Ascendancy there, so he's got that all ready for himself. So quickly consult, have a look, see what he's got. Have a look at, and Dark Dwellers doesn't take long to end the game. I think this Jeskai Ascendancy deck has quite an advantage against the mid-rangey decks because they just don't put that much pressure on. Obviously after board it's a slightly different match, but Dark Dwellers is the best thing you're doing. There's no Siege Rhinos in the Grixis control deck. There's no way of just going hit you for 4, drain you for 3, hit you for 4 and end this game really quickly. So it'll be interesting to see what he does, but very soon that awakening that. Okay, so here we're going to see the Rattleclaw Mystic now. Well, it's going to go against that one. So from there, Jack just putting his hand down, saying, when you're ready, sir, we'll carry on playing. So, Dress obviously getting exiled, remembering that rules text, when it does get used by the dwellers, it does get exiled from the graveyard. So
It's
turn,
interesting.
there's another land there.
It's
That's
interesting.
pretty good.
So, Jack, if Ascent finds what he needs,
Mhm.
Jack doesn't actually have any way to interact with
No.
him at the moment.
Not at all.
And game 1, all he has is 3 Murderous Cut
Mhm.
and Grasp of Darkness if there isn't another instant speed spell to use in response.
Yeah, and especially with sort of Secure the Waste and stuff, rather than, so he's not going through, say, Noyendar, which was obviously the thought one before. So we just got a judge call. Just going to ask a quick question, so I will go and see and have a listen and see what that's all about.
So John's just going to go have a look what the he's going to ask a judge question away from the table. Probably is asking the interaction of something, but we're not sure. The Ascendancy deck is a Jeskai Ascendancy combo with cards with 1 mana cantrips galore. So 4 copies of Expedite, although he has actually.
So the question was to the judges: if I cast a Kalitas and my opponent uses Elemental Uprising, will I get the token? And the answer is yes. See, he has to find the thing. He has to find a removal spell for that first. But he's going to sacrifice off the Wood Foothills. Again, that he can't block the Dark Dwellers because he's got Menace. So there's not really much help there at the moment. So he's going to be struggling a little bit with that. So, quick shuffle up, see what Jack can do, and I imagine Vincent got through this tournament with a lot of surprise for his opponents. I don't imagine people were expecting this deck to appear, and we're going to attack him with the Dark Dwellers. Vincent will take 4, he's not going to do anything in response, and I just think you just play the Jace here. No, he's going to pass the turn, so it'll be interesting to see. And
So
we'll assume there's the Jeskai Ascendancy, which is why I think the Jace needed to be in play. You just need to do something. Get rid of some of these bad cards.
unfortunately, Vince doesn't have access to
Green,
red and green
yeah.
mana. But what I can see here is him casting the Ascendancy,
Mm-hmm.
pass the turn, and then next turn, combo off to his Little Heart's Content. And he has 2 copies of Elemental Uprising.
I mean, this is hard for Jack because he needs to attack with both things, but he could just die next turn. Could die next turn, possibly not. You don't really know. So Vincent's hand is pretty bad right now. His hand's not good. It's 2 Elemental Uprisings and a green land with the Routclaw Mystics. He's going to really struggle to find the pieces he needs unless he's got another one on top of his, like a Defiant Strike, and that finds him another land. I think you just have to swing with both. Play the Jace and use that as a blocker.
Yeah.
Because you just have to make a blocker at this point. And Jace services as a suitably fine blocker as well. And there's a fair amount of damage still coming in.
Yeah, interestingly, Vicent runs 3 copies of Slip Through Space.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? He can find a piece of tech like that, but let's see what Vincent can do this turn. And his hand right now is not great.
Depends what he draws.
He needs a lot of help.
He needs
Something like a Treasure Cruise.
Treasure Cruise, or another green mana would be very good. In fact, I think another green mana would actually win him the game on the spot.
Okay, so here comes the Elemental Uprising. make that a 4/4. Draw. That's an ascendancy. Don't need that. And he's going to scoop a match. So realising the ascendancies, and that was the problem. His hand just didn't do anything. He drew a few too many of the wrong pieces, and obviously having only one green red land was really painful as well. So Jack Patton takes game number 1 without really doing anything particularly.
No. Yeah, that was a little unfortunate for Sentner. He was.
However, the sideboard. I think this one could be reasonably easy for Jack. 1 negate, 2 transgress the mind, and possibly the Tasiga. Just because it's a cheap beat. It's a cheap beater. The negate, the dispels might come in as well. So you've probably got 2 dispels, a negate, 2 transgress the minds. Transgress the mind any good?
It's okay. It hits quite a few relevant cards. It hits Cruise and it hits Ascendancy.
Yeah, it doesn't hit much more than that, unfortunately. It hits Dig Through Time, I guess, as well. It's not terrible. I think it depends on what Jack thinks he's on. He might not know exactly what he's on, so he might be under the illusion that Transgress Mind might be good. But I think that the Dispels and the Negate are the places you definitely need to be. And the Tasiga is just another cheap threat, whereas something like the Ruinous Part, not good.
No, not at all.
Ruinous Parts are not good. The Wild Slash is, again, not great. Colligan's Command is actually not terrible because it has a relevant discard effect on it. And then obviously Disdainful Strokes in the main you probably leave in just because they counter the Treasure Cruise. It's really, this is actually quite because he doesn't have any more duresses in the sideboard. He's left with some really interesting cards. Like if he's left with any Disdainful Strokes, they don't hit a lot of things, so they might have to come out as well. Maybe the Transgresses do come in.
Yeah, I could see 3 Disdainful Stroke, 3. For Scent sideboard, we've got 3 Disdainful Stroke, 3 Fiery Impulse, 3 Monastery Mentor, 1 Negate, 2 Radiant Flames, 2 Silk Wrap, 1 Wild Slash. So the cards I like coming in here are 3 Disdainful Strokes.
Yep.
Counter the Kalitas, counter the Dark Dwellers. I like the Negate. Obviously, counter the non-creature spells. I actually really like Mentor here.
Mentor's an interesting one.
Yeah.
It depends on how much removal you think Jack's left in of his cheap removal spells.
And the thing is, Jack probably is keeping in his Fiery Impulses, but he's probably boarding everything else out.
Yeah.
And Mentor
You're
can just
also
take
still
over
going to
a game by
you're still
itself.
going to keep Colligan's Commands in.
Exactly. So it's an interesting decision whether or not he wants to do that. So
And Vincent just got a bit unlucky, not quite able to get there at the end of the day. It's a very interesting day. It's actually interesting. One of my mates has been trying out this deck online, but he's been doing with the Noyan Die. He's got 2 Noyan Dies in it. It's actually really interesting. It just loses to itself, of course.
Yeah.
It's a Jeskai Sensi deck, that's what it does, but sometimes it's good bananas. It's a very, very interesting deck, for sure. It's just that the Briber's Purse is very interesting, because obviously it's not the same combo deck before. You can't just pick it up and bounce it again.
No.
Like with Retraction Helix. So let's see what Vincent goes for this time. See if he's able to get them. We can see the counter spells coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells coming in. So we're going to assume there's 2 dispels to negate. Probably the Transgress the Minds. I think they're better. I think the Disdainful Strokes are not good in this matchup. I think they are very, very weak because they only counter Treasure Cruise Dig Through Time, and that's not how you're winning. They're nice. They're doing wrong. They're nice spells, but they don't particularly put you far ahead.
Not at all.
But we shall see. Game number 2 on the way. So. I mean, Jack is definitely the underdog in the matchup, I'd say. Despite the fact he won game 1, I think he generically has a slightly worse matchup against the Ascendancy deck than the Ascendancy deck does against him.
Almost certainly, I agree with you, yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see how he proceeds forward from this position he's in now. So, Wandering Fumarole to start with. Universally good land. again, it's just another land he can be used to cast things off of as well, and also to untap and trigger when he gets there. And we see Jurien already in play, and we're going to have dueling Wandering Fumarals to start with as well, I think. So Wandering Fumaral for both players. Very quick fetch land into white mana, so no Rattle Claw Mystic on turn 2, so maybe something like an Anticipate could be what he's going to play now.
Or scheming.
Or scheming, get some value, start getting what he needs to. Oh, we can see Yellow Mental Uprising. Yeah, there's a Tigum Scheming, and he also has Treasure Cruise in hand. Which is quite nice to have. Not a bad one to have in reserve.
So we've got less people in the shop now, which means that there's a lot more talking going on in the background. So, well, any talking that you hear, you're hearing a lot easier. And the thumping sound is...
The trains.
As we've mentioned before, we are under
the Southwestern
Railway line.
Out of London.
Out of London, yeah.
Bridge.
From Waterloo. So, trains going over the overhead are making quite a bit of noise. If you know where Darksphere is, or have ever been to Darksphere, then you will know what we mean. So we're going to see a Duress.
Oh, it's a pretty
And the Mentors came in.
Wow.
Oh wow!
It's a pretty time. Well. The problem is he's just going to cruise next turn. You just take Secure the Waste, right? I think you have to... He's going to be cruising anyway. Yeah. I don't think you want to give him the value of still having the... having to Secure the Waste as well. I think you just get rid of the Secure the Wastes.
Although Jack does have the spell in hand, so... He probably doesn't care about the... he's got negate, sorry.
Well, we don't know further back in his hand at the moment. But it'd be interesting to see... I think you just have to Secure the Waste and accept that your opponent might be casting one of these spells.
Yeah. Oh, he's taking a cruise.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that or agree with that, because Jack's got this negate in hand, and I mean, I guess he kind of would rather negate the Ascendancy, but you know, I think he's probably okay holding up negate for a while.
I mean, yeah. I mean, one Treasure Cruise obviously draws more cards, but he can then obviously hold up the negate for the next spells that actually matter. So,
yeah,
it'd be interesting to see how Jack plays this game. He's the control deck at the end of the day, so he can probably afford to play a slightly slower game, and he's pretty land heavy at the moment.
Wow. So Vicent's just drawn another land. Well, last turn he drew land and a Dispel, so he can play Mentor with Dispel backup.
Ouch.
And just protect his Mentor.
There's so few things that counter Monstrous Mentor.
Yeah.
It's more the Ascendancies you wanted to protect.
Especially at 3 mana as well.
Yeah, Mentor forms a very interesting point on the curve, that it's a very powerful card that you can't really ever dispel or counter properly.
Yeah.
And I think Jack's going to look at his hand and go, oh.
And he also can't actually kill it, which is interesting.
Yep.
Jack has 0 ways to kill it right now.
Yep. I mean, the best he can destroy is like Ruinous Path, because obviously that can't be countered and it's a straight up removal spell. Dispel obviously doesn't count as the sorcery that it is.
But he doesn't have double black. He does have a
He's got Polluted Delta in place in hand, so let's see what he goes for this one. Draw. That's Transgress the Mind. That's not terrible. Allows him to leave negate up afterwards at least, which is nice. His hand's not doing much else, unfortunately, at the moment.
I think a transgress would miss.
Yeah, it would.
Wow. That's
Pretty painful.
That's painful.
And he's also got disdainful stroke. Yeah, this is going to miss. Alright, Vincent, show me your hand of spells.
Yeah.
Well, the information about the dispel is interesting as well. And also, you are noticing that elemental uprising can't be cast.
No, not right now.
Again, probably not the worst thing that can happen for.
No, Vincent's not unhappy about that. I think next turn next turn actually looks really good for him. He can play a land, attack for 2, pass the turn. In Jack's end step, he can secure for 3, leaving up 1 blue for any counter magic. So dispel.
Definitely.
Or Vincent just drew another elemental uprising.
Yeah, can't cast those ones.
No. Monastery Mentor.
Right, in with the mentor, in for 2. Right,
Yeah.
Jack just takes 2. We're going to pass the turn. Can you draw a removal spell? That's Dark Dwellers, that doesn't do anything. But he can now cast Kalitas,
He can.
which is a threat.
Yes.
It's actually a very relevant threat as well. Because with Vincent's hand right now, it's really hard to attack through.
Yeah, this is very true.
He's going through, so he's going to cast Jurien, which I'm not a fan of.
I am. Because he was expecting Vincent to cast a secure. So he's played the Jorian.
Oh, it'll trigger off itself.
And it triggers itself, and then he gets the Disdainful Stroke, and then draw a card off the Jorian, because it's in Vince's end step.
Obviously, Vincent gets to counter
Vincent does get the negate to counter it.
to dispel, but yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
But he
to
can't,
counter
he's
the
not doing anything
Disdainful
else.
Stroke.
He gets a monk token as well. And
He gets 2.
yep, he does get 2 monks and 3 warriors.
Yep.
It's not bad. Not a bad turn. Not a bad turn at all. So let's see how it goes forward from here. So, 2 monks. Found them.
And 3 warriors.
We'll see if we
Found
found the
them.
warriors as well.
It was 3 warriors, I believe.
It's only 3 warriors. We'll go and get that sorted out.
Ah, there we go. No, he's found it. He's realised.
So they've realised it should have only been 3 warriors, obviously. Secure the Waste does actually cost a mana itself, and it makes X tokens, not X plus the money spent on it.
That would be really good. X plus 1 tokens.
It's not bad. Oh, he's just drawn a negate as well.
Wow.
Setting himself up nicely. Did he draw? Yeah, he did draw a card. That's the main thing.
Yeah, now Vincent not having any green mana is a bit awkward.
Getting for a fair amount of damage. Obviously, get a free block here.
Yeah.
Kill one, which is why you just block because you block one of the monks as well. You block one of the monks because you can see that he doesn't have anything. Otherwise, the mentor would have been attacking him.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So, decides to get rid of one of the warriors, and Vince has to turn back, and that's not.
He does have negate backup.
Yeah, which means the mentors are 3/3.
Oh no, we're just gonna see. I'm not sure if I like that. He played the Kalitas.
Okay, leaving up 2 mana for counter spells. Suppose it means he can now obviously more aggressively block.
Yeah. Vince doesn't actually have a way to deal with Kalitas.
No. And, well, we found an expedite.
That will allow him to... maybe do some stuff this turn. So we'll see what he does.
He gets a token, triggers the prowess. See what he draws. Yeah, just checking that it's actually in the main phase, which it was. So.
Vince has found a way to fetch green now.
Which is good. So in the background we can hear Matt Gregory and his rally deck. Zulaport Cutthroat triggers going on the stack. Always a scary thing for your opponent, a scary proposition for your opponent to hear when they are in that position.
Yes. Now, I assume he's going to be fetching up a green. Oh, he doesn't have another green source.
Oh no.
He's only got one Vista.
Oh wow. What's his other green source in the deck?
Cinderblade.
And the Frontier
And the
Riverwhack.
Frontier
Oh no. So those elemental uprisings are still rotting in his hands and he hasn't got anything else to do right now. He can't cast another spell to make his mentor any bigger. So when he attacks in, I think Jack's going to go, okay, block.
Yeah.
Wow, he passes the turn back. Wow.
Unfortunately for Zen, he's not had the most profitable game this
No, he's...
match.
No, he has missed out quite heavily on that green mana, especially having lost it already in. Gonna
Yeah.
draw for the turn. It's another land. Well, we have a Kalitas in play now, which is pretty nice. I mean, I would attack with the Kalitas.
Yeah.
See what your opponent does. I don't think you're winning by not attacking.
No.
I don't cast the Colligan's command yet.
No.
Because if needs be, you can, if he kills off the Kalitas, you can Dark Dwellers it back and draw a card, or you can get it back and recast it at the same time. So I think you just have to attack with the Kalitas and just try and get some life back and try and get this game going, rather than you can't kill the mentor. You're a very brave man to try. I think here we're going to see the negate. Now I can see him negating it back, but I think there's more important spells to negate.
Yeah. But I think if you negate it back, you do get to draw the extra card off Dorian.
That is true.
I'm
Maybe
not
that's
sure it's
worthwhile.
enough.
He needs to find some way of getting rid of this mentor right now. So it's only going to get bigger. Here's the problem with that line. You end up... Well, he's not going to counter back. But he doesn't have the land he can Dark Dwellers either. It's truly interesting. You just have to pass the turn back, unfortunately. Yeah, pass the turn back. Has he found anything? It's a disdainful stroke. Well, it counts as Dark Dwellers.
Just count with the Dark Dwellers.
But now the removal spells are going to be good. And we're just going to change that over for an actual monk so we can have it on the table. Alright, he could fire up the Wandering Fumarole.
I don't think
he's
you
just going to
can.
pass the turn back. Right, Jack, what can you draw for the turn? That is a... Wow, that's a good draw. That's a Fiery Impulse.
That is a very good draw.
And he still has the negate as well. Wow. He can't... He has to just Impulse first. He just can't... He can't allow... He can't run the risk with the... Dark Dwellers.
I think he can. Well,
He gets a trigger. He gets another token for no reason.
yeah.
Obviously, he gets to trigger the. Obviously, he gets to trigger the Jurien, which is nice. Well, I think he might be going for it though. The way he's lined up his cards, and he does have a negate as well. Oh no, he has negate as well, so this actually works quite well. Oh no, but he can't then kill the monastery mentor.
No, I think he casts the... If he casts the Dark Brothers, uses it to flashback the Colligan's command, he gets to...
No, he got disdainful stroke on the way.
Yeah, but he can still Fiery Impulse the Mentor.
Yep. If he finds a land, he can impulse. So that's his triggers very clearly.
I think he draws Swamp.
Target. Duress. Really? Duress. That's not terrible. I'll take one of those uprisings. Just can't seem to get this. He can never just can't seem to get his mentor off the table.
No.
But he does now have a fairly reasonably sized body in play now as well. And he got to draw a card from Jorian as well. And yeah, this is Swamp. Hope your opponent doesn't draw anything useful. There's a lot of... Vincent has a lot of draws to get out of this one. And pass the turn back.
Oh, he's drawn a green white land. So this one, hopefully we'll be able to find him a green source.
Yeah, well it does this time.
Assuming
well, we know
he hasn't.
Yeah, I'm assuming he still has the Syndicated in his deck. It took its time, but it's finally here. A really stupid question. Is this lethal?
Jack's at an effective 13.
Yeah, this is... So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, we'll be at 1.
So assume the 3 biggest are blocked.
No, because he can fire at the funeral.
Yes. So the 3 biggest are blocked.
Because he's got an island. No, he can't do that one.
It's a 3/3, a 4/4/1, and a 4/4, which means that 12 damage gets through.
Well, we'll soon find out. I'm not sure he has enough lands in play. He
He does.
sandbagged that island.
No, he does have enough because he has 4 to activate. Yeah, so he can put Jack on 1.
Mhm.
Let's see if Vince sees it.
Mhm.
And he kind of has to do it this turn as well.
Mhm. Yes. So shuffle up, see what he can do here. So he awakens onto the funeral.
No. You awaken. Oh no, he can't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, he's going to awaken onto this plane.
No, he doesn't have enough lands.
No, he's one short
He's
of
still
lethal.
one short, yeah. Of course.
He's going to do a lot of damage though. And the mentor does have to be blocked, as does the land. But then he's not done on the way back though. He's
Just going to swing for the.
He's not attacking with the mentor.
So I think Jack here takes 5.
Some interesting blocks have to be made here. Preferably, he's still going to take a lot of damage, but he still gets to gain some life with the Kalitas. He gets to If he can trade with that elemental, he does get the token as well, which is an interesting part of this game. If he can put the Dark Dwellers in front of the token, he does get he gets some life back. He gets a 2/2 from that. So he's going to check. So Dark Dwellers jumps in front of the 4/4 land. We'll get him a 2/2, so it's an extra blocker next turn. Then.
I think the land has to be blocked.
Yeah, the land has to be blocked. It's doing the most. It's doing
As in,
the most
I think
amount.
the text on it reads has to be blocked,
Okay.
but anything can block it.
Yeah. So he's gonna gain trigger, make a 2/2, gain 3 life, kill 2 monk tokens. Say go. Island left in hand is all he has, and Jack, well, he's now got the impulse, so at least he can deal with the mentor. But I think he just has to do it. Well, it depends what he just drew. We'll have to wait and see what he just drew. He drew Jace. It's another blocker. It blocks 1/1s,
It does block 1/1s.
and he can also draw a card with it
He can.
because he gets to impulse away the mentor,
Yes.
which I think you have to do.
Yeah, 100%.
But your opponent, your opponent probably doesn't have anything, otherwise you'd probably be dead. It's just one of those things. So 2 mana. Yep. 2 mana. He's going to play Jace Vryn's Prodigy. The powerful O2 into play. Now, I think you just do it straight away. Just impulse away that mentor. Don't let him untap with it or risk him making anything else. Yep, trigger. He remembers it and he draws a card for the Jurian. And making sure he announces what triggers and disdainful stroke off the top. Not the best counter spell, but it's a spell to do something with. It counters the Treasure Cruise, which could be a really problematic card if he draws it. Land for the turn, and he has a few more up as well if he needs it.
Yeah.
Good turn all
The
round.
writing does appear to be on the wall here for Vince, unfortunately.
The question is, does Jack attack with the Kalitas? No. Because right now he's... Because he gains some life anyway. It's just he doesn't know whether Jack has any sort of spell to remove the Kalitas or get through it, and gaining 3 life straight away seems fine.
Yeah.
Because he knows the maximum amount of damage he's taking is 2 on the way back. If he threw everything in front of everything, he's taking 2 damage on the way back.
Yeah. Yes.
So I think you just send him with a Kalitas. You need to start gaining some life back. And the thing is, if Vincent doesn't have anything, he's throwing away all of his tokens if he attacks. So, what is your choice then, Jack? Head in hands, trying to decide the best line of play.
Do we know what he drew after?
I think he just has a land. I think he just has a swamp in hand,
Well, he just played that.
and he has
He
something
drew
else I
something.
don't know.
Yeah.
Alexi in the background making it sound like I have a crisp packet being opened next to me. The boss man is trying to pack things away.
Sounds exactly like a Pringle.
Yeah, exactly like a Pringles container. Couldn't help myself.
Bad
Had
job.
to open more packs of crisps. But the boss getting in the way. But he just says go. So untap. He has a disdainful strike.
Of course,
we know
yes.
that one. So Vincent Sylvester, what have you drawn? Have you found a way to get out of this muddle you're now in? But that Jace can come back, which is quite interesting. And there's a couple of good spells. Colligan's Command is a pretty nice spell to get back.
Yes.
Not my day today, apparently. Not my day today. Being picked on now. So, Vincent, have a quick double check through the graveyard, make sure exactly what he's up to. I don't think Pringles have that much salt in them to keep my salt levels up.
Pretty sure the salty crisps do.
Salty versions might do, but I'm not a
I think,
fan.
to
I'm
be
not
fair, I
much
think
fan.
most
Don't need much
crisps
else.
probably do have quite a lot of salt in them.
I'm sure my friends would
Did
say
he
I
draw an
don't need that much
ascendancy?
salt. Wow.
That's a big one.
Oh wow.
That is a huge one.
Oh dear. Doesn't do anything straight away. He needs a spell. But it's huge.
But
Yay, Mr. Doyle. Thank you, Mr.
he
Doyle.
doesn't have another spell.
No, he's got an island in hand and he's had that land for quite a while. Draw for the turn. That's a land, but it means it can be looted away by the Jace. Because it's all about that Jace.
What about that, Jace?
That's another land. Oh, put one of those away.
Jace is going to flip.
Yep. Flashback Colligan's command. Yeah, he's getting the Colligan's command forward. He just needs to flip the Jace first though. Decide what he's going to discard and get that Jace flipped. There we go. Jace flips into the Telepath Unbound. So, deep in the tank. Jace down to 2. He's going to Colligan's command. Taps 3 lands. Colligan's command. Deal 2 to your Monastery Mentor.
Yep.
Well, not to the monk token. Get back Goblin Dark Dwellers.
Wow.
Wow, that is pretty nice. He then has the Impulse as well, which he can do straight away if he with the 5 mana available. I think that's what he has to do. He has to try and minimise the amount this Jeskai Ascendancy is going to do to him. If he ever gets the chance to attack with it, and impulsing away another monk, hitting him with Kalitas is a pretty nice way to start. And that it doesn't take long for it to go.
Yeah, and also interesting as well. He can, if he plays the Dark Covers, he does also get to draw Dorian, which isn't massively relevant. But
I think it is right now. But the problem is, does he want to hold up the thing is the Disdainful Stroke. If he draws a Treasure Cruise,
it's
like that's brutal. But Vincent, if you see, played that island, which means he has nothing to loot away. But he's going for it. Dark Dwellers.
I think that was incorrect. Playing the island out.
He's going to draw a card as well. So, Impulse. Kill one of the monk tokens. Monk down. Right then, Mr. Silvestri, what do you have on the top of your deck? There's 2 lands there. Play one, you might as well. You can't take them with you. Right then, so what do you have on top of your deck? Well,
if he's drawn Cruise or Dig, this has given him a massive window.
Well, it's a mana.
That's a
oh
dig.
wow! Oh wow! What a draw!
What a draw! And
baby,
Jack tapping out as well. Means that this
I still think it's correct.
I think so. I think I agree with you.
I think that was a very, very correct. Oh, that's horrible though.
But he doesn't care. The only way he loses...
He needs Slip Through Space plus a lot of spells right now.
But he doesn't actually need that many. Jack's at 8.
Yeah, that's true.
These monks are getting...
that's an Anticipate. He's got Anticipate, Tiding Scheming, Anticipate, a Counterspell. Wow, these cards don't do that much. I think Jack's gonna look back and go, oh no, why did I let do? His play was correct. He has to get the Dark Dwellers in.
Now,
draw a card.
Let's work this out, okay? Vince is going to see the top 8 cards of his deck. If he sees one Slip Through Space, he wins the game.
Yeah, but he has to find it now.
And he has to find it. So, Anticipate. Draw.
That is not Slip Through Space. Get rid of that.
Get rid of that. Look at the top 3. Do I have a Slip Through
2.
Space?
That's a Treasure Cruise.
I think you take the Cruise here. 100%, yep.
Look at more cards.
And I think you Cruise now. Has he played a land this time?
I don't think so, but he doesn't have a land in hand. He's got to double check his own.
But he's about to draw 3, so any land that he draws is okay.
6, 7. Right, trigger that Jeskai Ascendancy. That's now 6 power. He needs to find Slip Through Space. Nothing else matters.
7 power.
Discard that. Draw
7
1,
power.
2. That's none of them are a Slip Through Space. Oh wow! But he has. The problem is he can't. He needs to cast. Oh, can he? Does he have a blue land in play? He's going to smash in. Push all my guys in front of you. There. He can probably.
So
He has to block everything.
yeah, the warriors are 4/4s,
Mhm.
and the monks are 7/7s.
Okay, so he can afford not to block one of the warriors, but he has to block 3 creatures. Otherwise, he dies to a spell. Okay, so he's throwing everything in front of everything. Yeah, that's fine. You have to block everything like this. You could leave back the dwellers.
I'm thinking maybe Vince has not has actually taken out his slip through space. I have a feeling that's what he's done.
Yeah, so we're now going to see obviously all of these creatures die to the anticipate. There's a treasure cruise.
Wow.
There's the slip through space.
Oh, if only he'd done it before combat.
He wouldn't have had the mana. I don't think he's got an untapped blue mana in hand.
No, because he's got a fetch.
Yeah, but it's a wooded foothills.
No, he had another fetch. I think he had 2 fetches.
No, he doesn't. He discarded the. But I think he
Okay.
wins next turn anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh, the thing is, does he die on?
He's at 14. I can't
Yeah,
see
but that's
range.
double fumarole.
Oh, his creatures are actually untapped.
No, he's forgotten it.
No, he hasn't
Oh, yeah,
because he's
'cause
given the +1/+1.
Yeah, but it's a beneficial trigger.
It's all 1 trigger.
So Shay's just gone off to obviously notify the judge, let them know, so we can get it obviously all rectified and put in the right place. Let's see what happens from here. So. They don't untap though.
They do. It's all 1 trigger. So he remembered the trigger by he ticked the dice up, and he also killed the Dark Dweller but didn't lose the token. So he's clearly shown that
It's actually interesting. It's actually interesting because some judges haven't. I've had that where they've not ruled away because you haven't acknowledged that properly. So technically, they shouldn't have had +1/+1 because he never because the untap's part of the trigger. So he shouldn't have had the +1/+1.
But he did acknowledge it by ticking it. He had a dice on top of his ascendancy, so he ticked the dice up, and
another land.
he did actually tick the dice up.
And this is game. I mean, the slip through space will get him there at the end of the day. And we'll be on to game number 3, and I think we'll just show him the slip through space and say, yeah, thanks very much. Play my Jeskai Ascendancy, play slip through space, and lethal you with anything.
The ruling was that the tokens were untapped because he acknowledged that that they got the +1/+1 by putting the dice up to 4, and he also still has the token that was blocked by the Goblin Dark Dweller because the Goblin Dark Dweller blocked a warrior token.
Yep. I'll show you the slip through space. Will be enough. Should easily be enough damage to end game at number 2. He's going to go through. He's going to go through the motions.
Well, he has
See
to.
this disdainful stroke. Yeah, that gets counted. He still gets the triggers.
Can still loot as well.
Yep. 3 triggers overall, just. Wow, so Mr. Gregory comes back from 1 game down to beat Yanis 2 games to 1. Very interesting. What? Did he just slip through space the Kalitas?
He did just slip through space to Kalitas.
Oh, doesn't
he's
matter.
drawn
Found
another
another
one.
slip through space.
So something Vicent does a lot while testing, when we've been practicing, is he sometimes uses expedite and slip through space on his opponent's creatures to make sure that they don't kill them in response. But I'm not sure why he's doing that now.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make a difference.
No, he's got lethal.
It's one of those moments where you had 2 unblockable monks, but it doesn't make a difference. Your opponent will still be at all of those, well, all the warriors are 8 power.
So, what it probably is, and this is something that I know Vince quite well, so this is what he's thinking, is he is forgetting that Slip Through Space has this first line of text of this
You
creature
can't
is
be
unblockable.
But you
he's-
shouldn't make that mistake with your own deck. If you've
Sure,
played it enough
but
in
it
testing,
happens.
I mean, my argument is you've played it enough in.
What he's trying to do at this point in time is he is attempting to get to enough power that any one of these creatures is lethal, and to him, Slip Through Space is a cantrip that pumps his guys, regardless of what else the other text is. It's just it was a misplay.
I mean, as I say, it doesn't really matter because Jack is dead. It's turn. It doesn't make a difference. The murderous cut, which he has in hand, so he's going to fire at the fumarole. And he actually doesn't die this turn, but his opponent will kill him next turn unless he finds something very, very, very good. Right now, and he still has the elemental uprising, which is obviously lethal as well.
Next time, yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have a cut in?
I think he has murderous cut in hand.
Sure.
But with your opponent at 1 card in hand, obviously it must be a misplay on Vincent's part. I think because double Slips Through Space on his 2 monks is lethal because it doesn't matter if one gets killed. You still get your Jeskai trigger, your Ascendancy triggers. Well, you're going to have to show it first. There is a murderous cut in hand. So it's going to double check and we're going to see your 1 card exiled, 2, 3, 4 cards exiled, pay for the murderous cut, takes 8, goes to 2, obviously loses both the fumaroles. So, Jack, do you have anything left that you can draw? Right now a Wrath spell's pretty good. And that's about it. So, Jack untaps. Jace still in play. Goblin Dark Dwellers. That's a very interesting draw indeed. No, Vincent, they don't untap because you've gone to combat. That was just what Vincent was checking, that he didn't need to untap. Interesting. Sorry. Dark Dwellers transgress the mind. Get rid of your Jeskai Ascendancy. You still have Elemental Uprising. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think this might be the end of this game for Jack, because I don't believe he can stop these Ascendancies just getting in for lethal.
Yeah. Once again, Kalitas does not trigger off tokens.
Only off non-token.
Off non-token creatures.
We're going to see the cards picked up. Jack going on to game number 3. Now I'm just going to go out onto the floor, see if we've got anywhere else, get a quick update on where we are with our other matches and bring them back in a moment.
So, Jack opting to bring in Virulent Plague. Very, very good in this matchup. Especially against a Mentor. we'll have to double check, but as far as I'm aware, there's only one Jeskai Ascendancy list. I know that there was another player playing Jeskai Ascendancy, but I believe he was on a more aggro version.
So, on to game number 3. So, had a very quick route around, and it turns out, so Matt Gregory managed to win against Giannis. Chris Burrows won his match, and then the other Ascendancy deck won.
Excellent. Is this the Ascendancy aggro?
There's 2 Ascendancy lists in the top 8, so I can only assume it's the other version. There's 2 Ascendancy decks in the top 8 right now. One of them's on camera, and one of them is currently sitting in the winner's bracket, waiting for the winner of this match. We'll have to see what happens. However, before then, we still have one final game to play of this quarter-final. The nice thing is we'll be able to go straight into the semi as well. So we'll be able to continue the coverage continuously all through the way. So, Jack, what can you find that will allow you to take over this game? He almost made it in that game. It was a very timely top deck Jeskai Ascendancy.
He does have Virulent Plague in his sideboard.
Wow, that could have come in now. That seems like a very good sideboard option to have available to you. If you're going to be having any sideboard card, that seems like a pretty good one. Well, we see a hand of Goblin Dark Dwellers, removals, 1 mana removal spell, and a counter spell as well. And Vincent sending it back. Jack happy with his opener. Lots of lands, able to cast his spells, and a couple of spells to interact with as well. So, Vincent lays out his cards. Jack cuts them down for 6. So he finds. Well, there's a mountain in there, there's a Cinderglade, there's some spells to cast. It's not a nice looking hand. But the thing is with this deck is, I don't know what hand you keep with it.
No, it's an interesting one. Essentially, anything without blue mana, you're probably sending back.
Well, he's going to keep this one and didn't have any blue mana in, but we'll have to see. He's scryed. He's kept it on top and drawn it. Well, it was a flooded strand, so we're all golden. Jack going to sacrifice on the end step. And no, unfortunately, the red-black dragon deck did not make it out of. Oh no, it did. Chris, I'm trying to remember which deck.
Chris Burrow.
Yeah, there's a red-black dragon deck in the semi-final against Raleigh. We might have an Ascendancy mirror. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Yeah, so far into semi-finals, we have one Jeskai Ascendancy deck, we have one 4-colour Rally the Ancestor deck, and we have one Red Black Dragons deck. So for those of you the fan of the Red Black Dragon deck, we might soon be hearing Transgress the Mind on turn 2. Vincent just throws his hand down, shows him a Monastery Mentor and a Dig Through Time.
Wow.
I think we might be taking the Mentor on this one.
Almost certainly.
We have the counter spell for the dig. And Vincent's just saving some time while Jack writes down his hand, has a look at what he's doing, and progresses forwards from there. So, I mean, like, I think it's only one pick you can take in this situation.
Yeah, I don't
think dig through time's a consideration. I think the Monastery Mentor caused so many problems last time. Although, to be fair, he has Wild Slash and Fiery Impulse, and the required mana to cast the spell. So I think you might just take the dig through time, but then you run the risk of your opponent just not playing it. No, he's going to take the dig. So yeah, it does get exiled. We'll make sure that gets put in the right place. Yeah, so there we go. So it gets exiled. And he has the impulse, so he doesn't mind so much about the Mentor. And we see a land roll off the top, an island this time. The problem is, because he fetched up the island, he can't play the Mentor.
No.
So, draw for the turn. We find Kalitas, Traitor of Guilt. So, let's play our Bloodstone and say go. Oh, we find a Jeskai Ascendancy. That's a pretty nice draw. Unfortunately, no white mana. I think you cast. I think you just get Kalitas into play. Fetch this mountain. As long as he doesn't shuffle, present, and then crack the other. There we go. He's going to do it. He's going to shortcut now. Get out that Smouldering Marsh. And cast Kalitas Traitor of Guilt. Right, the only thing that punches him is a Disdainful Stroke, but he's already seen that his opponent doesn't have one. There's a negate in hand. It's the negates in hand. Although Vincent has a hand that certainly does explode if he gets any position to do so, but Mentor is going to basically die as soon as it enters the battlefield. And Jack's got so many removal spells right now. In fact, he's got 2 of them. And Kalitas into play. We're going to see Expedite targeting Kalitas. He's going to draw. He finds, well, it's a blue spell. And that looked like it might have been a white mana. It might have been a Flooded Strand just drawn off the top. No, it was a Prairie Stream, so same thing. It's white mana. Just depends on what he wants to play first time round. I think you might lead off with... He's going to lead off with the Ascendancy. Probably the safest thing to lead off with. There's so many removal spells now, unfortunately, for him to go through.
So regardless...
he's drawn the land, so we can Dark Dwellers Transgress now. Take away the Mentor. That seems pretty good.
See you, Jack. Have a good evening.
Yep, have a good evening to you, Jax. Oh, I'm glad we kept you entertained. We've certainly enjoyed ourselves. So it'll probably now be a judge ruling over what was... So he's going to be allowed to change that ruling up, and we're going to see negate Mentor. So the problem is the Mentor now can go through 2 spells to get rid of it, but he has both of them. He still has the Dark Dwellers, and he has a Dispel as well, so it's not too bad. Yeah, so I think he has to do...
I think you play the Mentor here and pass.
Yep.
And you are so far ahead, because Jack can't actually kill this Mentor anymore. Not anymore.
Yep. He's got 2. He's got a Wild Slash and a Fiery Impulse.
Okay. Slash your Mentor. Counter it.
Yeah. Slash it impulse it in response.
Sure. Yeah. No.
So we're going to see the slash here. Okay. Sure. Trigger. I'll in response impulse your thing. Hold up
but
my
he's
dispel.
still making a guy.
Yeah, he's still making the guy, but so's the Kalitas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which one wins this fight.
Yeah.
The Mentor's still dead, and we still get a 1-1. So the Mentor should be exiled at the moment. There should be a 1-1 in play. Right, so the Mentor is exiled. There's a 2-2 being made by Kalitas. It still has Dispel up, which is quite nice. And then we get to attack for 1 billion damage. Hit you for 7. Not quite half the life total, but near enough. And he's also got that backup Kalitas as well, which is really good.
Yeah.
Just means he can keep attacking. much better draw here from Jack. Unfortunately, Vincent missing on a few things. Double Transgress the Mind is pretty hard to deal with. What does he find? What does Vincent find? I think Vincent thought that it was slightly different stack, but no, it was last on the stack. So he's going to slip through space. Okay.
Interesting, he's deciding not to slip through space his own monk.
I think he's basically playing like you say on the fact that if it gets removed, it's terrible. He doesn't have to draw a card, whereas his opponent's not going to remove his own spell. We see another Jeskai Ascendancy, and a counter, and it looks like a blue card as well.
Does it anticipate? Yes, there you go. The deck lists will be posted up on Darksphere's Facebook group.
They are being written up right now, I believe, in fact. Well,
Yes.
someone is focusing on just doing that, trying to get them ready to go up online so everyone can see a bit. Certainly an interesting tournament. Pair of Jeskai Ascendancy decks, which none of us expected to be saying. Well, you did maybe, Shay, but I certainly didn't. We expected a lot of the other ones. Red Black Dragon's obviously nice to see in the top 8 as well. But Rally, Mardu, this Grixis deck's very interesting as well. It's been an interesting top 8 actually. It's some decks that we probably didn't expect to see. Definitely a bit of a change away from the first few weeks of this standard format where Rally was everywhere and people were trying to cast Ramp and stuff like that. And very little Bank Company actually. Unfortunately, I think the Bank Company decks ran into too many Rally decks and just couldn't quite ever get out of the chokehold that the Rally deck put them under.
Yeah.
Which is always a shame because quite like the Bank Collector Company deck. So, what is your play, Vincent? Not a lot of options here, unfortunately. The Anticipate could be the best place to start.
Yeah, the Anticipate could be used to find something, but unfortunately I don't think there's much you can be finding.
Now, okay, so it's interesting he's attacking because now he gets to untap with the Anticipate at instant speed, which I like.
Yep.
Do it in your opponent's turn, trade with the 2/2 or block something.
It wouldn't trade.
We'll trade with the 2/2.
No. It has prowess, and so does Ascendancy.
Yeah. So it'd be a 3/3, so no, it would eat the token. Sorry, my apologies. So what are you going to discard then? Vincent, it's Monastery Mentor's been drawn.
I think you discard the Ascendancy. Because...
Well, you just do a Monastery Mentor, which is pretty good.
Exactly. And he can find a spell.
It's a Dispel and a Secure
Which
the
spell?
Wastes. Well, it's not that good. I'm not doing that joke again. I'm not doing the Dismember.
Which member?
You're killing me, Shay, today. You're killing me.
Well, it's not my fault you walked into it.
No, I probably did, you're right. That's unfortunately, that's a land. But he gets to attack for a bucket load of damage this turn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Jack's life total is still quite high.
And especially with that Dispel in hand. You can just send everything.
Yeah.
Make your opponent cast a spell. Making one Secure the Waste token? Sure.
Yeah. But I like this because it blocks the Kalatas. The monk can get in front of the zombie, and then Vince gets to untap.
You can't block it, it's got Menace. There we go, so he's going to block the Kalatas. Okay, so he's going to play around for the Secure the Waste, which is going to get completely blown out by this Dispel, unless he can find a counter spell off the top. He's going for it. Vincent does not want to take any risks here. Land, Sago. Now, are we going to see this Grixis controlling march its way in? Will that look like a blue spell? Look like it could possibly be a Dig Through Time?
No, I think it's a Titan scheming.
Yeah, Dig Through Time.
Oh, it's a dig.
Dig Through
Wow.
Time doesn't help. Doesn't stop the goblin from killing him. Not at 3 life.
No. Ah. It does in combination with the Monastery Mentor.
No, because the Mentor
Yeah.
Mentor makes a guy. Can't block. Have to both block the menace.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think.
I don't think Vincent can quite dig his way out of this one. He'll try. He could just try securing the waste. That's the best line he has.
Yeah.
But as we know, dispelling
Jack has-
hand.
Yeah.
We're going to see mentor anyway. Like he could go for. Yeah, we'll wait and see how he goes for it. He's not dead yet, and we're going to go straight for the big through time. Could just dispel this. Could just let it go. There we go, and there's the handshake. Jack Payton marches on to the semi-final. We're gonna pull it back to the booth. So, John Partridge, Jay Holland. That was close. I'm not even going to try and keep a straight face on that one.
No.
That one was tense.
Yeah.
Even for me in the booth, I was like, it's quite hard to describe it sometimes when you're sat there trying to commentate, but it's just, you're sort of sat there going, I don't want to say anything too soon because this Jeskai deck can just explode. Like, you don't want to just write it off because it can just, on the dime, turn like that, like we saw in game 2 with the Monster Mentor. Obviously, in that game, not able to find quite enough. The Transgress the Mind taking the first spell, then the second Transgress the Mind off the Dark Dwellers, taking that as well, then obviously enough removal spells to get rid of the Mentor straight away, which was huge.
Yep.
Being able to go, actually, I don't care about what you've got. He's gone.
Yeah.
And with the Ascendancy play, you had to have both spells. Now, we're going to go get the second match set up. So we're just going to put it on the event screen. We'll be back literally in 2 minutes. We're going to get them straight put on camera, and we'll bring you the next round. So stay with us. We will be back in a minute or two. We're going to go get everyone set straight up again.
We've got Chris and Matt, Jack and Andrea. So I think if we're having Chris Matt on the first one, and Andrea, which out of the...
Can we have?
which-
I want the
which
Red
you
Black
reckon-
Dragons deck on camera. So Chris Burrows.
So that would be... That's going to be the quicker match.
once more, semi-final action is upon us. One match in the feature match area, one on a backup table. In the left-hand corner, on the side of the evil rally decks, Matt Gregory. On the side of the light, which doesn't quite work, bearing in mind he's on red-black. Chris Burrow's on red-black dragon. We'll call him on the light of the format because it's not rally, and everyone probably doesn't mind playing against red-black dragon. That's by the by. It doesn't really matter that much. We have our semi-final match. We're going to send it straight down to the table. They're just shuffling up, resolving mulligans, but we'll soon be off to the races. Matt Gregory, we're just going to quickly swap this all around. If I can find that. It should be an interesting match, this one, because I remember Tom Ross played a version of Red Black Dragons against Rally and managed to actually beat the Rally deck, but unfortunately fell to the innovation from Andy Ferguson that was Bant Collected Company. So, should be an interesting one, this one. I'm fairly sure if you ask Matt, he probably expected possibly to play Red Black Dragons because the deck does exist. It has done for a while. It's one of those decks that even when it loses like its principal piece in Stormbreath Dragon, the deck just doesn't go away.
No.
It's still there.
It's still a very strong deck as well, and you know, he is.
And we see Matt very happy with his opening hand and Chris taking a mulligan.
Yeah, I think Chris's hand was no red mana.
Well, Matt's going to have a quick look and see if he wants to keep as well. That's 3 lands, double collected company, no black mana. Is it the snap keep?
It's a Jace.
It has a Jace, so I think he keeps this one. Yep, he's already put it down. He's happy with that one. We shall see what Chris can find with his. So, in terms of today, I'm not. You're going to have to probably say the head judge's name. So Howard
Dale
was one of the judges.
was one of the floor judges,
And
the other one was Lucy Rose White.
Yeah, and he was head judge today, and then
Yes.
obviously, well, our names are all over the screen, but I'm John, you're Shay, and you
Yes.
look like Rich Hagan, and probably that's why people are watching, because they probably came on and thought you were.
Yeah, probably.
They probably ignored me. The viewership is clearly not for me. It's obviously
Rich.
it's come on to see Rich, but no, we're on to the semi-final, and this hand looks a little bit better for Chris. He's got a bit of removal. It just depends if he has a second land or not. He seems to have a 1-lander on that one, but it is Draconic Roar and Flamewake Phoenix after that. We shall see what he wants to do from here. Well, it's a very interesting keep, this one. He's on the. It depends if he's on the play or the draw. The thing with his deck, if he's on the play and he finds a land on top, this hand looks really good.
Yeah.
Because so much of his deck can be cast off a very low base, but no, he's decided he's going to go back. I think he's on the play because of how the mulligan's situated out. But well, it's an unfortunate thing. Sometimes in Magic, your deck doesn't want to cooperate at the wrong time. We shall see what happens from here. It'll be interesting. I think the Dragon's deck mulligans. I don't think it mulligans that well because it has so many expensive spells. Thunderbolt Regent, Peering Kieran Alar, Holligan. Not sure
Yeah.
how well it mulligans.
But it does have quite a lot of early game interaction. We do have, we're just going to go get the deck list, but it does have things like Fiery Impulse, Draconic Roar, Hangerback Walkers. Wow. Another 1-lander. And he's going to keep.
Right, we have deck lists again.
Excellent.
You can do this one.
Was this the dragons? Oh.
Nope, unlucky.
Boo.
Dragon's my one. You had the dragon last time, and well, it sounded like it's come together again. You found a second land for a 1/1 Hangerback Walker. Well, that's not the end of the world, but there is a Reflector Mage waiting in the wings as Jace Vryn's Prodigy appears once again into the feature match area. See, Matt was on camera earlier with a good win, and well, that's the Draconic Roar. There's no dragon this time, but at least Chris keeping the table clear and he can attack with his Hangerback Walker. But if he's got no land here, I think this could be a Reflector Mage turn if he's got a land for it. Well, yeah, he doesn't have any black mana, so I think Reflector Mage here is a pretty good starting point.
Yeah, and this is really brutal for Chris. You know, behind on lands, had to fetch the red. Well, he didn't have to, but he decided to fetch red.
That's a good draw.
That is a good draw.
And with the Flamewing Phoenix.
Yeah. Get him for 2 with the Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, it's not blocking.
No.
It's a pretty good place to start. And the mana in the deck is touch interesting. I think because of the mana the way it is, the deck doesn't mulligan too badly. Like, we're looking at a hand here from Matt who can't cast any black spells.
Yeah.
He can cast his 2 Collected Companies that he's got in hand.
Yeah.
But
I'm passing with 4 mana up. I promise I don't have anything of. Swears it.
we'll
Swears it,
find
Governor.
another land, and Peering King Alar's now online.
Yeah.
Chris is starting to get there. The grasp, he could grasp the Reflector Mage and cast a Hangerback Walker, but I think hitting for 2 and Peering King Alar could be.
Yeah.
Putting some flyers into play seems pretty good.
Yeah, and as we were talking about earlier, Rally really has a problem against flyers. It doesn't run any, and it doesn't really run any. I mean, its removal is all bounce, so I guess bouncing the 1/1 Thopters are okay, but you know.
It's probably fine.
Yeah.
And that's maybe the crucial thing is it's fine. Peering King Alar is a very good card against something that's trying to 1-for-1 you, but then the thing with Rally is it's not really trying to 1-for-1 you as such.
It's trying to slow you down to get to its rallies.
So we're going to see Collected Company here from Matt Gregory in the end step 1. Now Tuco Husk, Ailey Elvish Visionary. I think you might take Husk Visionary here. Yeah. Ailey, something better in the later game when you can start to activate. Being at 14 life, you just want to get the Husk into play. Make the most of the Visionary, draw some extra cards, try and recoup the losses, and also you have another Collected Company in hand. It must be nice to be Mr. Gregory right now. Oh, we found another Reflector Mage. And it's the thing with the Rally deck is it just looks so good, and we're going to do straight away Collector Company. Now Chris must wonder, what did I do wrong in this game? Well, that's an alien, a Catacomb Sifter. That's pretty good. I know he's going to.
Sifter and the Faithful, I think.
That's really interesting. I'm not sure I like the Sifter right now. You're not particularly losing to anything. Yeah. Obviously, he knows more than we do. I quite like Alien in this position. It allows him to attack through a lot of different things. It's a very weird. Oh, well, in comes Reflector Mages. In comes Reflector Mage and Nantuko Husk. So Nantuko Husk is a little bit difficult to block right now. You can't actually block it. Well, you can block it. You can't blow it
Not
up.
very well.
You can't, unfortunately, blow it up. So
The top 8 deck lists
they're
are
being
being
done right now.
are being. We've just had Alexi come and grab them, but they will be online. They will be posted to this link. These links here. They are being written up at the moment.
We say written, we mean typed. The world has moved
Typed
on
up.
since those days.
Typed up. Yes, yes. Oh, Matt finding a Evolving Wilds.
Well, he gets a scry, make the most of it, and down to the bottom that card goes and just turfs his deck, turfs his graveyard everywhere, all over the place. And not particularly full apart from full of spells, but it's a pretty nice position to be in from the rally deck. A couple of decent threats, and you'll put your opponent down to 10. Grasp of Darkness, looking like it might struggle a little bit, but Hangback Walker, an interesting threat. There's still that Reflector Mage in hand though, that's just waiting in the wings, and at least now he has a black mana as well, so he can do the Zulaport Cutthroat and the Reflector Mage, depending on what Chris decides to play this turn. And I don't think Chris can turn down, because he can't play the... He can play the... Actually, no, he could do the attack you for 4 in the air and hold up the Grasp of Darkness.
Yep.
Which seems quite good.
Yep.
Much better than my line of Hangback Wolf. I forgot, I just... It didn't click to me that he could already recast the turns, because each turn seems to take for so long in this tournament. Sometimes you just sort of assume that everyone's not quite there yet, and all of a sudden it's like, actually, we have gone through multiple turns in the blink of an eye. Matt Gregory very confident on his deck. Going through
It was
the motions
actually
very
the
quickly.
fact that was cast off the...
Collect.
no, it wasn't off the
No.
company.
Well, that was a different one off the Collector's
Yeah.
Company. It was actually, because it was picked up by the Sidisi's Faithful, it doesn't come under the same rules text.
Yeah.
Was that for Hangback Walker before? So, where are you going with this spell?
I think you target the Sifter. Interesting. I would have thought go for the Husk. It either kills it or forces him to sack 2 things to it.
Yeah, that is true. And you could also then throw a Thopter at it and make him sacrifice everything. It's not the most efficient use of mana, but sometimes it was one of those things. Sometimes you just have to do that. You can't just afford to just sit there and let this Husk do what it needs to do, because with Rally the Ancestors, it's so powerful, and we're going to see a Flamewake Phoenix in and attack for 4. Well, we'll definitely attack for 2, but it's a bit difficult right now for Chris to try and claw his way back into this game. Matt's just starting to pull a little bit too far ahead. But
Interesting. Getting with the Pier. And I like this.
yeah, I mean, he's only taking a couple of damage each turn anyway. But we now might see the Scion attacking as well. They very rarely seen. But I mean, Chris Mulligan to 5. He's got to get to a position where Colligan's a real problem, because he could put himself in a position where if Matt doesn't kill him this turn, and obviously this makes a huge difference, but Colligan's Storm Fury kills him. And Reflector Mage is going to pick up a Thopter. In with the Clowns.
So he's gonna go
Well,
to
he's going to have to
6.
block. He has to block, otherwise he dies.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to block the Husk. Take 3. Just going to do a quick count. Can I leave for you?
Can I kill you this turn? I think
Answer
the
is no. Next turn, yes. So, Chris, what do you have? Doesn't really have much in hand, unfortunately.
No, but he does have a
Hangback Walker.
Hangback Walker, so you can hang it back for X equals 1
Mm-hmm.
and then sacrifice it and kill the Cutthroat.
Yeah, that
which
is true.
I really like.
Yeah, I like that as well. Gets a 1-1 as well. Definitely not terrible. Might be one way of getting around the problem he's got right now, in that Matt is quite far ahead with quite a lot of damage in play as well. Where are we going to... Well, I mean, this turn is reasonably simple and straightforward for Chris. Well, he has to start by attacking. He can't not attack. Has unfortunately one of those rules text on, which means he has to keep attacking. And Henrik on the chat, I'm sure as soon as Alexi gets a chance to see the request, he'll accept. He's pretty quick to accept them. It's just obviously he's tournament organiser, so he's right in the middle of organising the event right now. So I'm sure he'll sort that out as soon as he can. So we're going to see the sacrifice. He's going to lose a life. We're going to make a Thopter. So he's still alive.
Only
But not by,
just.
no, not by 1 point of life. Wow.
It'll be a little more than 1, but wow, there's a Grim Haruspex.
That's really good. That is a very good draw. And in with everything. Force some chump blocks. Yep. Throw that in front of that. Put that in front of the Reflector Mage.
And see, what I like here is blocking the Scion with Pia and the Husk with the Thopter. That way you take 4 and go to 1. But if you draw Colligan, you win the game immediately. Yes, you do.
Oh yeah, because he's gonna. You'll still have the Thopter alive. You'll still have Peering Kieran alive.
Yeah.
No, he'll still have the Haruspex to block.
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, he's still got the Thopter alive.
Wow.
Wow, Colligan is.
Colligan's lethal.
Yeah. Colligan of Storm's Fury
Off the top.
is lethal.
One time. That didn't look like a Colligan.
That looked like a Duress.
That is a Duress.
Oh wow. Oh. Wow. Do you think Matt Gregory realised how close he was to being killed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't have made a difference though. One more guy would have been at 10, he was still lethal. So Matt would have needed to sacrifice 2 people, wouldn't have had enough damage later on in the game, but them is the plays. But means we are done with game number 1. So we move to game number 2, and Red Black Dragons, interesting sideboard. So we have 2 Colligan's Commands, 4 Transgress the Mind, 4 Self-Inflicted Wound, 2 Kalitas Traitor of Get, a Crux of Fate, a Kozilek's Return, and a Radiant Flames. Now the ones I like, the Kalitas obviously Traitor of Get, the Radiant Flames, probably some number of Transgress the Minds as well, just to keep up the pressure, but not too much more than that. And I think you're probably taking out things like the Hangabout Walker, the Reflector Mage, and CDC Safe will make that card look pretty bad. And then possibly taking out some number of the Colligan Storm Fury just a little bit too slow, even though it would have been incredible in that situation there. I think that's where I'd go with the sideboard for this deck. How about on the rally side?
I'm not sure you take out the. Sorry to interrupt before going on to Matt's sideboard. I don't think you take out the Colligan. Just because
4 of them.
No, and the reason is the way you lose this matchup is by it going too long.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you want to be able to set yourself up in a board position where you can just coup with a decent enough board presence and then dash out a Colligan and kill them. That's not uncommon in this deck. So I think that's where you probably want to keep the 4 in. Cards, so Matt's sideboard, we've got 3 Irish and Cleric, 2 Murderous Cut, 1 Merciless Executioner, 1 Fleshbag Marauder, 3 Anafenza, 2 Dispel, 2 Duress, 1 Liliana. You can see the Liliana coming in.
See the Murderous Cuts coming in.
Potentially the Murderous Cuts.
Not so much a fan of the Executioners because there's a lot of 1-for-1. There's a lot of multiple, like Peering Kieran Alar. This real problem. Hangabout Walker. If he keeps any number of them in, we can already see that. We can see the Kalitas is actually coming in already into Chris's deck from that quick shot we got of his deck.
I could potentially see the Duress coming in as well.
It's a very interesting one. This one actually. I don't think there's a wrong way to sideboard against especially with Chris's deck. I'm not sure there's a wrong way. It's whether you bring in the right numbers of cards. So it's quite clear what you should be bringing in. I think Matt is possibly the one who can make the biggest misplay with this sideboard, because Chris is basically saying, I'm going to take out my Hangabout Walkers because I don't think particularly good against your bounce effects. I'm going to bring in some proper spells like Transgress the Mind or the Kalitas Traitor of Get. So there's a bit more straightforward. But I think Matt's got some real decisions to make. Whether we saw Henry Channing bring in a lot of the Anafenzas, didn't work out very well for him. But whether Matt takes the same line or whether he brings in the Executioners and the Fleshbag Marauders or anything like that, we have to wait and see. Obviously, Matt Gregory in a very good position right now. 1 game to the good. very very close match here for and Rally just feels like it is really good against what everyone's trying to do right now. Everyone tries to hate it. Well, we have seen Matt has already brought in the Anafenzas himself. So Chris leads off with the wooded foothills. And he's going to go and fetch up a mountain on his first turn. Matt's going to follow him with pretty standard play we've seen so far. Evolving Wilds, able to get multiple colours of mana early on and start getting to the game from there. So what does Chris have for his second turn of the game? You can see he's got a Colligan already in hand, Polluted Delta, fetch up a mountain. Sorry, fetch up a swamp, mountain from Polluted Delta? That doesn't work. Fetch up a swamp. And hopefully have a turn 2 play, because that would be a pretty good place to be in right now, with a turn 2 play available to him. We're going to see a Transgress the Mind here, and we're going to see Anafenza, Catacomb Sifter, and, well, you can't take the Rally, but it's good to know it's there. It's slowing down the stream. So, Chris, take a quick note out of all the spells available to him to take. So I'll take. I mean, I think you just take. Surely you just take either. Probably depends on what your hand looks like, but the Sifter's probably harder to. Well, Sifter's probably easier to deal with than the Anafenza, because you only have really Grasp of Darkness that deals with the Murderous Cut, whereas all the impulses and stuff can deal with the Catacomb Sifter, even if it brings a 1/1 with it. But we can see that he doesn't have much in there. But actually, he's going to take whatever the card was at the back of the hand. And we didn't quite see there. Shay's going to go on and have a quick look so we can double check what it is, and we see Thopter Engineer ready for the next turn, and then Colligan later on, and we see just a forest and pass the turn, and Thopter Engineer could be incoming.
It's a murderous cut.
So we took a Murderous Cut, and we got a Thopter Engineering coming. Put in a token, attack for 1. Work mana down to 20. His mana's not quite lining up perfectly, but he's got a few plays for the next couple of turns. Obviously, we know about the Anafenza in hand. Could be interesting. We see an Eiley, Eternal Pilgrim off the top. Nantuko has to join that. And we're going to see Anafenza the Foremost into play from Mr. Gregory. So, Chris, what do you have that can follow up from there? Well, that's a pretty good one, if you're going to be honest with things. Pia and Kieran Nallar. Well, that combos quite well with these Thopters. We're going to probably see Pia and Kieran straight into play. Hit for 3. Yep, make some Thopters. Matt, you're down to 16 now. There's a column in the Storms.
There is.
I need to have the land to cast it already.
I know.
This could be a very different game from Worms last time.
Yeah. This is what I quite like about this red black deck against the Rally, is, you know,
You don't interact.
Yeah, you kind of just go, okay, sure,
Take
whatever,
4.
I'll take 4. You're gonna die.
I'll kill you faster than you kill me.
Yeah.
Especially with the dash Colligan next turn. And if Matt taps out mana, he's just going to do it because he knows there's no fear of it. And that's 11 damage.
Yeah.
And he's not killing anything on board either. He just doesn't care.
Yeah. He's seen this Rally and he's kind of just said, okay, that Rally does nothing against me right now, because I'm not gonna...
I'm killing you in the air.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kill you in the air. You're not chomping. You're not doing anything, in fact. So, yeah.
So, we see a Catacomb Sifter. Makes a mana. Well, makes a Scion, some mana, same thing, but an attack. Obviously, he's now going to untap, and I think Chris may just windmill. I don't think he can quite describe how quickly he's going to windmill slam this Colligan Storm's Fury into play, and he has the backup Phoenix if he really needs it next turn, because he can also blow at one of the Thopters. So I think you just smash for 11.
Yeah.
Put Matt to 4.
Yeah.
Means that the Thopters are lethal next turn on their own, and he has to deal with the Pier and Kieran Alar as well, because that can quite extra damage as well. So and he'll have 6 lands next turn, so that's more damage. Chris Burrows had Iron Heavy Handers curved like a charm.
Yeah. And this is what I really like about the red black deck, is you can kind of just literally gone turn 2 transgress, turn 3 the engineer, turn 4 PR, turn 5 dash Colligan.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
No. Turn 6, you're probably dead.
Not coming back from that one.
No. And I mean, maybe Matt could have done something. Like maybe Matt's hand could be geared in such a way that he would have been able to kill by turn 6 as well.
Oh, for sure.
But
just didn't quite work out properly for him in the
it's a
end.
Colligan.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Now I think he's wondering if he should dash it or cast it.
I think you have to
think
decide
you
that
just
when you
dash it.
cast it, isn't it?
They both cost the same, so he can basically
yeah,
say
sure.
paying 5, putting it down. I'm just
Yeah.
thinking if I want to cast it or dash it.
Sure.
I believe.
No, I can understand
I mean,
that.
I think there's zero reason not to dash it right now.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, he's getting in, even with Pia and
Wow.
Thopter.
Well, he gets the triggers. Could just be
It's not lethal,
no, but it's a lot of damage.
but it is a lot of
Which
damage.
means a Sifter almost has to sit in front of Pirinkin Alar, which is not quite what he wants.
Yeah, or it could sit in front of the.
This is 13 damage minimum. Well, 13 damage, 4, 15, 16 damage if it doesn't block. So you can take 5 of that out with some blocks. So, here come the blocks. He's going to go in front of the Thopter Engineer. Means they just bounce. Way to survive. And 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is 13 damage.
No, this is 14 damage.
5, 6,
No,
7, 8,
13.
9,
Sorry,
10, 11,
yes.
12. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, so he's back down to 1. Oh. And yeah, I'll pick up this thing and you'll go, sir, with these Thopters. Well,
Nice.
nice reflector
Nice
mage.
reflector mage, I guess.
Yeah, that.
Matt trying to do
So
that.
the thing is, he could play the Eiley and try and dig himself out with life gain, but it just doesn't matter. The Colligan negates all of that life in itself, almost. So, in with the team. It's a fair amount of damage still. It's still on a fair amount of life, but we're going to see Eiley here, and yeah, I think he's going to try and play this plan where he exiles where he sacrifices he gains 8 life, puts himself to 9 and dies.
He gets 9 life to 10, still dies.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, 'cause he has to crack the fetch land.
No, he doesn't.
So he gains 8 life from the 2 creatures. Dash this Colligan.
Hit you for 11 again.
I think he just does exactly the same plan. Like, the Colligan's just lethal. It doesn't matter what Matt does. Because it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like, he could be scared of a collected company. But that doesn't stop him dying to the Colligan.
Unless it's a reflector mage.
Yeah, but then he kills him with the Thopters.
Oh no, he still dies because
Yes.
yeah. He can't actually cast collected company at the moment. So interestingly, it's actually Chris's game to lose right now.
I don't think you change your plan from last turn. I think I think Matt's like crossing his fingers that his opponent does something different, but Eiley gains so much life right now. Okay, he's going for it anyway. Yep, Colligan Storm's Fury. Send everything. There we go. Matt had already done the maths. On to game number 3. Chris Burrows evens it up here against Matthew Gregory. Red Black Dragons going to a third game against 4-Colour Rally. That was interesting, that one.
I mean, Chris was still at 6 by the end of that game.
Yeah, and offense was a bit of a house beat stick still.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long, if I'm honest. Doesn't take long at all. So we're just going to go have a quick look at how our other backup matches get.
They're just going into game 2, I've heard.
We'll go and see where they are through the second game at the moment, because we might be switching on to them.
Yes. The top 4 is 4-Colour Rally, Red Black Dragons. I believe the other 2 are Jeskai Ascendancy Aggro and Grixis Control. It's Jack Patton on Grixis Control. I believe it's Andrea Felon. Apologies if I mispronounce the name. I've lost the name actually. But it was Andrea who's on the Jeskai, I believe. Matt obviously on Rally, and Chris obviously on Red Black Dragons.
We will make it time. I might have a nervous breakdown. The second game is shuffling up for game number 2. Jeskai versus Grixis Control. I'm going to go find out who actually won game 1.
Is it Jeskai Aggro? Okay.
So, after a long and drawn out affair, Grixis Control wins game 1 on a long and drawn out game. Kind of makes sense, if I'm honest. But anyways, on to game number 3 of our actual feature match. Grixis Control making itself known to the world at this tournament, currently sitting at 1 game to the good against his Jeskai opponent. Now, small matter of getting through game number 3, the 4-Colour Rally versus Red Black Dragons. I think if Chris had a draw like that on the draw, he probably doesn't quite get there.
No.
Being on the play made a huge difference in that match. Able to get far enough ahead that it didn't really matter what his opponent did. He was going to be able to get far enough ahead to pull out all the stops and manage to win through whatever his opponent had. Yes. Chris just shuffling up, ready for game number 3. This has actually been quite an interesting match. Not one I expected to see, if I'm brutally honest.
No.
The Jeskai deck was a surprise. That was the real surprise of the tournament. The Grixis Control as well was a bit of a shock, but Red Black Dragons always just slowly works its way around those formats, metagame, sometimes there, sometimes not, and never discount it when you come against it. It's a very good deck. A very strong deck, has a lot of very good cards as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely combination of cheap and efficient removal, paired with incredibly powerful threats, and a very quick clock when it needs to have one, which is exactly what you want from this sort of deck.
You just want to be able to do things, and the clock is quick as well. The clock is very quick. So, game number 3, Matt Gregory back on the play. Hopefully a quicker draw this time than he had last time, but we see a pair of Evolving Wilds. Looks like he's going to keep. He's happy with his hand. Chris's hand looks. That's a trio of Thunderbreak regions. That hand doesn't seem very good.
No.
Not with 2 lands in it.
No.
So he's going to mulligan. He's going to decide to take a mulligan, not happy with his triple Thunderbreak region hand against his Rally opponent.
I think the only time you're happy with a hand like that is against something like Abzan. Like a Abzan control list, where you can just sit there and go, Thunder Break, and they take 3 to remove it. And you're like, the second Thunder Break, and they're like, fine, I'll take 3 to remove that one as well. And you're like, here's a third Thunder Break, and they're like, oh, I'm out of removal for this. And they die to the Thunder Break. But unfortunately, if you go Thunder Break against your rally opponent, and they're like, okay, I'll ignore it and go around you, and you're like, okay, here's a second Thunder Break, and they're like, well, it's still gonna annoy it, and you're dead. I think that's the probably how that goes.
So, quick shuffle up from Chris. On to the next game. And hopefully, should be a bit more of a positive. Should be hopefully see, depending on who can get there at the end of the day. It's an interesting match. 3, 4, 5, and 6, and well, let's hopefully he can keep this one. I'm not sure the viewership can deal with any more shuffling. I'm not sure either. But 6 cards, and I think that's the biggest problem with this format is how long you spend shuffling.
Yeah, fresh lands unfortunately do slow down matches quite a significant amount.
It's not. It feels like it's worse than in modern. Probably not true, but it feels like it at times. Yes. I mean, even, like these standard decks play more fetch lands than the modern decks do.
About the same. They both run about 10.
I run 3 in one of my decks. I don't need a escape shift.
I technically don't run any in some of my modern decks.
Yeah, good old Tron.
Yeah.
I think
Don't need any in Tron.
Okay, so one of the differences I think between the parallels of modern and standard fetch lands is in modern you play 1 or 2 decks, right? And you pretty much play them exclusively. That's your thing. Unless you are really, really good, then you can play loads of different decks really well. So you play one deck, you learn it really well. So when you fetch, you already know what you're fetching.
Yes.
You know exactly what land you're fetching. So you can go, right, fetch, shuffle, shuffle, back. Standard, people change decks every week.
Not just that, the mana base in modern is a lot better. So
Unless you've got Ravnica dual lands.
going turn 1 fetch, fetching up a blue red, turn 2 fetch, fetching up a red white or blue white.
Yeah.
Is, you know, either way you're still gonna,
Because you've got the shop land.
exactly. Whereas in standard you need to know, okay, I need to actually get this land into this land, into this land, and it can be difficult at times. I mean, luckily with Chris's deck, he's running only 2 colours, so all he needs to do is fetch either a mountain, a swamp, or a swampering marsh. Very little else.
But it's also, I think, also modern. People are very much shuffling at the same time as each other.
Most of the time.
Yeah, so it doesn't feel as long shuffling.
Yeah.
Whereas when you've got one person doing it, you're just sat there going, well, could you finish shuffling at some point?
Yeah.
It'd be nice. So, see, might draw for the 10 and probably drop one of these. Oh, he's going to go with the husk first. That's interesting. I suppose if he's got 2 husks, it's not too bad. Forces opponent to use to burn a removal spell on it. But I think Chris might just say, yep, I'll use. I know he's going for the Thopter Engineer. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. It depends on what he took. If he was going to do what he could have taken the other husk, and then impulse this one. Obviously, Matt deciding to lead out with this husk rather than the other one. But the Thopter Engineer should be interesting to see if he decides to bring that out this turn.
I think Chris kind of deciding, you know, I need to actually apply some pressure. I can't just play the removal sweet game because I will lose that.
So, he's got too many spells.
Yeah, and also Rally and Coco are just too strong. So I think he's decided, you know what, I'm just going to play the removal game. I'm going to get there with... not the removal game, sorry. I'm going to get there with the aggressive plan and play the odd removal spell.
these Catacomb Sifters are so good in this deck as well. Being able to put, I know it's only 3 power and 4 toughness for 3 mana, but the scry ability is so important when you're trying to find certain cards. The Scion it makes is really important as well. It's just a very, very impressive, powerful deck. But yeah, so he's going to force Matt to at least use the Scion. Gets to scry. We see Alien Hand. So obviously he took the Collected Company with the Transgress the Mind. I don't think you can take anything else at that point. When Matt's playing 1 spell a turn, it's not too bad, but you can't have him making 2 spells a turn. Now, it'd be interesting if he has another Thopter Engineer right now. The problem is his Pulse doesn't kill anything, but it does make Matt use up his Sifter, which could be an interesting line. I can't really tell what that card is. It might be a Thunderbolt Region.
No, it's a Colligan.
There's another card that I can't. There's a red card I cannot tell what it is.
There's an Engineer.
Is there another? If there's another Engineer,
Colligan and Land. And I think he's only got 4 in hand. So we have had to lower our tone slightly because there's very few people left in the shop. So we're worried that the players may overhear us. Shouldn't be a problem, but we will try to talk a little louder and closer to the
We will bring you closer to us with the microphone, and we shall see. And it looks like it is. So he's going to go and impulse away the Husk and say to Matt, well, you're going to have to use your Sifter, and I'd rather you get rid of it now in my turn rather than you. So it was an Engineer. So at least he gets a decent follow-up play. And interesting. So he's going to sacrifice away the Husk, scry, leave it on top, play another Engineer, hit for 2, put you down to 17. Just begin the roll, begin the train. That's a really bad pun when there's a train running above us. That was terrible. Oh dear, that was terrible.
Did we expect any less from you, John? Really?
No, probably not. We see a Reflector Mage in hand for Matt Gregory as well. And he could play Eiley as well. He can have a turn where he plays 2 spells, which is pretty nice. Blue, white, green, blue, black, white, yep. Has everything he needs.
Now, what do you bounce with the Reflector Mage?
Thopter token.
Yeah. But he's still going to get hit for 7 on the swing back?
Yeah. It's not. It's a quick clock. Don't get me wrong. These clocks are quick. Yeah, he's going to get rid of one of the tokens. And well, I guess Chris goes back to plan B game 2. That's he's got a land for it anyway. So I think he just goes land smash for 7. He's got a duress, but I don't think you cast it.
No.
You're using one of your 5 mana. You just make Colligan.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a line where you play him hardcast him.
I don't think you ever can against the Reflector Mage deck.
No. Oh no, I agree. I think you just have to.
You lose way
drop
too
and
much
smash.
tempo. Doing something like that.
There we go. 5 mana. Colligan Storm's Fury. In for 7. Trigger. Well, in for attacks. Trigger. Make the Thopter a 2/1. Colligan's a 5/5 with the trigger. Obviously, whenever a dragon you control attacks, creatures you control get +1/+0. And
Matt's at an effective 15, which isn't really enough.
no, he's now at 9 though.
He's at effective 15.
Yeah,
because of the Eiley.
Yeah. You can see there's an Nantuko Husk and a land in hand. It's not terrible. It's another creature to add to the pot. There's an Nantuko Husk, and this Eiley can start attacking. And he gets to attack with everything. So obviously one of these is going to get blocked by the Engineer. Chris will take 4. Go down to 13 and untaps. I guess we do the same again, unless we draw something more interesting, but there's nothing. Well, I suppose you can see what that's working with.
Yeah.
He's drawn the extra land now, so we can do both, which is fine. I think you just do both. There's no point bluffing anything at this point. So Chris just deep in thought, trying to understand it. I think this line's fairly obvious which one he should be taking. He has 3 cards in hand. He can cast them all. Cast them all.
I think the only thing he's worried about is, you know, do I like die to Ivy?
No, probably not.
Well, not Eiley, but like, do I just die to
No 2 cards.
Eiley plus Husk plus all of these things?
Well, the problem is, what's he doing otherwise?
Yeah, exactly.
He's
So-
still at 13. It's still a reasonable
Down to
life total.
2.
So he's not going to cast the duress. That's very interesting. That's an evolving one. That doesn't do anything.
No.
And Matt's going to have to sacrifice quite a few things next turn. That Thopter engineer is doing quite a bit of work.
Interesting. I think Chris just, if Matt attacks with everything, Chris just lets it go. Take 8, sure, and you're dead on the swing back. I think
Yeah.
because he has 9. No, he's not dead on the swing back, but he does go to 1.
Yeah, he goes to 1. And Matt has to sacrifice his entire board. Bar the Eiley at that point.
Yeah. And Chris is at 5.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, I think you just
Well, Matt's going into the tank now. He's trying to wear. That's Colligan. Good. Good cardboard.
yeah,
Very good.
very powerful. You know, this game and the last game, seeing the work of just dashing Colligan into a deck with very little removal.
Wow, he's not attacking. He's real. You can see that. You just block Reflecting Mage here.
Oh, 100%. Even if he sacks it to the Husk, that's 3 less life than he can get.
Yeah. Are you going to take 4? Put you to 9.
Not dead next turn.
Nope.
Is there anything that Chris can draw to not give his opponent a turn?
What's Kalitas? That's really interesting. That one is. What do you do now? Do you keep with the Colligan plan? Well, let's duress you first. Let's see what you've got. Like that. Show you some lands. Colligan hit you, make you sacrifice 2 things.
Yeah.
Like, what else is he doing?
Yeah, exactly.
You're making your opponent sacrifice 2 things. You're losing to rally anyway because the Husk killed you. So you've just got to get this game over with. Because he has to sacrifice 2 things because it's 7 damage.
Yeah.
So he has to put himself to 8 life. See, that's a Reflector Mage and a Sifter. That's 1 scry, which is nice. So he could just die.
2.
Sifter doesn't sacrifice it. Sifter doesn't do it to itself, it's any other creature.
It.
Another creature you control dies. So it doesn't scry itself. It obviously scries for whatever else you sacrifice. So Chris is deep in the tank on this one. Now he's still at a good. He's still at a really high life total.
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's dead to a cutthroat anyway.
Yeah.
Dead to a lot of things. I think you just have to go with the play that gives you the most.
Well, he doesn't.
That gives Matt the least draws.
Yeah. Also with if he dashes into Colligan and obviously Matt has to sacrifice some things. The thing is with his players, the cutthroat isn't that much of an out.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't care. Because it's not doing any damage right now. He's still at 9 life. That's going to the bottom. Don't want that one. Vice this. Go to 1. God, this one's close. Wow. And Matt has not drawn particularly well these last 2 turns. What can you draw, Mr. Gregory? That is a land. That is not going to do it. We're going to see red black dragons march on to the final. Wow.
Mr. Gregory, rally the ancestors. Very unlucky in that last couple of turns. Not quite able to get there. Going to bring it back to the booth. John Partridge, Shay Holland. That was really close.
That was very close. Yeah.
Wow.
Seeing the power.
What?
Of Colligan. Seeing the power of Colligan.
Jeez, that was incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really know what to explain that one because it just didn't. It doesn't really feel real that just happened, especially with the Colligan just doing that much damage over the course of 2 games. It's a lot of damage that it did. And obviously, at the end of the day, Matt Gregory, very unlucky. Commiserations to him dropping out in the top 4. But we see Red Black Dragons march on to the final. We're going to go set up the back match. We're going to go see where they are with that one. We're just going to put it on the event screen for a moment. Hopefully, you'll join us again because if we don't have that match because it's finished in the second game, we're going to bring you the final anyway, and that'll be Red Black Dragons versus either Jeskai or Grix Control. We'll see you back here very shortly.
Okay, secondary game, preview editor. Cool. Jump partridge. That's okay. I'm going to update this on the commentary stream, you see.
I like the sound of that, but I don't believe it.
Yes, who's going to be so good with James? Yeah. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible with everything. No, madness is so good. Seriously.
Planes and islands and all we are.
Also the L1 Dutch.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh,
Yeah, cool. 2 triggers and prowess. Yeah, now I'm worried. Because I'm at 13 and he has a 1-1 on the board. Yeah. So that's 2 and prowess triggers currently. Yeah. Take 5? Yes. 4. Yeah. I'm a director. No, it's fine. Row. Spell. Yep, go for it. Pass the spell over to you. Yes, he's indestructible. 4/4, 5/5. I think I'm about to. No, it wasn't. Yes, I said. Oh, now it's 5/5. Woohoo! I get to die next turn. And now it's a 10/10. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a missed trigger. Yeah, you moved to combat.
You still have to finish that.
Yeah, you
to
still have
finish
to draw.
resolving the spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, believe me, I understand. Next time we do the same thing, but still alive. Do you have kind of just like, oh, don't tell them that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. As I said, I'm with Samir on this. If you could win, then I don't have to fight your death every week. Just for making the final, yeah. Regardless, that's a role Alexis playing. I don't think he'd like that. That is the thing with Magic, isn't it? It always ends in bad. Yes. We should stream new Magic 4.
Get a look at redirect round. Stuff them all together.
They broke it. At the moment, because it's probably together more of the. No, sir. You didn't break it. You broke me.
I'm just saying, by being in control deck,
It works.
I'm holding
really
up
laggy,
the
but it
same
works.
way, fairly aggro.
When you say control, it's more me.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, let me see where they unplug it from here
It
and plug
flicks
it
back
back in.
in stupid places.
So the long cable,
Yeah, mostly behind.
sorry?
Passing around.
Always.
You can't do. Charge him with a box. Alright, let's go. We use the defensive block. Defensive box.
happy that he's actually gone. I think he's not so much hedging about because you're always hedging about what he's doing if he's going all in. He's saying if I go up against me, I get slapped. So he's saying I'm confident I can win. Your way is a better hedge bet. His way is a bit more aggressive. It's riskier but way more.
I think at the end of the day, I think the offset of losing the booster box to go to the RPTQ is the worth of the risk they take. Because at the end of the day, you never know what's happening. He can mulligan to 42 games in advance, and he goes home with less things because he took a risky day.
Yeah, but I mean it's not as obvious. He's just confident. I mean, he's just come from
A really hard match against someone who went for 3 games.
yeah,
The underdog waltzed through.
yeah. But
And I don't
like, and he's in his top of his stress.
I also don't think that Ascendancy has a good match against Red Black Dragons. We'll see.
You may not even know who he's playing against, but yeah, you probably want to.
Well, I'm just going to see where they're at now. Get hold of Shay and bracket. That's right.
What did you say about me, John?
When you say anything, I killed Kenny.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final time onto the breach we go. 90 competitors walked in. At the end of 7 rounds, 82 went home disappointed, but 8 marched on. 6 have now fallen by the wayside to remain 2 final competitors. It's been a fantastic day. It's been a really long day. Shuffling takes a long time, as it turns out, and some of these matchups go forever. But something we've learned about Standard is there's no wrong deck. Even with Rally being what's deemed as the best deck in the format, there's nothing wrong with playing anything you have. We've seen Jeskai Ascendancy, we've seen this Grixis control deck, unfortunately fell at the last. We've seen Red Black Dragons marching on through the field, Bant Collected Company. Abzan may have not seen anyone, but that doesn't mean just didn't have a good day today. Siege Rhino's always been good. We'll probably continue to until it rotates out, but that brings us on to our final match of this PPTQ here from Darksphere in London, United Kingdom. I'm John Partridge, Shay Holland beside me to take you through this final match of Magic between Andrea and Chris on Jeskai Ascendancy Aggro and Red Black Dragons. We're going to send it straight on down to the feature match area. Players are ready to roll. We've given them the green light and they will be off to the races in but a moment. And this is going to be a very interesting match. It's something we haven't seen before. This is a slightly different Jeskai Ascendancy Aggro version. It's less combo. It's more similar to what the token deck used to be before. Seeker of the Way, Monastery Mentor, that sort of cards, obviously alongside Expedite, Defiant Strike, few counter spells, and the Anticipate as well, just trying to get this card rolling. And then on the right we have Red Black Dragons, the good guy of this format today, destroying the evil unfair decks left, right and centre, and Chris on the play being the higher seed. I think he could be reasonably confident about this match. He's got a lot of very powerful things, Thunderbreak Region, Pierre Kieran Nalar, and a few other very important things. So we see dueling fetch lands to start off with. Andrea had to fight his way through quite a difficult semi-final matchup against the Grixis control deck. He eventually got there. Unfortunately, his opponent, as we saw on camera, mulliganing to 5 in the final game. Not quite able to bring it home.
It looked like he put up quite a good fight, though.
Oh, he did. Radiant Flames is a good card at catching you up against aggressive decks. You see, Mountain, Swamp, setting up his mana. We already know he has a
Draconic Rule?
Well, he definitely has a Pierre Kieran La. He has a Thunderbreak Regent already in hand, so he's set up well.
I believe he also has a Draconic Roar in hand, which is...
That's a pretty good answer to a secret, by the way.
Yeah.
Or a Monetary Mentor.
Or...
I don't know, what else?
Well, what else did they print in Gatewatch? Oh, for the Gatewatch. There you go, Storm Chaser Mage. a red and a blue for a 1/3 flying haste prowess.
Turns out if you add an extra mana to Swift Spear and extra toughness, you make it cost 2 mana. It can have flying as well.
Apparently.
Obviously, the 1 and 2 mana makes a big difference in the internal formats. Storm Chaser Mage not as good as Monstrous Swift Spear there, but in Standard has yet to see a huge amount of play, but could be a very powerful card. And we see the second land, no turn to play, and yes, well, he's going to be happy with that. He takes a draw. He has all the lands he needs to cast this Thunderbreak region, and that's going to be really good.
Yeah.
So he plays a mountain, and we're going to see anticipating the end step. Andrea.
Chris okay with this. His opponent's quite slow.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything
He hasn't
yet.
really done anything, so you know he's quite happy with that.
And I think Andrea could struggle against a Thunderbreak Regent or
Yeah.
a Peering Kin, the Law, any of these. ilk
Yeah,
of
it's
cards.
interesting. Both Chris and Andrea are quite they're quite mismatched a little. So obviously a lot of Andrea's removal in Jeskai is going to be the
Impulse,
shots,
fiery
the bombs,
impulse, yeah,
the
yeah.
2, the 3 damages. But most of Chris's thing is going to be 1-for-1 removal. So you know he's going to be playing big creatures that Andrea's going to have a problem dealing with. But Andrea's going to be flooding the board with loads of tokens with his mentors and also his Storm Chaser Mages, things like that. So very interesting.
Pair up we have here. And I think Chris might have a small advantage early game with things like Thunderbreak Regions and
Yes.
stuff like that. Andrea's got to take turns off to cast these Jeskai Ascendancies and stuff like that, but if we see one here, it'll be interesting to see. We've got Pluto, which can't fetch white mana, so he's not able to this turn. We're going to see 2
Storm
mana
Chaser
being
Mage.
tapped. 2 Storm Chaser Mage feels like...
Oh, it's a Storm Chaser Mage.
So, I think if this is Fiery Impulse, we're going to be seeing this one being removed very quickly from the battlefield. And he doesn't have it, but he has a Murderous Cut, which isn't able to answer it, unfortunately. So we're going to see an attack for 1. And I think Chris is just going to one-tap and slam a Thunderbreak Regent into play and say, nice 1-3.
And I like that. I really like that. Oh,
Well, there's a Roar. We shall see. I think just playing the Thunderbreak Regent just is better than anything else he can be doing.
Yeah.
Just get the big 4/4 flyer into play. It outclasses this Storm Chaser Mage.
Yeah.
I think in Andrea's deck, as far as we're aware, he's not like a Titan Strength deck. Although
No.
we might be surprised. We'll soon find out. But here comes Thunderbreak Regent. Your go, Andrea. Let's see what you can do. We're going to see him go down to 18, cracking the Polluted Delta in the end step, searching up one of the battle lands.
Probably a Perry Stream.
Yeah, he needs to get the white mana at some point.
Yeah.
We shall see where he goes from there now. The interesting thing to note, obviously, is Storm Chaser Mage needs more than 1 spell to not die to the Thunderbreak Regent if it attacks. So we'll have to see how Andrea goes forward from here. It's going to be a very interesting couple of turns. I mean, Chris's hand is pretty stocked. It's got Impulses, Murderous Cuts, Draconic Roars, and the card's really good.
Yeah.
Especially against cards like Monstrous Mentor, Secret of the Way, and Storm Chaser Mage. Now, I think the fact that Andrea found the best of his cards against the removal suite that Chris has was really important. Because obviously, a Secret of the Way would have eaten an Impulse. And so would a Mentor. But Storm Chaser Mage is able to get a point of damage in. Not irrelevant, but certainly something interesting to look forward to the rest of the game. What's the interesting thing with Chris's mana so far is he doesn't have the second Black Source, but that's only really for Kalitas. And right now, he just needs to keep doing things, whatever they may be. Hitting people with Thunderbreak Regents is a pretty good start. So Andrea just doing some maths right now. He's going to tap 2 mana.
Second Storm Chaser Mage.
Okay, that's fine. He can't attack, so he's going to pass the turn back to Chris. Chris is going to draw for the turn. He finds Colligan the Storm's Fury.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have the mana to cast it.
But
I could see Pia here.
yeah, I could see clogging up the board, getting some extra power into play. His opponent missed a land drop.
Attack with Storm Breath.
Thunderbreak Region.
Thunderbreak.
It'd be pretty good if it was a Storm Breath Dragon. Yeah,
Um,
in we go. Attack for 4. Hold up some removal spells in case you need
I
them.
think Andrea does run Defiant Strike. So we might see a Defiant Strike here.
If he does, it's the massive blowout. But no, he's going to
It's
take
not
4.
because he's
Well,
got
he gets
Draconic Roar.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's the blowout for the
Yeah.
for the Defiant Strike. And he's got 2 Murderous Cuts in hand, which is quite a nice position to be in. And he's going to post-combat play Peering Kieran the Law and start going to town on his opponent. And you can't counter that one with anything, unfortunately, Andrea. And it will be your go. Pass the turn back. Storm Chaser Mage looks good against these locked tokens, but not so much against this Thunderbreak Regent.
No.
And this Colligan the Storm's Fury, which is also in hand. That's a lot of damage. We shall see. I think Chris has to play pretty conservatively. If he knows anything about what his opponent's playing, he knows how explosive his opponent's deck can be. But Andrea missing land drops here. Not a good position to be in.
No, and I could see something like, Chris next turn going Murderous Cut, one of the guys, and then the turn after he has access then to Draconic Roar plus Fiery Impulse, because Fiery Impulse will then be Spell Mastery. Potentially, it depends what he draws.
Obviously, a fetch land would be good. Start helping fuel the delve a little bit. Hold
Yeah,
a few
fetch
spells.
land would be very good.
Yeah, because it allows him to have the Draconic Roar on the same turn he has the Murderous Cut. But it should be an interesting match, this one. Yeah. Oh, nothing again. Wow, Andrea missing yet another land drop. But in the upkeep, he's gonna. He's gonna cast Fiery Impulse on Pyrrha and Kieran Nalar. I think you might Draconic Roar in response.
I think you
to
Draconic
this.
Roar in response.
Because you have the Murderous Cut as the backup plan, because Pyrrha and Kieran are dying anyway, so you have 3 cards in your graveyard at this point. Just see what happens. You still deal 3 damage.
Yeah.
So let's see what he wants to do. And also, you're burning spells from your opponent's deck in their turn.
Yeah.
Not yours.
Well,
So-
no, this is in Chris's upkeep.
Yeah. So you're burning it in. Sorry, he doesn't have these abilities in his turn where he's doing the extra damage. So we shall see what happens from here. He's gonna have a look through his hand, consult it all. I think you just fire off the Draconic Roar here.
Yeah, almost certainly. I think it's.
And if he does have another spell, oh well, he's Murderous Cut it.
I mean, the only thing you could have is something like a Dispel or a Negate.
Yeah. I mean, there is a line where you go, okay, I'll see if I can find that. But you have to find a land off the top. If you don't do this now, you have to find that land. But no, he's going to go for the Draconic Roar in response, targeting this Storm Chaser Mage, triggering because he has a dragon in play, which means he has the Dragon Reveal available to him. Does Andrea have anything in response? Now, there is also the chance of an Impulse in response. But
Or Defiant Strike.
no, from Chris, an Impulse in whatever his opponent does. I think actually getting rid of one of these Storm Chaser Mages is really important right now. Defiant Strike. That's on the other one. Sure, so Impulse in response. Because this is still going to fill it up for the Murderous Cut.
Yes.
So he Impulses now, has Murderous Cut available, clears out the entire board, attacks for 6.
The Impulse won't kill anything.
It will kill the Storm Chaser Mage if it goes on the same one as the Draconic
Oh,
Roars.
yeah.
And I think that's what he might have to do. He might just have to bite the bullet and go, okay, I'll have to use 2 spells on this one.
And
And Murderous Cut
because
is
then
the
you
other
can
one.
cut the other one and.
At the end of the day, Defiant Strike's +1/+0. He can let risk resolve actually.
I don't think he wants to, because he probably wants to not let him have a Dispel. But I don't know if he wants to Dispel main, so I think you probably do want to.
Like Chris has to just use the Impulse now.
I think so.
I know. I mean, obviously, we have much more information from up here in the crow's nest, as it would be referred to as. But I don't think Chris can let this one go. He has to just. So Andrea still takes 3. We're now going to see the Impulse in response still to the other one.
So he's doing it still in response to the other prowess string.
Do you have Dispel, sir? No, you do not. Well, we're good to go with the Murderous Cut then. Impulse resolves, taking out the Pyrrha and Kieran Nalar. This is going to work out quite well for Chris. Remember, this still he's still got a draw step to take, so that dies. Probably take your draw step, see what you draw, then Murderous Cut that one.
So it's a 3, 4, 5?
It's currently a 3/5. So it's a 1/3 naturally, and it's
No.
got 2 prowess
But then
triggers.
it's got +1/+0.
Yeah, so it's a
Fine trap,
yeah,
so
so
it's
it's
a 4/5.
So he does have to Murderous Cut it, but he still has a draw step to take. So he's now going to Murderous Cut, and then he has, as long as he remembers his draw step.
Technically, no, but if he then says, is it an X, then you have to correct it, yeah.
So they're just confirming out on the floor that Andrea does have to correctly announce the power and toughness of his Storm
When
Chaser Mage
asked.
if asked, which Chris did. So we're going to see a Murderous Cut here. So that Storm Chaser Mage is down now. Draw step, Chris. Don't. We're just going to go get the judge to quickly pick up, but he did have a draw step to take still. So Shay's just disappeared off. He's just going to go pass on that Chris actually could have drawn a card at that point. So I have to wait and see. And obviously in terms of the entry, it was, I think it's split out of 5 boxes between, there's 48 boosters for third and fourth, 3 boxes for the winner, 2 for the loser, and then a box of booster each for the top 8, and there were 90 players turned up. So with 90 players, 7 rounds, I'm not sure on the entry, but it was a good prize pool, I must say, good prize support. So, Treasure Cruise. So I did draw a land, it's the land for Colligan.
Yes, he drew the land for Colligan.
Which is fine, because he gets to do that next time, but we're going to see a Treasure Cruise here. And, well, that's not going to help you, sir.
Depends what he drew.
He's dead on board. The fact he's dead on board is a real problem.
Yeah, that is true. I
Yes.
didn't realise Andrea was at 5 until I looked up. I thought he was a little healthier than 5. And
Yeah. So we're going to see Defiant Strike target one of the Thopters. Interesting. Yeah. As much as this deck's quite cool, I don't think it's going to make a difference in this game. It's just one of those things that, unfortunately, he's playing against a very, very powerful deck, and I think he just windmill slams the. He's going to discard for hand size, and I think he just windmill slam the Colligan into his board. Doesn't matter if he has disdainful stroke or not. There's no way he gets out of this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 mana to be tapped. Here we go. Colligan the Storm Fury. Dragon time. Trigger. Give +2/+0 to everything, and well, that's yeah.
That's lethal.
That is
A little
lethal,
bit.
and that was quick.
I think that was 18 damage.
Yeah, that doesn't take long.
No.
It's 3 for each Thopter.
Yes. 3 each.
18
on the
points of damage.
Yeah.
Quite an impressive total, I must say.
So we're just going to get the players' deck lists so we can have a look at their sideboards.
We should really just get some tape and put it there entire with the
I didn't want to run
masking tape. Oh, I see.
Right then,
Do we have deck tests?
I'll go and get that list.
Send them off to do one thing and messes it up, obviously. So.
One of the things we've seen on stream today is obviously we've seen this red-black dragon deck before. We know in this sideboard he has things like Radiant Flames, which seem excellent in this matchup. He also has copies of Self-Inflicted Wound, which again seem very good in this matchup. And it's one of those very interesting matchups that the spells he could be bringing in are actually really good.
Yeah.
against this deck, like the self-inflicted wound obviously doesn't kill Storm Chaser Mage, but kills Monster Mentor or Secret Way. And I know Chris was actually watching the match next to him, but on the other side of the table we have the Jeskai deck. Ooh, we actually have the other one here.
They were top.
Okay. So I guess do you want to do the Jeskai deck?
Yeah, I've got it here. This is the Jeskai deck.
Cool.
Here.
Can we pull up the? There we go. There's the Dragon deck. So, in the sideboard to the Dragon deck, we have 2 Golligons commands, 4 Transgress the Mind, 4 Self-Inflicted Wound, 2 Kalitas Treachery, get a Crux of Fate, a Kozilek's Return, a Radiant Flames, and well, some of those are very good and some of those are not so good. The Self-Inflicted Wounds and the Radiant Flames seem like the best cards to me in this matchup, able to take out the spells before they really do too much. Not a lot of mana as well, which is obviously really good. Obviously we'll have to see what he brings in from there, but on the other side of the Jeskai deck, a bit more unusual. I think I'll leave that one to you.
We have 1 Myth Realised, 1 Seeker of the Way.
Sorry, Myth Realised?
Yes, we'll get back to that one in a
The
minute.
Myth is realised. Okay, cool.
1 Negate, 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Immolating Glare, 1 Valorous Stance, 3 Dispel, 3 Radiant Flames. So the cards I like here are the 2 Immolating Glares.
Yep.
Immolating Glare, sorry.
Yep.
The 3 Disdainful Stroke.
Yep.
The Negate.
Yes, I can see that one. It's not as good, but it's fine.
The Myth Realised.
Mm-hmm. You might have to explain that one to me though.
Yeah. And the cards I see coming out: 3 Fiery Impulse, 1 Wild Slash. Just don't really do anything. The probably the Seekers, a bit too slow. He runs 1 copy of Noyandar Royal Shaper in his main, and I'm not sure if that's staying in or coming out. And I really hope it stays in and we get to see him go off with it.
Which one, sorry?
Noyandar.
Yeah, that card, when you go off, you go off.
You
seriously
win.
go off. Yeah.
So, Myth Realised. It's an enchantment for a white from Fate Reforged.
Yep.
It has the text of, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, so essentially prowess, you put a counter on it. I can't remember what the counters are. I have a feeling they're called myth counters, but I might be wrong. Anyway, you put a counter on it. You can then pay
3 mana, I think it is.
No, it's 1 to activate, 3 to put another counter on. So you pay another white to make it a creature with its power and toughness equal to the number of counters on it, and you can then pay 3 to just manually put a counter on it. So, a very interesting card. So from Dragons of Tarkir, and it does go, yeah, like I said, it becomes a creature until end of turn, equal to the number of counters on it.
I haven't really seen this one an awful lot.
You put a law counter on it.
Okay, so you get a law counter.
Law counters are the counters that go on it.
Nice. Looks alright in foil.
It is very nice.
But anyways, on to the game at hand. Game number 2. Can Chris close this one out in 2 swift games? We'll have to wait and see. I think Andrea, depends on his draw, maybe a little too slow, but we'll soon find out. Storm Chaser Mage is probably not the ultimate spell he really wants to be playing. He really wants to be on the Monstrumental or Secret of the Way plan. They're more powerful, they deal more damage when they do get prowess, and they combo slightly better with things like Divine Strike. But we shall see how it goes from there. Andrea's just stepped away from the table. I'm sure he will be back in a moment to continue with game number 2 of this match. So, players just cutting each other's deck. Draw up our first 7. Be ready for game number 2 of the final of this PPTQ here from Derbyshire in London. So there's a duress as well. That's obviously coming from the sideboard as well. We know they're in the sideboard. Quite a fan of them from what I can tell. He certainly enjoys playing them above most of the other spells he has access to as well. So obviously their main deck duresses. There's, I believe, 2 copies in the main,
Okay.
which has done quite a lot of work
Yeah.
from what we've seen. And yeah, we have 2 duress in the main alongside 2 grasp of darkness. And I think this could be a hand that he keeps. Obviously, the duress in his deck, playing a turn 1 swamp into a turn 2 mountain is fine. He doesn't mind that sort of draw, and the duress on turn 1 could be helpful. But we'll have to wait and see. Again, stuff like Rally, obviously you can wait slightly longer, but he just needs sometimes just to get the spells going, fill up his graveyard. He looks like he also has a Transgress the Mind as well, so he'll be able to start setting up for his following turns, plus what looks like a Draconic Roar as well. So we see a quick fetch there from Chris.
Yeah. Very good hand. If I'm playing Red Black Dragons, this is the kind of opening hand I want to be having. You know, you've got your turn 1, your turn 2, and your turn 3 removal. Obviously, your turn 2 removal in the place of a Transgress the Mind,
or if you need to, Transgress the Mind.
A Draconic Roar. You just said Transgress the Mind twice.
Sorry. You can, okay, so he has the ability to do some very interactive early on, and we see, well, not a huge amount of things. Like, I can just see him taking the Jeskai Ascendancy here,
100%.
and then untapping and taking the Mentor,
Yes.
and then just killing the Storm Chaser Mage at leisure.
Exactly.
He has a lot of time to deal with these things, and the Treasure Cruise will eventually become a problem, but right now I think he just needs to deal with the imminent threats, and Jeskai Ascendancy he can't deal with, and Monster Mentor can be a problem depending on how he lets it go, but we shall find out very shortly. See what he wants to do here. So, there goes the Jeskai Ascendancy. Chris obviously hearing our worldly thoughts, and he also has a Murderous Cut in hand as well. Like, his hand is... Against this hand his opponent, I can just see him going, I'm just going to transgress your Treasure Cruise, untap and kill all of your things. If he has a second swamp, his hand could be ridiculous. And I think you do, like, you've got...
Does he have a Grasp of Darkness?
No, but he has a Draconic Roar and a Murderous Cut. So you just untap, you transgress away the Treasure Cruise and leave him with nothing to do. And he has another mountain, so he has that play available to him. Yeah,
Oh, he's got double Transgress the Mind.
wow. But it's that Murderous Cut that's got my attention next turn, so he can just dress away the Treasure Cruise. He can just take the Treasure Cruise this time and just because he has all the answers he needs to the Mentor.
Yeah.
Well, he can transgress and see what his opponent
No,
draws.
I think you transgress the Mentor here, because you don't want to waste the removal when you're using it to transgress anyway. Because to be able to cut, he needs to transgress.
Or Roar.
Or Roar, but I think you go transgress, kill, transgress, take Mentor.
The thing is, he doesn't have the second
And
swamp
then
for the
next
following
turn,
turn.
does he not have
No, he
this?
has a mountain in hand. Which is why taking the Treasure Cruise I
Okay.
think is better. Run your opponent out of the gym, kill all your threats, do the Red Black Dragon thing, and eventually just play a dragon. We're going to see the hand here, and we've seen a Secret of the Way drawn, so I just take the Treasure Cruise here.
Yeah.
Like, if he goes for Seeker plus Expedite, you just destroy him the following turn again.
Yeah.
With the same line, and then eventually just beat the Mentor. Your opponent has no cards in hand, yeah, so he's gonna go with the Treasure Cruise. Obviously setting up for the following turn, double removal. And this is the thing, this deck's about to cast 2 spells in one turn, on turn 3. Murderous Cut, probably one of the most understated cards in the format, that does so much work. It's an incredible magic card, and if he goes for Mentor here, this is the big blowout.
Oh yeah, this is huge.
And he also gets to deal 3 damage with the Colligan Storm's Fury that's also in hand. Yeah. I mean, even if he doesn't go for the Mentor, he's about to have a card with no hand. He's going to have no cards in hand.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be left with 1 card.
Well, we knew he drew the Polluted Delta this turn, so he's going to be left with a Seeker or a...
Well, he's going to be left with either Seeker Expedite, blank, or he's going to be left with Mentor. Mentor Expedite. No, sorry. He's going to be left with either Mentor blank or Seeker Expedite.
Yeah, so...
Neither of them really do anything.
No, that is true. So, what is your play, Andrea?
I think he's probably going to be... Probably going to go for Seeker Expedite.
Okay, then in this case, then I will just transgress away your spell. Transgress away your Mentor and just deal with your things at my leisure. Yes, I mean, this is admittedly 5 damage, but you're at 18 life. You have a lot of time on your hands.
Potentially, yeah.
in this transcript, and he's taking 2-5. Yep, sure. Yep, expedite does give haste as well.
Yeah.
That's what it does. Target creature gains haste, draw a card, trigger my prowess, take 3, get a 13. That's a lot of life still. And maybe he just transgresses and says, sure, I'll just take the mentor now. Oh, that was a good draw.
That was a second draw.
Peer and Key in the law. So he gets to either kill both threats.
I think you draw here.
I really don't. I think you have to take this mentor. You have a lot of time on your hands. These two creatures don't do a huge amount of damage.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, you can't deal with the mentor if he plays it now, because I think you just transgress, take the mentor, say thanks very much, see what you have, sculpt my turns appropriately from now on. Well, that disdainful stroke is interesting, to say the least, but I don't think it's particularly helpful, because if he kills the Stormchaser Mage, the Seeker of the Way just doesn't get through a lot anymore. And Draconic Roar kills what he wants it to right now. And if he can get his opponent to tap low on stuff, he just... Well, in comes for 3, okay. Go down to 10. He's probably happy with that one. He's gonna pass the turn back, so... Well, that's pretty good actually. I think you just roar the Seeker now.
Yes. The Seeker or the...
Seeker, you don't want to risk him having a spell. Show him this Colligan the Storm's Fury. Because if he has to have 2 spells to stop this from working.
Yep.
I think it's just... The Seeker has the biggest upside because it already has 2 power and it gains lifelink. The thing with Stormchase Mage is it can't really ever attack through a Colligan the Storm's Fury. Or through... And you have the Thopter tokens which can do a lot of work until then. And he doesn't have any slip through spaces, which is also another point. So we're going to see anticipate response. Okay. Oh, wow. He just murderous cuts and gets everything.
Well, I guess we see what...
Well, he lets him resolve it first, but this murderous cut could get everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Don't let him play the land, just let the Seeker die and then just kill the Stormchaser Mage.
Yeah.
So, what have you found, Andrea? Go through roll. What have you found? Oh wow, that dies. Okay, so you just fire off the murderous cut now. Take 3, fire off cut. Don't worry about the rest of your turn anymore. Murderous cut this. Oh wow, what a turn there for Chris. That is a huge turn.
Yeah, that's really big.
Especially, he must have sawn the disdainful stroke and gone, that's not good.
How can I beat this?
Yeah. He's going to pass the turn back. So, now we're going to see 3 mana. I like this. I like this Flamewake Phoenix play. I like this a lot because he knows about the disdainful stroke.
Yep.
And this is quite a lot of pressure still.
Yeah.
We're going to see 2 mana. What is this?
Anticipate.
Okay. He's looking for an impulse. Then we could have a bit of a staring contest very soon. That disdainful stroke is a problem.
Yep.
It could be a massive problem. It could be a big problem. But we shall soon find out in a moment. Well, Andrea's going to take 2, so he didn't find the spell he was quite looking for. But at the same time, if Andrea ever taps out to down to less than 2 mana, and he's still only at 3 lands, he just hasn't drawn any more. He's got 2 anticipates as well. And he has 2 slip through spaces. So we're going to see Expedite in the end step to draw a card. So, draw for the turn. What do you find, Andrea? Can you find anything to beat this current board state? Thing is, if he ever finds a land, like, he could just hard cast this Colligan. And I don't know how Andrea ever gets it off the table. Like, ever. Without using so many spells to do it.
Yeah, or if he's brought in the immolating glares, they might do it. But even so.
Andrea could dig himself out of this one.
He could, and the reason is he's got a lot of really cheap creatures. So Stormchaser Mage can just be cast as a 2-drop, and it keeps up the Disdainful Stroke, and it basically forces Chris to have something.
Well, we're going to Defiant Strike. Make your guy bigger. Let's try and find something. Oh, he's going to pass the turn back. So, draw for the turn. That is a land. Well, that's a good start.
I think you don't play the land here, attack, and then play the Pia, and bait out this Disdainful Stroke. Kind of say,
Well, yeah.
I'm not doing anything, you know, I want this Pia. Will you let me have Pia?
I think this gets, like, snap. Like, I don't think he can let this resolve. I'm going to Disdainful Stroke. That's fine. So, he's still got the problem that this Flamewake Phoenix is doing a lot of damage. But now he's asking the question. 2 cards left in hand. Well, I like that way, Chris. He's just going to pass the turn back as well. Draw for the turn. What was that card? What have you just drawn?
Was that a Transgress the Mind?
No, it's just another land. But he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it now and...
Do you hardcast the Colligan or dash it?
You hardcast the card.
Hardcast.
I don't know what. I think you've got to what the hell? What gets it off the table?
Yeah.
What does your opponent have that gets this card ever off the table?
Yeah.
Your opponent's not doing anything. Your opponent is a deck of nothing. We'll see if he has the Disdainful Stroke. Does he have it? No.
Oh, he's dashing it.
Does not. That is very brave. Especially if this is an Immolating Glare. Yep, looks like this is Immolating Glare. But this is still 3 damage from the Flamewake Phoenix. Yeah, Immolating Glare, deal with your Colligan Storm's Fury. Destroy target, 1 in a white, destroy target attacking creature. And take 3. Go to 11. Mr. Galifoucault. Now, what can you draw back? Chris has got a lot of live draws left in his deck. But then so is Andrea. It'll be interesting, but he needs to find something to do first. And so before damage. So he does that before damage and I'm going to say bang of it. But Chris now has the ability to play any of his dragons and get that back straight away.
Yep.
And they're both playing with very few cards in the hand. And Andrea's just going to pass the turn back again. Well, Draconic Roar's not a bad one. So probably just play your land and say go. Yeah, you'll go, sir. Draw for the turn. What do we find? Andrea having a quick think about how he wants to play this out. Doing a quick bit of maths, bit of counting on the table, and pass the turn back. Chris down to 8. But he does have that little insurance policy of the Draconic Roar now, which is quite nice. And, well, we'll have to wait and see what he does with the rest of his turn. Gets that land out of his deck. Now, a Duress would be very interesting, or a Transgress, just to find out what his opponent's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough for both of you in general, and I can understand. Probably because you're tired and Korea, so started to go a little bit slowly.
Something like Colligan's command would be quite nice as well. If he's brought that in, that'd be pretty tasty. Draw for the turn. That is a murderous cut. That is your ultimate insurance policy now. Pass the turn back. What do you have available to you now? One of those looks like a land. That is a land. Pass the turn back. Thunderbreak region. That is a huge draw.
That is really big.
2, 3 and 4. Thunderbreak Regent. Well, he's going to have to cast it.
Do you have
a counter spell?
Counterspell.
No. He's going to quickly check the rules. Does not appear that his opponent has a Thunderbreak Regent.
Disdainful Stroke?
Disdainful Stroke. Go to play. Oh well. Get the back. Attack for 2. Oh, Mr. Burrows, are you managing to get in? He has the Murderous Cut still as well. He can.
And the Draconic Roar.
Yeah. We've got a land in hand. looks like an Anticipate as well. Andrea Colton holding those cards very tight to his chest. We see a Prairie Stream into play for Andrea. He's just going to pass the turn back again. What does he have in his hand right now? And we see Transgress the Mind, I believe was no, it's a Polluted Delta. It's a Polluted Delta.
I thought we were going to find out what it was.
Yeah, in for 6.
In for 6, put you to 6.
Just play my lands, there you go.
Yeah.
Hold up as many spells as I can.
The only thing I can think of is if Andrea has a load of dispels.
Yeah, I mean that could be the thing. He could be like, he could have that problem if he's got like spells in his hand he can't do anything with. But we're going to see 1 mana being tapped, 3 mana being tapped. We're going to see Monastery Mentor. Now, Chris, you're going to have to kill this. Actually, no, he doesn't. He can just untap. Just untap and attack.
No, I think
it's lethal. And then you just use your Draconic Roars when you need to.
No, I think you do this now to guarantee the 3 damage.
Sure. Because it doesn't matter if he untaps him, does it? Actually, no, it does because he could draw a big spell. So, sure. Right, Draconic Roar. I think this Monastery Mentor trigger because I have something in play for it. Has he remembered the damage? Yes, he has.
Andrea at 3.
3. What is in his hand? Attack for lethal? Oh wow! What was in your hand? I want to know what's in his hand.
I know.
Wow! That was a
2 lands and a mentor. Wow.
Wow. That was a bit possibly a bit anticlimactic would be possibly the way to describe it. But anyways, we'll bring it back to the commentary booth. John Patrick, Shea Holland. I'm not going to say a bit of a downer tone on, but one of the fastest match we've had of the weekend, of the day today, the final, and that was really weird. And just value creatures getting there, and your opponent struggling a little bit in their lands. Started off with very few lands, and then just ran out of gas at the end of it. And perhaps an interesting thing, the Red Black Dragons deck, it doesn't need to really draw many cards, it just needs to play a dragon.
Yeah.
And especially with that Flamewake Phoenix being able to get it back, that was really important. Especially it resolving and getting it back, because otherwise he was never going to get the damage done. But congratulations to Chris Burrows.
Yep.
He progresses to the next stage, to the regional Pro Tour qualifier. Not this one coming up in Sheffield, but the next one, which is for Pro Tour Sydney, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, for Pro Tour Sydney. So it's still a while away. It's probably going to be 3 odd months before it might even be here. You never know. It's in Sheffield this month. Be great to have it back at Dark. So give me a job for the day. Be something interesting to do, because I'm not qualified yet, but I've got a few events to do. We'll wait and see what happens. But what did you think of that one, of today's event?
Interesting. The Red Black Dragons deck looks really strong at the moment.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, everyone's worried about Rally and having interaction for Rally, and it looks like the best way to beat Rally is to just ignore what they're doing and beat them up.
Yeah.
And very, very interesting. That's should be the best tactic, is to just race them. Yeah. And when you're casting 4 mana 4/4s and those huge Colligans, you're just winning a lot faster.
Yeah.
So
I think one of the things to take away is everyone was worried Rally would be like the big take over the format, Reflector Mages all over the place, can't really deal with it. It's actually a really open format.
Yep.
I mean, it's not too bad. Look at the top 8. Rally was one of the decks. Red Black Dragons, Jeskai Ascendancy, Grixis Control. You had
Jeskai Ascendancy
combo, more of a combo version. You had multiple other deck archetypes as well. I think there were 7 or 8 different archetypes.
Yes.
In the top 8.
I think so. I think there might have actually been a full 8.
Yeah, because obviously we're not counting the 2 Jeskai Ascendancy decks as the same thing. But
no.
It was a really good event, just because it meant that you can, and I think one of the things for me taking a lot out of this is there's no wrong deck in Standard. No one can turn to you and say you shouldn't play this. Okay, well they can do, but if you're choosing a deck that's within the first few tiers of decks refer to it, it can't really turn to you and say this is bad, this is good, or you should play this because you can't do that.
Yeah.
It's just one of those ones that I think at the end of the day you can play what you want and you'll get rewarded if you know your deck. And I think that's the crucial thing today. Know your deck, know it well, and you'll probably get rewarded. But anyways, it's been a fantastic day. I've really enjoyed it. It's been a really long one.
Like, it's been one of the longest ones I've had for a while. 10 rounds of standard action, most of them going to time.
Yes.
That's the hard bit. Not
Yeah.
many breaks today, but it's been a fantastic day. It's been a pleasure to commentate
And
with you
you.
yet again, and hopefully we'll be back for the next one at 3 months' time. I imagine 3 or 4 months' time we'll be back here again, or earlier, depending on what the other things as well. So, thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure to have you all watching us today. If you have any feedback, it'd be greatly appreciated. We're still learning.
Yes.
We accept we're not the professionals at the top of the game, like Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan, any of the guys do. This is probably our 6th, 7th event we've done now.
Something like that, yeah.
Probably 6th or 7th event we've commentated. So any of the feedback's good. If it's constructive, it'll be taken into account. If it's just negative, who does that help? It doesn't help any of us, give us any confidence that we want to do it again. And I really enjoy doing this, and from what I can tell, it's been good. So
Yeah.
if you have any feedback, you can either message Darksphere,
We have a
Darksphere Magic, but yes, finally have our own page, Darksphere Commentary Team. Find us on Facebook. If you have any comments, feedback there. If you want to come and like it. And also that's where we'll post when we're streaming events, when we're doing commentary for different events. It'll also post up any of the Darksphere events because it'll all be in there as well, and we'll share it out from there. So if you have any feedback, just let us know. And if you found us a bit dull, well, we apologise for that, but we can't appeal to everyone. That's just humans. We're all different after all. But thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure. For John Partridge, Shay Holland, signing off.
Why do you look at Shay instead of at the camera?
Because it looks stupid if you're looking up there, and I'd rather talk to the person. If the camera was down here, then I'd look at it.
Somebody put my bag over here.